Seen the body cam of have you seen the body cam of a driver who filmed himself violating a school's crosswalk and the police broke open his window to arrest him? Can't say I did. Crosswalk violator arrest. What a crazy title.
Shut up! There was no one crossing.
Being that it's School Resource Officer Appreciation Week, I want to thank these deputies for keeping our schools and our children safe, especially on the crosswalks. On February 10th, around 2 p.m. dismissal for a middle school, school surveillance captures a driver disregarding the crossing guard's commands to wait for students to pass, and he decides he'll drive through the crosswalk while the crossing guard is still standing there and students were attempting to cross.
Why? Man, must have really been in a rush to get home.
Here is the suspect's angle of the incident.
They posted it themselves and got 1 like. Wait, why would they do that? What?
Went. Shut up!
What?
There was no one crossing. Video.
What a maniac.
Tried stepping in the way of my car? Dumbass.
On February 11th,
That voice is... That is a very interesting voice. It sounds like the Kanker sisters from Ed, Edd n Eddy.
the deputies review the surveillance and establish probable cause for the male driver for reckless driving and driving while license was suspended. They located the vehicle and attempted to contact him for an arrest.
You're being audio and video recorded, and you're under arrest.
For what?
Step out of the vehicle, and I'll explain it to
For
you.
what?
Step out of the vehicle, and I'll explain it to you.
Tell me your cause.
Reckless driving and 2 counts of driving suspended. Step out.
Oh! Yeah, no, that's not how that works.
That is how that works.
I did not reckless drive. I have it on video.
Okay, I need you to
You
step
do
out.
have it on video. That was very convenient,
I don't need
actually.
to get my supervisor.
Made it
Just
much
step out of the
easier.
You have
vehicle.
no probable
Okay.
cause.
If
are
you don't,
acting-
if you do
Hey,
not,
hey,
if you do not unlock the
you are-
car
you are
and
acting,
step out of the vehicle,
You are acting based on a false report.
if you do not unlock the car and step out
Oh,
of the
he's also... Oh, shit.
For
reckless driving and
I wanted to put my mouse over there. He's also filming as well. Getting multiple angles.
and step out of the vehicle, I will break your window. Okay?
You will break my window.
Yes.
And what is your cause?
I just told you.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
No, you didn't.
Reckless driving and 2 counts of driving suspended. You are currently
That is
driving
not
suspended.
cause.
I watched you drive into the parking lot. You're driving
That is
suspended.
harassment.
That is not harassment.
It is actually
Okay.
by
I'm going to give you
legal
one more
definition.
opportunity to comply with this, and then I'm going to break your window.
All right, let me call my wife.
Step out of the vehicle, and I will let you drive. Call your wife.
You let me drive. Call my.
I will let you call your wife.
Can you tell me the probable cause?
I just told you the probable cause.
What is happening? What the fuck? I don't... I still can't believe that he posted the video himself from his dash cam. That's nuts. Very cool. I mean, it is very clear, like, there's not a whole lot of wiggle room that it's some kind of misunderstanding or unjust. I'm gonna blue boss like that. Well, it's just annoying. I don't know. It's just very annoying. When it gets to like the Reddit arguments, it just starts to make my skin crawl. But whatever. Here.
Lock the car, and we will discuss this further.
Would you be willing to?
Step out of the car.
I'm glad I came back. That was wow. What a rip. That was primal.
And we will discuss this further.
Would you be willing to?
Step out of the car.
Oh, you're gonna be paying for that.
Okay.
Bro, how do I step out of the car if you're
Unlock
pulling me
the
through
car.
window? You're gonna be paying for that. Stop trying to bitch.
Step out of the car.
Hands behind your back.
You don't need to be so forceful.
Just comply.
Yeah.
How am I not? I got out of the car. I stopped my recording. You know what?
too.
Do you know what Raz is? You have to tell
What
me
is
what
Raz?
gives you the cause. So what act gives you the cause?
1 minute.
I can show you on my phone video footage
I
that
don't need to
proves
see
that
your
the
video footage.
that is a false report. Oh, I.
Okay.
Well,
Come on.
where's your lights? Can I see that you're?
There's no way that's a
on?
fedora. There's no way that's a... Oh my god, there's no way. It can't be. No, maybe a bowler's hat. There's no way. No. No, it shan't. It couldn't be. No. No. This must be planted. No way.
I told you that.
Oh, you guys got a lawsuit on your hands. These guys have been harassing me since day one of school.
Have a seat.
I have a video.
You got
that-
anything on you that's gonna stick or poke me?
No.
Officer
I
cut
got a
himself on
video
the
that
glass.
proves that they made a false.
We know it can be frustrating to wait for crossing students, but we also want to know our kids are going to come home safe.
Is it frustrating? Like waiting 10 seconds for people using the crosswalk? Is it that frustrating? I don't really think it is. You don't have to like even pretend. This guy's just fucking unreasonable. He was there for like actually like 10 seconds. He had to get back to his post. True, you're right. In the time that he was there waiting at the car rider circle, he was missing valuable Discord moderation time. It was lawless. You're right. That it was an emergency, or it was urgent. He should have a siren. You're so right. Get the fuck out of the way, kids! It's an emergency! Jesus Christ! Can't you see someone posted something unauthorized on my Reddit account? Oh God! Move! There were memes in there were memes in general. Son of a bitch! I'm ramping it off the tow truck. I gotta get home. No! That hat told me all I needed to know. I still genuinely can't believe that. I would say that this is a skit if it wasn't for, like, the very clear evidence of it actually just being real. Like, this is just, it's a caricature. It's unfucking believable, man. Yeah, the window break was crazy. That window break was crazy. I don't know how hard it is to break a window like that. Maybe he had, like, really good leverage. But that was still fucking nuts.
Would you be willing to look at a video?
Unlock the car and we will discuss this further.
Would you be willing to?
Step out of the car.
Will you please just take a look at my video? It's open, so it's extremely easy to break. Is it? Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I can't say I've seen too much of the tug on the window tactic. Because it's stupid as fuck. He cut his hands. True. It actually is like a pretty stupid tactic, to be honest. He did give himself a boo-boo. But man, if that didn't make a point. If that wasn't an exclamation mark on this, I don't know what is. The aura was off the charts. Time for a new video. Me and the boys destroy a car with our hands. Actually kind of a great idea. We still have that old junk car at the farm. Maybe I'll roll down a window and fucking tug on it with some gloves and see if I can get it. See how easy it is. Last year, the world was plagued by what is potentially the worst film ever made. War of the Worlds starring Ice Cube. And what if I told you the producer of that abomination, that affront to God, just directed a new film for Amazon called Mercy? Well, I guess it's not for Amazon, because it's in theaters right now. It's distributed by Amazon MGM. And now after experiencing the cinema that is the style of Timur Bekmambetov, I can tell you with confidence, this guy's got it. And by it, I mean terrible fucking movies to his name. Timur Bekmambetov, and I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing his name correctly, but he has been in the film industry for an extremely long time. I went through his IMDb on stream, and he has produced some bangers, like 9, or Wanted, like some classic films. He has been behind them for a long time. So at one point, he did have an eye for quality, but I guess over the last 10 years, he decided to close his eyes, because now we're getting shit like War of the Worlds, and now Mercy. I don't know what's changed or what's happened. What I will say, however, is that this film is a significant improvement to War of the Worlds. But then again, War of the Worlds can make even the Borderlands movie look like it's a fucking Nolan film, so it's not exactly like the highest praise, but truly Mercy is better than that, at the very least. I would even go as far as to say the first like 30-ish minutes are genuinely pretty entertaining. Like, it's a very simple concept. There's an AI judge, and Chris Pratt is now standing trial. He is a detective who actually helped kickstart this Mercy program, that's the name of it, where an AI will look at the immutable facts in order to pass judgment and execution on those who are guilty. It's the judge, jury, and executioner, and it is there to reduce crime, which has spiraled out of control, so now they have the Mercy program to keep people in line. And now Chris Pratt is in its clutches here for the murder of his wife. And he has 1 hour and 30 minutes to try and prove his innocence. Now, when I first watched the trailer, it actually looked like Chris Pratt didn't put any effort into it at all, like he was just in a fugue state taking a paycheck. I will say, in the actual film here, he does try. And he does, I think, do a pretty solid job with this character who just found out his wife has been murdered, and now he's about to be executed for it because they have so much evidence that places him at the scene and places him as the killer. And now he's got to find a way to try and argue his case and compile new evidence and try and find who the actual killer is. In the trailer, I feel like they took his lowlights, like they actually just took his weakest moments from the film and used it as promotional material. Because again, in the actual film, he does a fine job, minus like some really rough scenes at the end. The entire third act of this film is actually just extraordinarily silly. Anyway though, this film is shot in similar fashion to War of the Worlds, where we are watching everything unfold through videos that are compiled through like cell phone footage or security camera footage or drone footage. Very much like what they did in War of the Worlds, but it seems like the budget here was a little bit higher, so the CGI doesn't look like it's straight out of fucking GeoCities from the late 90s. So it definitely looks visually a bit better, but not by a ton. There are a few explosions here towards the end of the film that genuinely look like video game cutscenes. Like, I don't know what's going on with the CGI here for these movies right now, but my god, some of the visuals were like actually bad. But for the most part, it was much better than War of the Worlds. But anyway, if you have seen Chris Pratt's movies and ever thought he moves around too much, well, let me tell you something. He doesn't move an inch in this movie. He is strapped to a chair for the entire fucking thing, save for, like, the very end. We're going to be getting into spoilers here, because I have got to talk about some of the wackiness to this film. Now, like I said, the first 30 or so minutes were actually pretty solid. It was setting up an interesting mystery with a damn near insurmountable task of trying to prove that you weren't the killer despite all of this evidence from a near omniscient AI that has every single fact at their fingertips. And with the Mercy program, they give the accused access to literally God mode, where they can see, find, and hear everything. So anything that Chris wants, he can ask for, and the AI judge will provide it, so that way he can try and prove his innocence. And just like in War of the Worlds, the AI can do anything lickety-split. So anytime Chris says, hey, can you find this bathroom? I'm looking for a glory hole that I might have caught a glimpse of in this one frame on this one video that you got from a nearby walkie-talkie that ricocheted off a radio tower. It's like, oh yeah, I've already found it. It only took me 2 seconds. It's like, okay, whatever. But that's fine. I don't have a huge issue with that. It's like silly, but whatever. It moves things along and lets the investigation get steam. But there are just some moments where it's genuinely laughable, the capabilities of the AI, where Chris can just be like, hey, my neighbor's got a bird feeder cam. Can you go ahead and pull that up? As if that would, for some reason, be something that it'd be readily available and easy to access. But the AI judge is like, oh yeah, I've got it right here. Looks like the internet went out, though, so it's going to take me a little while to rebuild the video archive. And it's like, okay. It takes her like 3 or 4 minutes or something. It's like, oh yeah, I think I heard a fart on this one piece of audio here from the murder scene. Can we reverse this fart here and find out whose butthole this was squeaked out of? And it's like, yeah, I've got that. And like, that's actually like a core part of things, not a fart in particular, but there is a photo that is torn in half, and Chris notices that there are 3 fingers from somebody that are in the photo. And Chris says, can you find out who those fingers belong to? And the AI is able to run the database of every single fucking person's fingers on the planet and somehow find an orphan that was a child in the photograph. And like, oh yeah, this is who it is. Which was a key piece of evidence, by the way. So like, it is a little over the top, but I also don't care that much because the whole thing is just kind of wacky in that way. But anyway, the film is very, 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 very predictable. I think anyone will watch this and know exactly who the real killer is. Because shocker, it's not Chris. I think you'll piece it together pretty much immediately. But then they start pulling out crazy ass pulls. Like, I mean the craziest ass pulls in the third act. But I don't even want to get to that yet. I want to talk about the journey even getting there. So, Chris has got a partner, Jack, who he really trusts. He's also got a AA sponsor, Rob, who he really trusts. So he's trying to utilize them to help prove his innocence. Jack becomes like the main one he communicates with. So he basically keeps sending her out in the field to try and like do this and that to try and compile more evidence for him. And she has like a hover bike. So she scoots around on the hover bike and holy shit does it look bad. Actually looks like YouTube skit quality anytime you see her on that hover bike flying around the city. I don't know what they were thinking. They should have just like had her teleport or something at that point because it is so fucking goofy when she is on that hover cycle. But anyway, so he's sending her on those like odd jobs to try and like interview people or try and like search crime scenes for certain things, this and that. And through this, we learn that his wife was privy to a scheme at her business where one of her workers was stealing product and maybe using it to distribute drugs, something like that, to make money on top of all this very shady dealings. He uncovers this big conspiracy, this big plot. I'm fast forwarding through a lot here, but trust me, it's very good. Chris also eventually admits to being an alcoholic, and he had a huge argument with his wife the day she was murdered, and also a whole year leading up to this murder. Their relationship had soured. There was even talk of a divorce. Chris was very aggressive, even like slamming a knife one time, grabbing stuff out of her hand. And on the day she was murdered, Chris went to work and then inexplicably drove back home, broke the Ring doorbell in a fit of rage because he found out his wife took away his secret booze stash in his car. So then he closes the door, goes in, they argue for 26 minutes. He leaves, his daughter comes home, finds that her mother has been murdered. And the last words from the mother, which is on body cam when they're asking, as she's like fading away, shedding the mortal coil, they're like, who did this? Who did this? She says, Chris, which is never addressed again. I want you to keep that in mind. That is never addressed again. When asked, as she is dying, who is responsible, she answers the question saying, Chris, and then she kicks the bucket. But Chris didn't kill her. It is proven that Chris didn't kill her. Why the fuck did she say it was Chris? Like, it seemed like she was just trying to get like one fucking slam dunk in on him before she died, before she met her maker, in order to make sure that Chris also, suffers at the end too. She knew it wasn't Chris that killed her. The person that stabbed her, murdered her, was not Chris. Why did she say it was? Like, what the fuck? Like, I tried to be like very charitable, like, oh, maybe she was about to try and say like, it wasn't Chris, but she didn't get the first part out, or she was trying to like, say, Chris, I love you, or something on the way out, but none of that comes up. It is actually never addressed again why she would say it was Chris when it just wasn't. That is crazy. I won't bore you too much with like the middle stuff and all that, but when we find out who the real killer is, we learn that the killer was one of her work associates, the one that was stealing the product to maybe distribute drugs, and decided to murder his wife Nicole because she found out, wasn't really willing to play ball. And also there's a very close personal connection to Chris from the real killer. The real killer was able to pull off this kill by going to Chris's barbecue 2 days prior to the murder and hiding in the basement for 2 days, and then sprung out and stabbed and killed his wife. Now, the close personal connection is that picture I mentioned. Well, that kid with the 3 fingers was actually the brother of the real killer, and that brother was someone Chris sentenced to the mercy program where he was found guilty and wrongfully executed. And he never forgave Chris for it, so he got close to Chris for 2 years, and then eventually killed his wife, built a bomb with all of the material he was stealing from their workplace and was going to crash the bomb into the Mercy headquarters, killing Chris and the AI with him in order to prove his brother's innocence. And he framed Chris for this. That was his master plan. Now, I want you to really think hard here. He planned this for 2 years. But his plan boiled down to just getting extremely fucking lucky that Chris, when he went to work, decided to come back home that same day. Because if he didn't come home that day and argue with his wife, then this would have never fucking worked. He would have not gotten away with the murder initially. Like, Chris would have never even been a suspect. So his plan that he planned for 2 years boiled down to just something that he could have never possibly foreseen. And he didn't even know Chris left for work, by the way, while hiding in the basement. He just guessed lucky. So Chris went to work and then just happened to notice the booze wasn't there. So he went home, argued with his wife, and then broke a vase, which ended up cutting his wife and got a little bit of blood on Chris. And Chris was like, really distraught about it. And that's how all of this evidence led to like them knowing for sure Chris had to be the murderer. But actually it was all part of the real killer's master scheme, which again, none of this he planned for. He couldn't have planned for any of that to happen. He just got lucky. It wasn't a master plan, yet they keep pretending as though it was. Like, when I learned who the killer was and what the method was and everything, it was actually just like a laughable moment. And then the entire third act, he's got this big semi with a bomb in the back that he's gonna blow up the fucking city with like the Joker. And then the police are so incredibly inept, they can't stop him, they can't do anything. So he just keeps like hitting all the police officers, and it's like the worst CGI carnage where the officers' cars are like ramping off tow trucks and the officers are going, as they're like getting slammed by the truck. They can't stop this guy. They've got the drones out on him. And by the way, I was really expecting them to do an Amazon shout out when there's a scene where Jack is like, I'm gonna get the scouting drone out. I thought for sure she was gonna say like, I'm gonna get the Amazon drone out. It's really good for scouting too, not just delivering packages immediately to your doorstep with Amazon Prime, like what we saw in War of the Worlds. I thought for sure we were going to see some Amazon plugs. Surprisingly, we did not. But anyway, they got the drones out and shit. They still can't fucking stop this guy when all he has is the semi-truck, and then he eventually makes it into the Mercy headquarters. Chris has already proven his innocence now. They clearly know it's Rob. They have him dead to rights now. He is the murderer. And he also kidnapped Chris's daughter and brought her there because he wants to ruin Chris's life just like he ruined his by killing his brother. Well, by having his brother go to Mercy, which ended up killing him. He then argues with the AI judge that his brother was innocent, which is where another shocking twist comes into play, where he's arguing about how his brother was innocent, and it turns out Chris's partner, Jack, was actually the one who didn't process the phone from that guy's brother in his murder case, because his brother was said to have murdered a woman. Turns out he didn't murder that woman, and the phone that would have proven his innocence had been thrown off the side of a bridge by Chris's partner because she wanted to ensure that the Mercy program was a success so they could stop crime together. So they just framed a completely random dude for the murder of this woman, which Chris and the AI judge reveal at the very end there. So it's another big, like, twist moment. I'm serious, the entire third act is actually, like, very, very silly in, like, a fun, bad way. I probably don't need to yap any longer about it. It's not a good movie, but I will tell you, I had fun watching it. And I do think it is objectively a huge step up from War of the Worlds, so we're on an upward trajectory right now from this director-producer. So perhaps the next one's a fucking home run. Anyway, though, that's really about it. See ya. You remember a while ago when Overwatch blew up, so every company on the planet tried to bite that bosom and make their own slop-ass hero shooter and flooded the market with garbage? That exact same phenomenon's happening right now with human beings on TikTok. Every single day, there is a new broccoli hair prankster or 3D printed looks maxer that just spawns in, gets a following, and then snowballs from there. And today I just learned about a new one named Hulo, who is a looks maxer that is now facing 15 counts of possession of child pornography, all of which he has publicly admitted to. They have pretty much irrefutable evidence based on what's available, and that's only what's publicly available, not even everything they submitted to police. And despite all of that, there are still oodles of people defending him. Even though he has publicly confirmed that the evidence is accurate about his purchasing and possession of child sex abuse material, there are still these revolting mosquitoes, these flies that are attaching themselves to Hulu or Hello. It's probably not Hulu. The streaming service probably would have ceased and desisted him if that was his name. Hulu, whatever it is. They're still attaching themselves to his butthole to suck his farts and fight tooth and nail for his honor, even though he has admitted to these unforgivable crimes. That's the state of things right now. It's sickening. I talked about this same thing happening like with David, how the Dipshits for David movement is still defending him, saying he's been framed, even though there is so much evidence publicly available and the case is still ongoing and not looking good for him. They are still willing to die on this hill that David's innocent, and now in this case, Hulu is a good guy and he deserves to be defended. I'll start here before going over Gideon's investigation of it. He has been arrested, and here is all of the charges he is facing here. Now, based on some of the reports I saw, this could carry up to 25 years in jail if he's found guilty on all of these, but it also varies from the different sources I read from. It's a long time in jail here. And the fact that they have these charges against him, the possession of this material, means that they probably have evidence of it. Outside of just Gideon's video where he admits to it, I imagine they have something far more solid, because they wouldn't... Think about all of the other, like, predator catchers, where they do get the pedophile to admit to things, and that becomes inadmissible. There's a lot of times where that can't be used. So you don't see them ever get these kind of charges. The fact that he has 15 counts of this means that they probably do have very solid proof that he had this material.
This is just one of the Telegram messages that he was talking to. Just one. So, as you guys can see first, he messaged first. He said, "Hi, this is what the trader said. CP, teens, and all group links available. Which package are you interested, and what's your budget?" He said CP, $25 max.
So, to give you a bit of context here, like the lore, his ex found out what he was purchasing, the CP that he was purchasing, and then Gideon found out about that because of her blowing the whistle on it. Then they teamed up as well as predator poachers. They went to the police, they submitted the evidence, and then also publicly started to out some of the evidence so that way people could see it and stay away from him. And I've talked about this a lot. I think when it comes to shit like this, putting it out in the public is extremely important. Making sure that it doesn't compromise the authorities' investigation on it, but also alerting the community so they can stay safe as well and avoid these kind of fucking monsters. So I totally understand that approach. And what you were seeing there is some Telegram messages. Gideon goes through a lot of them. This is him trying to purchase CP for $25, and this became a meme in his community, as well as like a couple other looks maxers made it like a joke to try and water it down and like sterilize it, like, oh, it's not that big of a deal, haha, $25 for cheese pizza, which they all keep calling it on TikTok. So he even posted like a 5x5 joke about it.
So his manager, who I will be outing later, is purposely telling his client to make jokes about him buying CP, CSAM. That $25 he spent $25 to watch and jack off to children's innocence being taken away. And he knows he did that, yet he posted this meme.
Evil shit, man. This guy is purchasing videos of children being raped and then making a meme out of it. And apparently at the direction of his manager. It's actual demon shit.
He said hi, they said hi, CP content available, and he says how much.
More Telegram messages get posted that show him cruising these telegrams attempting to purchase CP. So Hulo, I'm just gonna call him Mason. His real name's Mason. I don't know how the fuck to say his stupid handle online. So Mason was going around trying to purchase all of these videos and did successfully buy them. and was then confronted directly where he just started singing. He just started squealing and confirming all the evidence was true.
You guys can defend him all you want. You guys can make all the memes and jokes and all that. But keep in mind, this man has a 10-year-old sister and an infant sister as well. And listen to what he admitted.
Like that you saw?
A little bit of this, a little bit of that.
I guess.
Okay. So I'm just going to ask you straight up, because you've been straight up with us. You're going to be straight up with this too. Did you masturbate in those videos of the 12-year-olds? Or was your hand rubbing your penis at the time that was being
It
watched?
was just, I guess my hand was on my dick like the whole time. I'm just going through everything.
Okay. So was your hand going up and down on your penis?
Yes.
Okay. So it's fair to say that's probably masturbating.
Yeah.
Okay. I appreciate you being honest about that, dude.
On camera, openly admits to masturbating to videos of 12-year-olds being sexually abused, and the Hulo is innocent gang doesn't care. He is then asked again if the allegations are true, and he confirms they are. That he downloaded those videos, he claims he deleted them. Also, it says he, told the police. When directly confronted, he openly admits to it. And it's all on camera. And now he is being charged with 15 counts of this. And still, people are defending him. In Gideon's own chat there, you could see a lot of people saying he's not a bad guy, free him, it's not that big a deal, that kind of thing. You can literally see it in Gideon's own chat. And then on TikTok, his community is standing beside him 100%. As if it's, some kind of mistake that he made that he'll learn from. That's not a mistake. That is pure evil. He is buying videos of children being raped for his sexual pleasure. He apparently tried to say that he was in a dark place when he was doing it, but now he's a changed person, so people are like, oh, he deserves a second chance. No, we can't let his life be ruined over this. He was just in a bad spot. Do you know how many people are in a bad spot that don't turn to paying money to watch videos of children being raped so they can jack off to it? That's not an excuse. That's not a justification. It is pure demonic evil shit. And people are just giving him a pass. And fighting tooth and nail for him. They got their fucking shield up going to bat for him like white knights to defend Hulo. Even though he openly admits to it, he is being charged. They're pursuing 15 counts of possession of the child sex abuse material, and still people don't care. They think that this isn't that big of a deal, and that, well, he was in a dark place, so we can't be mad at him for it. They're not even saying that he's innocent, that he didn't purchase these and watch these. They're not even saying that. They are saying they don't care that he did. It's just unhinged, man. It is actually scary. Because it's not a small amount of people. It's not. It is not a small number of people. I know you can always point to these fringe outlier freaks that'll defend anyone and anything. But here, you can find a ton of them. Go to any post that's talking about this, or go to any video, or go to some of the communities. There's even some people in the Looksmaxing community that are going to bat for him. You can find so many people defending him. It's just, I just cannot wrap my head around how we even got to this point. I don't get it. I don't get it. There is just nothing that is just universally condemned anymore. There isn't. Even just objective evil like this no longer gets a complete condemnation from human beings. Sanity is just devolving. It's scary. It is completely unhinged. Anyway, I just wanted to yap about this. I think it is a great thing that he is being charged with all of this. He's a fucking disgusting monster. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya. I can't even turn the lights on for this intro here. Many of you know I've been on this quest of trying to prove the paranormal exists while not being a believer in it, even slightly myself. I've gone on 5 ghost hunts prior to the one I'm about to talk about, and nothing's happened. It's been a bunch of fiddlesticks up until this point. But the one we just went on at the Tampa Theater, I don't even know how to describe it. It transcends what I thought possible, and I've been racking my brain trying to come up with rational explanations for what we experienced, but just nothing is coming to mind. So I want to share some of the scariest moments with all of you here, but if you want to watch the full thing, It's over on the other channel. I'll put a link to it in the description. I highly recommend you check it out because this is a perplexing mystery, and for the first time, it's shaken my belief in what I thought I knew about our world and what's possible. I think there's a good chance that our investigation will be cited in numerous paranormal studies for decades to come. I think what you'll see. You'll see. This was a mistake. I didn't believe it till today, but it's right behind me. How's it going? I had to get the fuck out. That was.
I'm not as light as a feather right now. I'm not moving.
But there's something going on here. There's something fishy.
You guys ever wonder why darkness scares us?
Hello. Can we speak with you today?
Bloody Mary! Bloody Mary! Bloody Mary!
Good evening, and welcome back to the other channel. In this week's terrifying episode, we stepped back into the historic and haunted parts of Tampa's past. Since our time in Plant Hall a year ago, we had hopes to someday get to explore one of the oldest and most haunted locations in Tampa's heart. Today is that day. The historic Tampa Theater was built in 1925 and opened to the public in 1926. Throughout its almost 100 years of operation, it has become a hub for spirits and wandering souls to take up shop and watch the shows it's put on for almost a century.
Hey, it's the Tampa Theater, and we're at the Tampa Theater hunting some ghosts. Yeah, we're back. I don't believe in those bitches. And I'm here to prove that I'm wrong for not believing in them.
Yep, we want to find the ghosts. So this time we did something we've never done before. Research.
Yep, that's
we talked to experts in the field. We got new tools, new mindsets.
Mm-hmm.
That was the big thing. Everybody said it. You got to be positive. We're here respectfully, not to be assholes to the ghosts this
And
time.
I started that hostily. I didn't. Matt hasn't shared his research with us. I didn't know.
Let me tell you, I don't want to spoil too much. The first ghost is over there. We haven't crossed the barrier.
That's right.
They haven't heard anything.
Oh, you're right.
We're good.
The Dark Souls falling behind.
Yeah, the fog walls.
Boys, let's find some ghosts.
Yeah. All right,
Let's
ghost
bring
hunting
it in.
time.
Bring it in.
All right,
Ghosts.
What we always say: 1, 2, 3.
Get him!
Is there anyone here with us?
Tile.
Oh, worth noting, this is the original tile. He died right where Danny's sitting, and apparently in a pool of blood. So that may mean something.
Say.
Hello, Robert.
That would be mean. That's the most I've ever gotten from a spirit
Well,
box.
because you got his name.
Sorry.
And also, that is the new upgraded spirit box.
Yeah, this is the Sam and Colby recommended spirit box. So if it doesn't work,
Entering.
you know who to blame. Ronald, if you are here, please.
Robert.
Sorry, that's
I can tell from the vibration of Charlie's voice, he's not being respectful.
It's not. I'm trying to.
Oh, I'm not going to be the first one to go in there.
That is actually a very disturbing painting.
Let's do my lady's bathroom.
I'm not afraid.
Well, this is not the ladies' bathroom. This is the ladies' smoking room.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, that's right.
Mm-hmm.
I will
That
tell
seems
you,
pretty cold.
And I'll spoil this, I'm not a believer.
Yeah.
Tonight I'm a believer. I'm not normally. So normally I would never say anything about this. When I walked up to place that cat ball by myself up here, I got goosebumps.
That's good.
Normal me would go, I got goosebumps. Yeah. Tonight Matt got goosebumps.
Oh,
And
she was here.
What? She was doing that.
I was
She picked me up with her mom powers and shook me like a dog.
The believing is immediately gone.
I'm sorry.
With the above-ground levels primed for spiritual encounters, the basement was where the most haunted room in the theater could be found. The dressing room. Though there isn't a name associated with this entity, many have referred to it as a trickster ghost, or a spirit not in need of closure to move on, but instead a malicious presence that only wishes to torment and erode the sanity of those who goad it. Little did we know that a prime vessel for this trickster may have been walking among us.
All right. Let's leave Charlie to his hunting.
Yeah, just lock me in here for a little bit.
Bye, Charles. No spirit box?
Nah, I'm good. Where are you guys gonna be? Actually, don't even tell me. That'll be part of the scare. Yeah.
We might leave.
Yeah, well, that'd be fucked up, but yeah.
That was a little bit of fear I heard.
That'd just be mean. That was a little bit of a... That'd be mean. I have no idea where the light switch is here. So, yeah, if there's something here, feel free to touch the cat ball. Oh, you can't really see the cat ball on camera. Well, I guess I could move the camera if you wanted. I started taking creatine again. I don't know if you can tell, but I'm back on creatine. You know it's the most studied supplement? Can you believe that shit? It's good stuff, though. It is some good stuff.
Meanwhile, the boys went to the top balcony seats to try and catch a glimpse of our next apparition, Fink Finley. Fink Finley was a projectionist at the theater and was known for his dedication to his job, sometimes being considered by some to live at the theater. His iconic smell of coffee and lilac aftershave can still be smelled occasionally near the door to the projector room, signaling that Fink is still watching over the theater all these years later.
No coffee?
I don't smell anything. I don't smell it either.
I don't have anything.
Do you smell coffee?
I did. I don't now. What's that?
Can someone get this to be
Alright, wait, just to show the cat ball is working. There we go.
Oh, shit.
You alright? Did Fink throw something at you?
Yeah, he did. What is this? It's a... That's not ours.
Why would he leave that here?
He is hunting ghosts.
Sweet.
I can feel you opening up to us, Fink. Oh, yes.
I think we should just send Charlie into buildings with a camera and just forget about it for a while, see what happens.
You'll have me doing all kinds of impressions.
Fink.
Pluto. Donald. Donald. Put it down, Donald. Maybe he likes Mickey Mouse. I've been working on that one.
Charlie's lost the plot.
Donald.
We decided, as our last excursion for the night, we would try to invoke the spirit who was giving us the most trouble throughout our investigation, the trickster. You may have noticed throughout the night that Charlie has been talking into the camera. We believe, after watching the footage back, that the trickster ghost inhabited his vessel and was teasing us from beneath Charlie's flesh.
Guide us. Speak through me.
The video's gonna be fucking haunting just because Charlie's voice.
Oh.
My laugh sped it up, I'm sorry.
Where are you taking us?
It's trying to tell us the year it died.
Guide us through the ether.
It's going to the 3.
Is it really?
I have no I can't see it. I'm just saying shit, really.
With the trickster teasing us still through Charlie but giving us nothing to go off of, we switch back to the Estes method. Until suddenly...
This hot tub for all of us.
I'm here.
Oh, that's
that
good.
was real.
Hey, trickster.
Hey.
What is your name? What is your name?
Speak up.
Workers' compensation.
Jesus Christ. Clark, if you appear in this mirror right now, I'll actually shit my fucking pants.
What is it? You have to say it in 3?
This won't go away.
That's actually horrifying, Clark. So.
Hey, Clark. Touch the antenna here in 3 seconds. 1, 2,
The
3.
consequences.
There's no consequences.
There's no consequences. You won't get in trouble.
It'll just make a funny beep.
Yeah.
Really.
Here, Trace, want to show him what it does? So
Yeah,
that he's
look.
not afraid. That's all it's gonna do. All you gotta do is touch it.
It's that easy. I didn't even touch it.
Debut.
Oh,
Yep, this is your first, this is your big outing.
Just put the makeup on.
You did tell
Hard
us your
launch,
name.
am I right?
Clark.
Here I come.
Yeah,
Oh.
you got it, Clark.
Touch it, touch it. If he touches it right now, I'll believe.
It's been.
Hola.
Having given up on the dressing room, we decide to stop by our rally point and collect our findings for the night, when suddenly, we can only guess that the trickster leaves Charlie's body in what can only be described as a moment of pure adrenaline and agony.
Happy New Year, 2025 going to the rear view as we go headstrong into 2026 with a smile on our face. As of me making this video right now, we're about like an hour out from the New Year's Eve ball dropping in New York. I don't know why I said an hour out. I even looked at the time. It's 9:30 p.m. as of me making this, so pretty substantial rounding down. Doesn't matter. What does matter, though, is that ball, that sacred orb, convinces people to literally shed themselves of basic dignity and human instinct in order to wait for hours upon hours in the cold temperatures in New York, unmoving, unwavering, just so they can watch it happen in person. And the meta has been for a while, if you attend one of these, you wear a diaper, so that way you don't have to like lose your spot to go find a bathroom to relieve yourself. You just piss and shit yourself right then and there. So every year you see the horror stories and the aftermath about people that literally just fucking bowels explode, asshole prolapses, pee all over the place, all just so they can watch the ball drop. And I had a few friends of mine send me a video, I guess is floating around a lot today, about a guy who got interviewed on his strategy for handling nature's call, and he uses pads. This is actually from a couple years ago, but the meta hasn't changed, and I'll show you a clip from today.
If you leave and you have to use the bathroom or even get water,
You lose
your
your spot.
That's the problem.
So what do you do with the bathroom?
What do you do? I'll show you exactly what you do. Okay? Hold on. Let me see. Let me try and find this here.
Okay, now I
see these pads?
Yeah.
You have to pee in these pads. Let me
but
show you.
But you're a man. What do you do if you're a woman?
Everybody's equal. Nobody's any different.
What an inspirational, uplifting message. We're all equal. Nobody's different. If you're there in New York for the ball drop, you're surrounded by piss. It's a goddamn flood of it, and everyone's doing it. You're not cool unless you pee your pants. Men, women, they're all doing it. It's just a matter of what apparatus they're using to catch it. This guy here's got his go-go gadget period pads out for his urine. Lord help us if he has to take a shit. You know that's probably going straight onto the ground because I don't think the pads are built to handle that kind of heft. But, you know, this is pretty standard procedure for New Year's Eve in New York. For some reason, people have convinced themselves that seeing that ball drop is the most important thing for the start of the upcoming year. So they're willing to usher in the next year with piss and poop in their pants. It blows my mind. I don't get it. I truly don't get it. That is miserable. Not only are you pissing and shitting yourself, but everyone around you is too. You are in a sea of filth. It is a cesspool. You are basically in a communal latrine, diving in there just to watch 60 seconds of a ball dropping in front of you. Now, of course, there's concerts and stuff, but you're probably not seeing those if you're like that guy at the front of the line, you know, barging his way to the very front so he can look at the ball like he's hypnotized by it.
Oh, you just put it in your underwear?
That's exactly what you do.
And then you switch and you have like bags, like
It stays there. It stays there.
This will hold for the whole day?
You make it, it will stay for the whole day, yeah.
Oh, this is what you do?
I will be wearing
diapers.
See?
What?
I'm wearing diapers.
The diapers?
See? This is what...
This is not a diaper though. This will not
It works
hold.
too. It works too.
It works?
You're a lady. You should know it
No,
works.
it's not working.
It works.
It's not. I wouldn't try it.
Dude's out here driving the hard sale like he's trying to get a used car off the lot. It's like he's advertising these pads that he's trying to sell them to everyone there. But most people are going by the standard meta protocol of using a diaper, which is very common for this. I just find that so revolting. I think it's so beyond gross and just like embarrassing. I can't imagine a worse way of starting a year, quite like being surrounded by piss and shit while also sporting my own underpants full of piss and shit. And even, let's say, in a fantasy scenario, ideal circumstances, no bubble guts, you've been fasting for 48 hours prepping for this, you haven't drank a sip of liquid for the last 24, so you are able to go through this entire thing, this wait, as well as watching the ball drop, without soiling yourself at all. It's still terrible because everyone around you has. The guy next to you's probably got mud pies in his britches. Person in front of you probably stinking up the place with the fumes from the lemonade they're cooking up in their trousers. Like, it's terrible. I'd be starting the new year in the worst possible mood, putting myself through that torture. I do not get it. I never have. I never will. And like I said, that's a couple years old. You can see in the background, it's talking about bringing in a great 2024. But nothing's changed. This is still very normal for New Year's Eve, it seems. So here's a clip from today.
Are you coming prepared by most people wearing diapers here?
Yeah, I wear a diaper. I'm wearing a diaper now.
Okay, do you have extra just in case anybody needs one?
Yes, I got this. A diaper.
Awesome. So you're able to bless somebody if they did not wear one?
I bless them not peeing, especially in front of me, you know.
Awesome. Well, thank you for coming out, guys. Hope you guys have a great New Year. Can I get you guys to say Happy New Year?
I gotta tell you, no one is happier about New Year's Eve celebrations than Depends. The executives at the top of the food chain of that company must just be the happiest people on the planet every time New Year's Eve rolls around. Sales skyrocket. But anyway, I mean, if people enjoy it, all power to them, I suppose. I don't personally understand it, but if you're out there right now, piss, poop all over the place, waiting for that ball to drop, Godspeed to you. I hope it's a cherished memory going forward. Hopefully it'll kick off your 2026 in the best possible way. For me personally, I think it's a lot more convenient just to hang around friends and family to start the year off right, being around people you know and love that aren't soiling themselves around you, attacking your senses with their waste fumes. But anyway, 2026, right around the corner. That's about it. So yeah, we recently experienced a government shutdown, and now, with the 1-2 punch here, the two-piece combo, we are experiencing something even more devastating. The r/art shutdown. Lord help us all. The mods decided to sail off into the sunset, and it looks like that subreddit is now just in shambles. With no tyrants to moderate it anymore, there is nothing left. And they couldn't even just leave without making it cringe. They made a post about it. I'll go ahead and show you that real quick. But in a nutshell, if you haven't followed the story at all, there was a mod on r/art who took down a post from an artist named Hayden Clay because he had mentioned the word print when replying to a compliment in the thread, which is against rule number 9 on the 10 commandments of r/art, where you can't promo anything. So they took down his post, and he reached out to them in DM saying, hey, you really gonna take my post down because I gave a little more information? And he said, you broke the rules. I can also delete your entire history if you'd like as well. Which was very hostile, a very power-trippy response, to which Hayden Clay responded, basically saying, like, this is a little weird. And they said, okay, take this then, Buster, here's your just desserts, and deleted his entire post history, which included all of his art, some of which was some of the most popular on the entire subreddit, which is a pretty big blow. Hayden then responded to that again, just saying, like, this is ridiculous, seems like you have a vendetta, and he said, I don't know who the fuck you are. Some main character energy, just really eye-rolling, nauseating shit. To which Hayden once again responded about like how ridiculous it was, and then they said, you're reported for harassment, have a good day, which ended up immediately banning Hayden from Reddit for 3 days, because apparently Reddit mods have that kind of power where even the admins will just bend the knee to them. It was a huge deal, big hoopla. I made a video about it yesterday, and everyone was upset at these mods because this is just completely unfair and it's ridiculous. It's unhinged to be behaving that way. And now, in response to everyone calling it out, this is what they did. I know, apparently the r/art mods are throwing in the towel. They made this dramatic post. We out. You win. We all resign. This is them signing off, I suppose, after so many people called out what they did as being just fucking ridiculous. They can't even just leave without making it cringy. It's impressive. They still had to do some kind of little song and dance on their way out. I know, they think this shit went so hard. It's so tough. Just fucking dorks. Just complete dorks. Power-tripping dweebs. So everyone was making fun of them, shooting spitballs. Myself included. How can you not make fun of a vermin this embarrassing? And then, this afternoon, they made this post. So I guess they're resigning. Which is cute, because it's not like a real position. It's not like a, you know, give me your badge and your gun. This is literally just logging out. That's it. This is one of the bigger subs, too. They'll be replaced quickly. They're probably just going to make alt accounts. They're not going to be replaced. One thing that I have learned about Reddit is that there is this upper echelon of, like, closed-door handshake mods that all moderate, like, 90% of this fucking platform. And this is such a big subreddit, there's no doubt in my mind they're just gonna have them make another account to be a mod or some shit, pretending. There's no way. They're not going anywhere. That ego response by the mod, I mean, it's crazy ego just from being a fucking unpaid moderator of a subreddit. Also very possible they paid for the position to begin with. I don't know about that, I don't know how that works. If you pay to be a mod on Reddit, that should be a jailable offense. It would be so interesting if someone infiltrated the inner circle of Reddit mods. I think it'd be interesting, yeah. I think that actually would be a fascinating story. Because maybe some of them do get paid for it. It's possible. I doubt it, but it is possible. It's just so lame. They couldn't even just recognize that the problem was their behavior. There's just no level of, like, self-awareness, it seems. Like, if you're gonna resign, which again is just such a loser way of putting it, you are a fucking unpaid janitor on a Reddit subreddit. Like, come on. It's not that big of a position here where, you know, there's gonna be some kind of, like, ceremonious ordeal around it. But if you were going to, like, relinquish that position, maybe having some reflection like, here's why. I understand where you guys were coming from. I apologize for being such an insufferable douchebag asshole to this artist. You know, maybe something like that would have been in good taste. But instead, they just hit you with the, we out, you win, we all resign. It's just, oh, it's just so skin-crawlingly annoying. But I guess this is a very strong brotherhood because it was one moderator who went rogue. Well, potentially two because of the story I covered 3 years ago where a guy fucking melted down because he thought one of the artists submitted AI art when he was proven wrong. He said, well, your art isn't what I like anyway and AI can do it better. Get out of here, Buster, plus you're muted. That could have been two different people, but at most, that's two people on this mod team. That's not the entire mod team. But because of these two, the entire team decided to disband together in solidarity. So it seems like they kind of rally behind that behavior, at least that's the perspective I get. The impression this leaves me with is that these mods felt like they did absolutely nothing wrong and people were just being ridiculous with pitchforks calling for their scalp. So instead they're just going to be the bigger people and just leave. That's it. But they don't think they did anything that warrants any kind of, you know, outrage. That's the impression I get. I think it's so weird how the entire mod team now leaves because of the behavior of one, potentially two of them. That to me shows that they kind of huff their own farts and enable themselves. Like they wind each other up and think that they're constantly correct. It's just, I don't know, very pathetic, really, all around. But maybe it's not the entire mod team. That's just how it reads. It said, we all resign, and the subreddit is now in like a limbo. So it seems like it's the entire mod team on r/art, but maybe it's not. Maybe it's just a couple of them. Who knows? What I do know though is that I want to leave you with like a little positive nugget here that I was going over on stream last night. I don't know how many of you saw this, but there's actually a really hype collab between Assassin's Creed Shadows and Attack on Titan. Holy fuck, it's a disaster. You have to see this shit. Like, I don't think it's worth making a whole video on, but you at least need to check out a snippet of this. Speaking of art, did anyone see the Assassin's Creed Attack on Titan collab? It's incredible. This might just get me back into Assassin's Creed. It is actual peak. Look at this shit. This might just have me fire up Assassin's Creed Shadows. No, it can't be! No! Get out of there!
Go! Come on! Come and get it!
Why does he look like Skibbity Toilet? I don't know, that's Ubisoft polish for you right there, baby. Oh, also, if you were thinking that you were going to be able to fight this as some kind of boss fight or something, think again. This is the extent of the encounter. You just run away and then he gets trapped.
Someone back home once said,
Sailor's Log, January 11th, 2026. Epstein files still not released, and still complete radio silence on the non-compliance exhibited from the administration with what they have released, where there is irrefutable evidence that they redacted, covered up names of people that weren't victims. They covered up names of potential perpetrators and people of interest, which they were not allowed to do. They have still not fully released the Epstein files. They are still kicking that can down the road. They have still not complied with the law that they were supposed to follow with all of this. And yet, nothing is happening. They are not being, like, punished for it or anything. They just get to do whatever they want, or get to not do whatever they don't want to do. It's complete lunacy, and the Epstein name is conveniently starting to fall out of people's lips, and it seems like the people in power are just conveniently forgetting who that is. It's like the Duffer Brothers with the Demogorgon. Who's that? What is that? Who? Epstein? What in tarnation is that mumbo-jumbo? Some kind of Frankenstein spinoff? I've yapped about it a lot, so instead, let me yap about something kind of adjacent to that. Dan Bongino. Dan Bongino was a podcaster who actually got to serve as deputy director of the FBI last year, and one of his big promises, one of his big things that he was going to fight for the people, for the American public, being the patriot that he is, he was going to go in there, he was going to get the Epstein files out, and he was going to get people held accountable. And guess what happened when Dan Bongino finally made it in there? Nothing. Less than nothing, really. Calling what he did nothing is a generosity that he doesn't deserve to be afforded. If you went into your bathroom right now and squeezed your empty tube of toothpaste, the fucking air that pops out of it would have more value than Dan Bongo's going into the FBI. It's so fucking pathetic. But at least he has a really cool legacy he left behind with his time in the FBI with this iconic clip.
You said Jeffrey Epstein committed suicide. People don't believe it.
Well, I mean, listen, they have a right to their opinion, but as someone who has worked as a public defender, as a prosecutor, who's been in that prison system, who's been in the Metropolitan Detention Center, who's been in segregated housing, you know a suicide when you see one, and that's what that was.
He killed himself. You want me to? I've seen the whole file. He killed himself.
Holy shit! Dan Bongwater here dropping the bombshell. Wow. A very different tune than what Dan was saying before getting into this position, but the things he must have seen with those eyes, the truth that he must have seen, it really started to break him. And now he's finally getting that truth out there to all of us. Turns out it was a suicide and there are no other people to be held accountable. Really a profound, eye-opening interview here from Dumb and Dumber. The doofus duo here really put on quite the clown show. Kash Patel, by the way, I love to mention this, has provably gone under oath and lied about Epstein, where he said that there's no credible evidence that Epstein trafficked minors to anybody. And now, even with their complete sham of Epstein files they released that were just basically hundreds of pages of blacked out information, even with that, you can still see that what Kash Patel said under oath is a lie. That is textbook perjury, and he is not being arrested for it or anything like that, because the laws just don't apply when you reach a certain level of power, it seems. Anyway, I've already talked about that quite a bit. I want to focus on Dan, because he's now going back to podcasting. It seems like he's going to make his triumphant return to podcasting after his unsuccessful stint as the deputy director of the FBI. He just made an appearance on a podcast, and while a lot of people were rightfully ripping into him, it seemed like there was a large portion of his fan base that was more than willing to welcome him back with open arms and open legs so that he can continue to butt-fuck them with this fake bravado he puts on for truth-seeking, when it is clear, when given that position of power where he could actually find the truth and do some good to, like, follow through on his promises of releasing these Epstein files and getting this information out to the public, he folded and was more than willing to just bite that nipple and suckle because the government asked him to. When actually given a position of power, he was more than willing to just roll over belly up and just be a good little doggy for them. And now he's coming back and pretending like he did anything worthwhile, and people are still willing to just forget the entire year he spent as deputy director and did nothing about what he said he was going to do. Again, still no arrests from everything in regards to the Epstein clients. Still nothing. Dan accomplished nothing. Literally nothing, and even worked actively to continue to cover up this information with the very people he was criticizing for keeping things under wraps. And yet he's still going to come back to podcasting like he's a big shot and did such tremendous work there. It's so crazy to me. He then has the gall to say, like, anyone still complaining about this kind of stuff is just black-pilled and it's so annoying, this and that. Really feels like a big betrayal of the people that were, like, propping him up, hyping him up, glazing him, excited that he was now in this position to start doing the things he was claiming he would do in that position. Which, again, was lobbying behind Dan because he was the one talking about how important this is to him and how he's going to fight tooth and nail to finally get the Epstein client list out there and get people, fucking thrown in the slammer. Start having deep space... Well, maybe deep space, but deep state agents arrested as well, and fucking deep space agents too. He's just start fucking arresting cosmic entities out there. I don't know. He was talking about all these things about how he's gonna, get all of these horrible people out of there, and it all starts with the Epstein file cover-up being blown wide open. Then when he finally gets there, he doesn't even begin to scratch the surface of that, and just goes with the flow. He doesn't rock the boat. He just becomes a good little puppet for them. And now he's back to podcasting.
But the black pill, complaining and whining all the time about the administration of it, it's just like, man, what team are you on? Holy Moses, man. So you don't have to watch. It's okay. There's a door. Go find the freaking exits, because I don't really give a shit. I'm not here for anybody's money or anything like that. I'm too old for that shit.
Well, we're all very excited to have you back.
If you're excited to have him back, you need to hit yourself in the head with a hammer ASAP. Try and reset your neurons. This is a guy who has now proved to you that he is all lip service and will not actually fight for the truth or fight for you. He is not some patriot. He is now not in that position, and when he had that position, did nothing that he said he would do. Nothing he promised the people he would do. And now he's crawling back to podcasting. And then you have drones like her saying, "Oh, awesome, it's so good to have you back. We all can't wait to hear more from you and this insight into the most unsuccessful stint in deputy director history. Yeehaw." It's crazy. It's fucking crazy. But on the bright side, now that he's gone back to podcasting, we're going to have more golden clips like this.
This is Karate Man. Double leg. The jump kick. The side kick. The roundhouse. The tie kick. Body.
A true disciple of Bruce Lee himself, no doubt. I've seen a lot of people clowning on him for this clip. This is going all over the place right now. I've also seen reports that he's blocking thousands of accounts on Twitter, so he is crashing out big time. So, stand back, crooked FBI directors, because now you got Dan Bongino back with a microphone on a podcast where he is most dangerous. That's when he does his best work, not when he's actually in a position of power to start, like, holding people accountable, but when he can pretend that he will. That's when you gotta be careful. So Dan Bongino back in Ultra Instinct mode. Fucking clown, man. That's really about it. See ya. 31-year-old man still shakes his fists at clouds the old-fashioned way. A heartwarming story here. Join me as I lament the current climate of YouTube content being dominated by AI. I imagine a lot of you have seen by now, some of the most viewed videos and channels across the platform are AI at the moment. And one really fascinating genre that's blown up is AI elderly people telling touching stories and giving life advice as if they are real people. I first learned about this because Deep Humor covered a channel called Before It's Too Late, and they're by far the most popular one. They've gained over 100,000 subs in just shy of 2 months. And their videos have gone somewhat viral, so no doubt they've made thousands of dollars for what is no doubt minutes of sentences typed into an AI video generator. And people believe that it's authentic, and this has become pretty big. There's other channels that are now copying it, or maybe it's just the same content farm that's churning this shit out across numerous channels, fundamentally just the exact same scripts, but with a different old person and new liver spots. It's so fucking pathetic.
I'm 73 years old, and I'm about to tell you something that might upset you. Everything you think you know about getting older is completely wrong.
Fuck, Grandpa, now you done made me upset. Why'd you have to say that? Well, now I'm gonna have to throw out everything I thought I knew about aging. Thanks, Big Shot, you fucking old bat. This is Before It's Too Late. It's a channel that's fully AI generated, giving you these cliche platitudes about regret and spending your time wisely, delivered through the lips of AI generated old people. It's an entire channel dedicated to regurgitating and repackaging the same fucking Facebook statuses you saw in middle school. If you can't handle me at my worst, you don't deserve me at my best type shit, and sad stories that tug on your heartstrings, playing a sad song on the world's smallest violin about the time that your crush asked to borrow a pen in kinesiology course, but you didn't have any. I'm 86 years old and I still think about this regret daily. Why, Christine, why? A moving tale. It's fucking embarrassing, man. And if you look in the comments, so many people think this is real. Patting these AI-generated geezers on the tuchus, saying, you know, we're really happy that you're sharing this experience and wisdom with us. I will grow as a person because of this. Thank you so much for your bravery. I would love to hear more of your war stories about the time you went to Staples and overpaid, but then learned the value of friendship or whatever. Now, on their About section, they claim that these are real experiences and life advice from user-submitted stories about regret and life lessons, and that they use AI-generated avatars that were created from photo references of the real individuals who shared them. I'm immediately throwing a flag on this play. That is horseradish. These are just ChatGPT spit out garbage, gobbledygook. Like, it's not real stories. These are the most cliche nothing burgers imaginable, with old people's faces slapped on them to deceive viewers. And while they do openly state that it's AI generated, you can see in the comment section that most people don't know that. And in their own descriptions, like on this video, it even just makes it seem like this is his channel. After years of living and learning the hard way, I'm sharing the life lessons I wish I knew when I was younger. In this video, I talk about time, relationship, regrets, success, and what truly matters in life. If you're in your 20s, 30s, 40s, and beyond, this wisdom could save you decades of mistakes. This feels like it is trying to deceive people, deliberately trying to make them believe that this is actually an old person on camera giving this advice and telling this story, sitting you down by the fireplace to regale a moment from his past here for your own benefit. And even the way they sign off their videos plays into that.
Someday is today. It always has been. If this resonates, share this video, leave a comment, tell me what you're going to do differently. Subscribe, because I have more truths to share and not much time left. The clock is ticking. What are you going to do with your time?
The name of the channel is Before It's Too Late. So their sign-offs are always playing into that idea that these old people are about to just fucking die. They're about to croak, and the last thing they want you to do before they, meet their maker is subscribe to the YouTube channel. So it doesn't feel like this is part of a real story that was shared with them by a viewer. What viewer puts that into the script? Oh yeah, I'm turbo old. Pretty much on the way out. Could be any second now. And man, the last thing I want to see is everyone hitting that subscribe button and blasting that bell on the Before It's Too Late YouTube channel. That way I can die going to Valhalla with a smile on my face. It's stupid, man. Like, they have the AI disclaimer there to cover their own ass, but obviously they don't try and make that front-facing. They want people to believe that these are actual, genuine old people sharing their real experiences, so that way it can be like emotionally moving and thought-provoking, but it's not.
You see, I spent the first 50 years of my life believing the same lies you probably believe right now. I thought I had it all figured out. I had the career, the house, the respect of my peers. But at 52, something happened that shattered everything I thought I knew.
Poor bastard got minted on the blockchain. They funged the non-fungible right from under his nose. Again, you have heard this trash a billion times before. So many of these pseudo-intellectual self-help guru YouTube channels and shit have said the same thing over and over and over and over and over again, and this is an evolution of that where it's even lazier, even more low effort, but much, much faster to produce, and they can put a emotional draw to it with an old person's perspective here now. So now people are buying into it more and it's making them more money. It's fucking dumb. I hate this shit so much. And this is just one of very many AI genres that are blowing up on YouTube where people don't even realize they're consuming AI content right now. It's everywhere.
I ask if something happened, and she says no. Then, after a long silence, she says something that's been rattling around in my head ever since. She says, "Grandpa, does it ever feel like nothing you do actually matters?" I'm George, and I'm 87 years old. I've lived through wars, recessions.
Hi, George. Thanks for sharing this story. This is stunning. Man, gives you a lot to chew on. Do you ever feel like nothing you do matters? Huh. Never really stopped to consider such a thing. But when you really sit down, consume some AI videos, and start to really just marinate, it becomes very clear that yes, what you do matters. You are a very important view statistic on the Before It's Too Late YouTube channel, and George doesn't have much time left, so what are you waiting for? Subscribe!
You know, what's one small thing you're going to pay more attention to? And subscribe if you want more of these conversations. I've got a bit more to say before I'm done, and I'd like to say it to people who actually want to listen.
Unfortunately, the day after this was filmed, George's corpse was located in a public park. Authorities believe he suffered a fart overdose and tragically passed away. All of which could have been avoided if you had just listened to his stories on the Before It's Too Late YouTube channel. And now it's too late. George is gone. Anyway, you get the point. This sucks. Tons of channels like this, AI channels, are legitimately dominating the platform right now, and a lot of people don't even realize that what they are watching is AI anymore. It's sad. And it's just going to get worse, especially considering the YouTube CEO seems extremely excited about AI's presence on the platform. Anyway, that's really about it. Yeah. New crazy Florida chase just dropped. Look up Wild Chase in Florida Keys. Let's see. I bet this one goes crazy. 2 weeks ago from Scooper. A big police response. Is there audio right now? Because if it's only in the left channel, I won't hear it. My left earbud doesn't work.
This one?
Oh, multiple angles.
There's a Range Rover coming up on me right now.
Oh man, they insta-pit maneuvered this guy. Whoa! Jesus Christ! Now how's anyone gonna use this road without that sign? I gotta shut the whole bitch down. Man, this thing really ate that pit maneuver like it was a fucking hamburger. Wow. He's got the turn signals going, that's nice. He's not forgetting his road etiquette. He said, I don't respect the speed limit, but I will respect my turn signals. Oh, oh, up! Hit a banana peel.
We're slowing down right now. Past other vehicles, fluctuating between 70 and 90.
Oh, he's lurking. He's hunting for another pit maneuver. I can smell it. Oh, he wants it. Oh, he wants it. He's trying to throw him off with that turn signal there. It's a ruse. Yep, he's going for it again. Nope, nope, he's pulling off. He can't pit on this side. This guy knows it. He's familiar with the tactics. And that Range Rover's got some real get up and go to it. That thing can really scoot. He's lucky Steven Seagal's not in this jurisdiction. Dude would be catching up to him on foot. I think he's losing his opportunity for a pit maneuver. It's getting pretty crowded now. Fire the harpoon! I was wrong. You instantly just proved me wrong. I look like a real dummy now. Oh, the legendary 0 mile per hour pit maneuver! What was that? It sounded like he started building something out of Legos. What happened there? What the fuck happened? Ramp that shit off of a tow truck! Briefly interrupting this police chase just to let you all know the Cheeky free rinse soap is back in stock right now at usecheeky.com. We have the best soap in the universe. Go to usecheeky.com. People have been asking me to remind them when the restocks happen, so that's me doing it right now, presently. Oh! He really greased it. This officer really wants that pit maneuver, man. Is he gonna do it? Oh! No. I thought he was gonna go for that that real low speed pit again. Oh, they spiked him! Damn it, it's not enough to stop the Range Rover! God, what are those tires made out of? Tungsten? Dude's got the adamantium rims. This shit probably reinflated. And there's someone at the Ring doorbell at the officer's house. What pandemonium? Man, this is quite an advertisement for a Range Rover, I'll tell you what. This thing eats pit maneuvers, spike strips. Nothing slows it down. There's no way the officer's gonna pit on this side, right? That'd be ridiculously reckless. No, there's no way. Is this off? Wait, is this guy insane? He'd send him barreling towards oncoming traffic. He'd take out an innocent bystander. Oh, they're splitting it. Did he? Oh, he pumped the brakes. Yep. I think he's losing speed. Yep. Looks like he got a little bump there. Man, this is a really good tour of the Key Largo area. I feel like I've seen everything. Oh god, the landmines. Damn, speed bumps. Ah, shit. Oh, good heavens. Oh, boy howdy. The country club was not expecting this level of action. Good God, there's bumps. Oh, not again. The shocks can't take much more. Imagine the car drove into the water and turned into a sub. Yeah, imagine he hits the fucking submersible tech. Uh-oh. He's off-roading. Man just transported to Narnia back there. That's a parked tow truck! Someone ramp it off that bitch now! Man, the cop was not about that action. He said, I'm not going in the forest. You won't find me going in the trees. Ah! Oh, this cop just wants to pit maneuver anything that moves. He almost got his fellow officer. Oh, shit! That tire's completely gone. He's running on rims. This is probably curtains, right? Oh, they're squeezing him. They're putting the squeeze on him. Yep. Kablam. Oh, wait a minute! He's engaging the afterburners. He's turbo boosting. I like that the officer tried to chase him on foot there for a little bit. Man thought he was Superman for a second. Oh, God! Oh! If I was that guy in that vehicle, I would be beyond pissed right now that the officer just wrecked my shit for no reason. No, not the boat! Oh, God, not the boat, too! No!
See if you can get MC Soda set up.
Is this an instant replay, or is this still going somehow? This has to be an instant replay, right? Just a different angle? Yeah, it is. Yeah, we're just seeing it from the other officer's perspective, different POV. Man, they got every angle here. That truck is desperately trying to get out of the way. He's like, oh, fuck. No, I've seen this movie before. Not my truck. According to a news source, the boat cost $250K and the owner bought it 20 minutes ago. I'm sure the officers will cover it. Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. They'll personally reimburse him. I'm certain. It's on their to-do list. Just give them some time. Oh man, that's brutal. Shoved up against the lockers here, right into this guy's brand new boat. Dual prop boat just getting manhandled. Fresh off the lot. What? I'm assuming they just get him out of the vehicle. Yeah, it looks like that's it. Oh, that's ear piercing. Holy. That's deep fried audio.
Who's coming? Yeah, they were on standby.
Can I learn a little bit about this guy? Bring him into this vehicle for an interview.
Over here across the street, it's done. What do you mean? Like the engine done, or? I don't know. My second thing he's done, he hit me. I got in front of him and he T-boned me. Oh, shit. So crazy seeing how slow this guy was. Oh, he was unbelievable. Holy shit.
Look, boys, I know what I did was wrong, but how much fun did we have driving together, huh? So on November 4th, deputies and state troopers said Christopher Brinkley, 23 of Great Falls, Virginia, crashed a rented Range Rover into a trailered boat in Isla Mirada after authorities used multiple pit maneuvers trying to get him to stop. It started, authorities said, after Monroe County Sheriff Office deputies stopped Smithers in Key Largo after he nearly sideswiped her and was driving erratically. According to the report, he was wearing dark sunglasses despite overcast weather, appeared visibly fidgety and restless, now facing multiple charges including fleeing and eluding. Investigators said he told deputies he had taken Adderall, no alcohol was in his system. So it seems like it started because he nearly sideswiped someone. Who out of the boys would last the longest in a police chase? Oh, unquestionably Matt. No doubt in my mind. You get compensated. My car was hit by a car chase years ago. City paid for damages 12 years ago in Texas. Really? I've heard numerous times that you don't. Maybe it varies from precinct to precinct would be my guess. I don't know.
I told you, it's only getting worse, man. Yesterday I made that video going over the silly, goofy fight over Pokemon cards at a restock, which, again, Pokemon restocks are basically the purge at this point. You're not actually even going there for product. You're going there to either get your teeth punched out or your skull caved in. It's just become a place where it's a PvP-enabled zone and people throw hands and try and get as much Pokemon product as they can, just gluttonously consuming it to try and turn around and sell it for a profit. And in the video I made on that yesterday, I said that it's only a matter of time before someone gets killed over it. There's already been a shooting over Pokemon cards, and I'm sure there will be a murder around the corner. And it turns out that that did already happen. I just learned about a case in Chile where a 20-year-old woman who is a Pokemon vendor was kidnapped and killed by a couple looking to rob her of her Pokemon cards. So they kidnapped her and murdered her in her apartment and stole her Pokemon cards. Now, there's no English outlets reporting on this case as of right now, so all of the information I'm getting comes from Chilean sources directly, which I have to translate. And on YouTube, they only have auto-dubbing available, which I find to be pretty unreliable. I don't think it's entirely accurate, but I've checked some people in Chile that are relaying the information as well. that corroborate a lot of what the auto dubbing is saying. So the story is true based on all the information here. Just certain elements of it might be a bit incorrect, like the value of the Pokemon cards they stole. It's reported that this couple robbed and murdered this woman for 3,000 pesos worth of Pokemon cards, which is not expensive. That's not a huge value there. They didn't get the fucking one piece or anything. They basically got like 2 hamburgers worth of Pokemon cards. So like I feel like maybe that number is incorrectly translated, or maybe they truly did do all of this over that little amount. Like the Pokemon card hysteria is completely out of control, so it's possible it really was over just that little amount. But no matter how expensive the Pokemon cards were, it doesn't justify murdering someone for them. That is a vile, evil action. And they have been taken into custody. They have been arrested. They are being charged with robbery and robbery with homicide. So fingers crossed they get maximum punishment here.
Another important part of this investigation is precisely to reveal the amount of Pokemon cards that were ultimately stolen from the victim. We are talking about Camila Dominic and Olortig Quispe, as Florencia was telling you, a young woman who is only 20 years old, and this incident is being investigated as a robbery with homicide. Unfortunately, and this is what the family is asking for, the body of this 20-year-old woman has not yet been found, but all the evidence that the prosecution has at this time leads them to a single answer, that a homicide occurred inside the apartment of one of the defendants.
Her name was Dominic Camila Olortigue Quispe, and she was reported missing for quite some time. Investigators believe that she was murdered in one of their apartments, this Chilean couple. They, based on some of the other reports that I read as well as what I was watching from broadcasts, they found surveillance footage that shows them taking her into an apartment and she never leaves.
Unfortunately, in addition, the 2 defendants, 2 people, a man and a woman under 30 years old, are also being held in preventative detention. Now, what happened? This young woman was selling Pokemon cards in a community of young people who exchanged these cards. She was moving around
trade
with her
show.
card, where she had an approximate value of cards worth around 3,000 pesos. This would be the method of procedure.
What?
Why? The reason why the defendant would...
So they kidnapped and killed her to steal 3,000 pesos worth of Pokemon cards. What the fuck?
This was the first report I watched on it that gave the general overview of everything that unfolded. It was a couple. They had got Dominic Camila to their apartment, and she never left. They have security camera footage of her going in, and then they only ever have footage of the perpetrators leaving, and there's a lot of other things that they found on the security camera footage. But in this report, they said that the value of the cards they stole was 3,000 pesos, which again, that's literally buying like a handful of gummy worms. That's not a lot at all. But in the other report I was watching, they say 3 million pesos, which is quite a bit more. Not that it changes anything here. Having someone's life taken over Pokemon cards is completely unacceptable, and this couple should 1000% never see the light of day again. They should be locked in a hole for the rest of their lives. This is a genuinely evil action that is unforgivable. But I just wanted to show that since there aren't any English sources that are reporting on this as of this moment, I have to rely on translations, and they're not entirely accurate. So the story does get a little muddy, so if there's any things that I'm messing up, I apologize, but this is a very serious story, and one that I just can't help but yap about, man. The state of the Pokemon hobby couldn't be worse.
Robbery, because the victim's belongings were allegedly stolen. A cart that she usually used to move her folders which contain these Pokemon cards that are valued at close to 3 million pesos. And finally, that is what also leads the prosecution to part of the evidence used by the prosecution to indicate that a robbery occurred here, and that they later attempted to, or ultimately killed, this 20-year-old woman. We must review the words of the prosecution that refer to this case. Sendum, the victim is seen entering the apartment with the defendant, and defendant, and only the defendant is seen leaving on several occasions. And the defendant must have entered with the defendant and always taking the victim's cart, where she had all her letters, which were the ones with the greatest value.
The auto dubbing is just really falling apart. It's sucking major ass here. But from what I can piece together with this broadcast as well as what I've read, is that on the security camera footage, they know that Dominic Camilla was in the apartment. She went into that apartment. And they also know through the security camera footage she never left. But the couple did on numerous occasions and had even left with Milla's belongings. And what she said there with letters that had the most value, I think they were talking about the cards. They left with her Pokemon cards, the greatest value Pokemon cards. And they have evidence of that through this footage.
And there are also videos where the defendant is seen entering the supermarket to buy these garbage bags and packing tape. According to the prosecution, these security cameras are key to the investigation, and they are continuing the investigation based on these records, which show the defendant's constant comings and goings from an apartment on Monjita Street in the Santiago commune, where the victim was allegedly taken, and from which apartment the victim never left. These records are important because the body of this young woman, who is only 20 years old, Camilla Dominic, has still not been found.
They are also alleging that through the security camera footage, they saw that this couple was getting trash bags and tape and bringing it into the apartment and just very suspicious shit like that. That is extremely shady. So they haven't found her body. They are still investigating and doing all they can to locate that, but they are treating this as robbery with homicide. That's what they are pursuing here. They have enough evidence to support that, it seems, and it is just fucking sickening, man. I know I've made so much content on it recently. I just can't help blabber about it. I'm obviously very passionate about TCGs, have an entire fucking channel dedicated to it. So seeing what's happened to not just Pokemon, but just TCGs across the board really sucks. And in Pokemon in particular, it is really in the shitter. It is just terrifying. People being beaten to a fucking pulp. People being shot over Pokemon cards. And now, even people having their lives taken over Pokemon cards. And again, there's other examples of scalpers going crazy and all like, you know, trying to get their hands on the same stuff to try and flip for like a fucking $5 profit over the years. But for Pokemon in particular, it has become just deplorable. Like, Team Rocket doesn't beat up Ash Ketchum or shoot Pokemon trainers to get their hands on the Pokemon. And they certainly don't murder people over it, but the fucking Chilean Jesse and James here certainly do. It's scary, and it's only getting worse. Like I said, it has spiraled totally out of control now. It's heartbreaking hearing about what happened to this woman in Chile. So anyway, I just wanted to talk about it a bit. That's really it. See ya. You know something? I was thinking, having thoughts, as many do. And it occurred to me that it's been a long time since I've given, like, a video game review. I'm still reviewing movies out the wazoo. I'm seeing trash that I wouldn't wish upon my worst enemy, like The Strangers Chapter 3. But when it comes to new video game reviews, I've abandoned it. It's like I went to the store to get cigarettes and never came home. And that's mainly because with the gaming channel now, my thoughts on games kind of live there, but I haven't done like a full review on a game in a while. And I wanted to change that. A new game just came out and I recently finished it after about 28 hours. And that is 28 hours well spent. That is like 28 hours of euphoria right there. I'm talking 28 hours of soft, warm ball fondling is how this game made me feel. Nioh 3. Now, I'm a huge fan of the Nioh franchise. I've sung its praises for years. I have always glazed it. And even recently on the gaming channel, I uploaded a full Nioh 1 and 2 playthrough, a cumulative 30 hours worth of content I dropped, played all off stream, just to get excited again and get ready for Nioh 3. And I am happy to say Nioh 3 did not disappoint. I also just uploaded a 24-hour-long video for my Nioh 3 playthrough. And I plan on doing more playthroughs because the game is just that good. Now, first things first, Nioh 3 is a Souls-like, and I know for a lot of people that's starting to carry a negative connotation now due to saturation. We're seeing tons of low-effort Souls-likes getting farted out every single day on Steam. Just throwaway asset flipped garbage like my substitute English professor found a Shingon Wu and killed the Demon Lord. And like everything is integrating Souls-like elements into games now, so a lot of people are getting a bit tired of it. Myself included. There are a lot of lazy Souls-likes that I've played over the last year or so, but Nioh 3 is not. This is one of the best Souls-like games you can find. This franchise is among the best the genre has to offer. And Nioh 3, I think, is probably the most mechanically deep of the franchise so far. It has so many systems. And for some people, maybe that's a bit overwhelming. But I think it's just glorious. Playing Nioh into Nioh 2 and then immediately into Nioh 3, I'm loving the direction they took it. I think it was a great evolution. Of course, it's not without some problems, most notably performance. I think that is by far the biggest blemish Nioh 3 has at the moment. Throughout my 28 hours, I did have some stuttering, some popping in, and just some general performance issues and some bugs throughout the playthrough, but nothing that I thought was like, you know, game ruining or anything. On console, I've heard it's a bit worse, but I played on PC, and I did still have performance issues, so that is definitely an issue. But for me, it didn't ruin the game. And there are a couple of other things that I think were a bit weaker than previous Nioh entries, but I'll get to them in a moment. I want to talk about some of the big changes. The biggest change, obviously, being the open world, or more accurate to say, pseudo-open world. You explore regions through eras. And traveling through eras, you get an open world experience where you can freely travel around, fight some formidable foes out there in the world, bosses, or do side quests, get more lore, collect kodamas, which give you blessings, which can increase your stats or increase the efficacy of the elixirs. You can find other certain things like skills out in the world, which is a really cool idea where basically through exploration, you get stat bonuses, you find things that'll help make you stronger, or you find things that'll help with your drop rates. You fight bosses that'll sometimes drop some really interesting gear. There's Jijiko out there that you can snipe, and if you do, you pet a little animal and he'll give you another unique skill. There is just so much in the pseudo-open world. It feels very alive. Like, it doesn't feel like a chore to explore it, and it's not so big that you're just going through, like, fucking 10 minutes of just idly running, doing nothing. There is always enemies to fight, things to find. So it was never boring traversing the pseudo-open world. And notably, I am someone that has often said that this insistence for every game to have an open world is just an excuse to like pad out game time and just kind of lazily have players just traveling around doing chores. In like, you know, the classic Ubisoft open world formula, that kind of eye-rolling garbage. Nioh 3, I never got that feeling. Even though there is like enemy base capture that you can do, it's not like the bulk of the open world experience. There's like a few bases you can capture if you want to, and you get like good loot for it, of course. But there's just so much to do in the open world, and so much to find, and so many ways of using the open world to cater to your build. And there are endless builds that are viable and fun. I'll get to that in a moment. But yeah, the biggest change probably to the Nioh formula is this open world approach now, and I think they did a good job with it. Previously in Nioh 1 and 2, it was mission-based, so this is a big deal. They do still have missions here. You can do them through battle scrolls, so you can do like specific missions, so it's not like completely done away with, but the bulk of it's going to be through these open world experiences through the eras. And for me, I thought it was good. Now, I briefly touched on builds. Let's talk about that, because I think that's where most players are going to be very, very, very pleased. If you've never played a Nioh game, and you're thinking about giving Nioh 3 a shot, I think you're really in for a fucking treat if you're someone that enjoys min-maxing and getting like extremely wacky and silly with build ideas, because this game has so much depth. I could gush and grannies for hours about how much you can do here to cater a playstyle to whatever you think is fun. So like for me, I changed it a few times. What I ended up on, my final build, was mainly through tonfas, mainly on ninja stance. So another big change here is there's two stances. You have samurai and ninja, and they play very differently. Samurai is the traditional Nioh gameplay where you have low, medium, high stance. and you now have like some deflect options, and you have like martial arts that you can use, and you can make a build around martial arts. Like for me, for a while I was using an Odachi and mainly doing ground sweeper, and I built around beefing up my martial arts, and I used set bonuses from the Crimson General set. Like, there are just, the point I'm making, I'm getting immediately into the nitty-gritty here. You can do so much with your builds in this game, because you have two stances to play around with, and you seamlessly transition between them. Mid-combo, you can go from samurai to ninja, mid-combo, and just start schmooving and slapping around on the bad guys. It's fucking amazing. And on ninja stance, it plays completely different from samurai. So you're attacking faster, you're using less ki, and now instead of like deflecting, you're mainly looking to be dodging, using mist. So they introduced something called mist, where in the middle of a combo or at the end of a combo, you will mist, which will then make a little decoy as you dodge away from the enemy, and then you can continue your combo. And on ninja stance, there's a lot of weapons and a lot of builds that revolve around aerial combat, like getting enemies in the air or attacking from the air. It's so fucking good. Like, there are so many things you can do for builds in this game, and of course, just like in Nioh 1 and 2, the enemies are squirting loot. This game pisses out loot. And even the loot that isn't catered to your build, you go, you dismantle it, you soul extract it, you get materials for it, so then you can craft gear, you can fine-tune gear that you craft to fit your build, giving you the bonuses you're looking for, or whatever element you're looking for on it. There's just so much depth. I could go on and on for so long about how deep these mechanics and systems are, so I was very pleased with just how much meat there is on the bones here. But there is one area, one very notable area here that they definitely fumbled on, just full stop, no way of sugarcoating, fumbled on: soul cores. Soul cores were introduced in Nioh 2, and they were hype as fuck in Nioh 2. Soul cores are dropped by enemies, and you put them into your character, and in Nioh 2 they function where when you do the command to use the soul core, you become that defeated enemy, and they do an attack. So they're used to help you in a fight, and they'll help, like, break an enemy or whatever you're using for utility or damage, whatever, depending on the soul core, of course. In Nioh 3, the soul cores don't function that way at all. It's completely different. They did an overhaul, and boy howdy did they fucking fall flat on their face. I think this was a full-blown miss. So now when you use a soul core in Nioh 3, you don't turn into that enemy or anything. Now your soul cores have slots where it's a yin and the yang position. And if you put a soul core in the first position, it gives you some bonuses. So you can, of course, cater it to your build. Depending on what you want, you'll put a soul core that has corresponding bonuses. And when it's in that position, you can summon that enemy. So what you do is you fucking hold out your hand and, I summon this yokai. And then he goes out there and he does his move. And it's underwhelming. Like, I don't love that. I liked when you turned into it and unleashed the move yourself. It was pretty cool. And you could use it mid-combo, whereas here, you have to stop everything, halt what you're doing in order to say, Pikachu, I choose you, and get him out of your Pokeball. And if you put a Soul Core in the other position, you then get, like, a talisman. This is where you get your classic Nioh talismans like Carnage, Sloth, Weakness, that kind of thing, as well as, of course, a bunch of new things like Water Familiar, Talisman, stuff like that. It comes from these soul cores. They give you those when you put them in the other position. And I just find this to be a huge downgrade. I thought the way soul cores functioned in Nioh 2 was fantastic. And I would have liked to see them flesh out that idea more, of integrating them into the fight itself, as opposed to then just kind of sidelining it to be like, here's a summon that you can use if you're doing nothing else. And also, this is where you're going to get, like, your talismans from. Like, I can kind of see what the goal was, like, the idea. I just don't think it's as good as it was in Nioh 2. Like, I don't think it needed that kind of change. Like, I just don't think they nailed it when it came to soul cores. But most other things I do think are extraordinary. Like, I really do think they've done a great job on the whole. There's just a few hiccups like that. It is so fucking addicting to just be tinkering around with build ideas, noodling on certain things, and just trying to come up and cook up the optimal build for your play style. And what's extremely nice, a big quality of life change here, respeccing is free. At any time, you can change your stat distribution, you can change your skills where you put those, and just redo it. So if you commit to a build and you're not really loving it, just fucking respec. It's free. It's instant. It's not a headache or anything, so you can constantly be experimenting. It seemed like the focus on Neo 3 was go wild, create crazy builds, fucking break the game, just have a hoot and a holler, and I really appreciate that. But a consequence of that, a consequence is a word I'm using very loosey-goosey, is the game is easier. So Neo 1 and 2 built up a reputation of being punishing, brutal, like a cheek-clapping experience that a lot of people maybe just set the controller down and never revisited. Neo 1 and 2 for a lot of players was extremely challenging to the point of being unfun. Neo 3 is definitely easier, which I'm not the biggest fan of because I always enjoy the challenge of Souls-like games. But I wouldn't say Neo 3 is like, a fucking cakewalk. I didn't steamroll through everything. In fact, there was a boss that took me like 20-something tries to beat. So like there are tough fights in here, but compared to Neo 1 and 2, it is easier, and that's something hardcore Neo fans have been very vocal about, being disappointed that it seems to be more catered towards casuals in regards to its difficulty. But I would argue that it's not to the detriment of the game. I feel like the reason why Neo 3 is easier than Neo 1 and 2 is because you get stronger earlier. In Neo 1 and 2, you start fucking pitiful. You start coughing baby. Whereas in Neo 3, you start hydrogen bomb. Like, you are already strong from the jump. Which I think is fun. I think that's exciting. It doesn't bother me that much. And I also think because there is so much versatility to these builds and so many like ways of weaving these stances together with combos and martial arts, you just have so many more tools to be strong that you can just break enemies. You can just fucking slap enemies around. So I don't think it being easier is like the worst thing in the world, but it is something that I wanted to mention for sure. And also, a criticism that's existed of Neo since the first game is enemy variety. That doesn't change in Neo 3. The enemy variety's lackluster. You're going to be seeing the same enemies over and over and over and over again. Like, you're going to get more familiar with the enemies in this game than you are your own fucking parents. You see them all the time, and there's not a huge cast of them. So, enemy variety, definitely lacking. Do I think it's the biggest deal in the world? No, but I mean, come on. For 2 games, people have been talking about enemy variety, and now you have, like, a pseudo-open world. This would be a great opportunity to, like, silence that criticism by just introducing more enemies, which obviously easier said than done, but it is, once again, something that is lacking here. But anyway, I think the game is a must-play for anyone who likes action games. Just in general, action games. I said the same thing for Neo 1 and 2, and I'm saying it again for Neo 3. I think this is truly a must-play action game. I don't have a whole lot to say about the story. I'm not going to dive deep into the story because it's not the best story, but it's a fun story. Like, it's a story where you're going through the ages here, beating yokai to death, and you're getting, like, bits and pieces of actual history mixed with myth. It's enjoyable, albeit at times completely nonsensical. So what? I don't think that's a big deal. It's fun, and it's always compelling. And the boss fights, very fun. I think there was a couple weak bosses that, weren't the most fun to fight, like they were kind of boring. But on the whole, I think they fucking crushed it on most bosses. And you get to see some familiar faces come back from bosses if you're doing some of the side quests, which was nice. That was cool to see them make a return. I think the bosses are going to shine. I think people are going to really enjoy most of the boss fights. And I just think most people will really like this game. I think Neo 3 is fantastic. I've absolutely loved my time with it. 28 hours well spent, and I'm excited to do more playthroughs. So anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. About 5 months ago, I made a video covering the tragic story of a streamer named Raphael Gravin, known online as Jean Parmenov. He was a streamer who was, for a long period of time, physically and verbally abused by people he considered to be his closest friends for their kick content. And they were in the middle of a kick marathon where Jean was once again the punching bag and the spittoon for them to basically torture throughout the entire thing. And after enduring so much exploitation and abuse,
he eventually passed away on stream during this marathon. It is a disturbing, horrible thing to watch, and it is an extremely sad story. Obviously, people were very upset, rightfully outraged about the whole thing, so there were calls for action to try and get some justice here, get these kick streamers held accountable for their potential role in his passing. And I wanted to give you a little update because it's been a while. This had been a lengthy investigation that is still ongoing, but 2 streamers here involved in this have been taken into custody. Owen Sananzin, oh, I sound like a fucking idiot. Wow, I can't read that last name at all. I sound like I'm malfunctioning, like someone's got me on the DJ's turntable and he keeps remixing it. Owen and Safine Hamadi. They were taken into custody yesterday as part of a months-long probe into an on-camera death broadcast via the Kick platform. Now, many of you might remember the initial response from those involved in this marathon of abuse was to basically deny all responsibility, saying things like, his health was just bad, he liked to smoke and stuff, really bad stuff. Sucks to see him gone. He was like my best bud, my best pal. I love that guy, man. I'm real torn up over it. I can't believe it. But I had nothing to do with it. You guys are fucking stupid for thinking I had something to do with it. In fact, you're the monster for even thinking that me on camera beating him and, strangling him and all this had anything to do with his passing or anything at all. Ridiculous. That's been their whole strategy, is to just deny it and pretend like they're best friends and they're still so torn up that he's gone. Can't believe that this happened. It boiled down to them just playing a sad song on the world's smallest violin about how everyone's being so mean to them without stopping to consider their feelings about their friend dying during the stream of them abusing him for many days. And then, at one point, if I remember correctly, they even threatened legal action for people saying some defamatory things or whatever. It was a fucking mess. It was embarrassing and cruel. But it looks like French authorities are not buying the crocodile tears here from those kick streamers. They're being held on charges including assault, incitement to hatred, abuse of a vulnerable person, and recording and broadcasting violent images, according to the chief prosecutor. Now, you'll also notice in the paragraph above that an autopsy revealed that the death was not caused by intervention by a third party. This means that Raphael Gravin did not pass away due to physical trauma or any injuries that he suffered at the hands of the streamers or anything like that. It was due to other medical conditions. So you'll notice that they're not pursuing charges of like homicide. They're not trying to get these big slam dunk charges of these streamers killed this man on stream. Instead, they're going for what is clearly evident in all of the footage of their streams together. Physical abuse, assault, stuff like that, which I think is pretty obvious. You can watch them do that. That is the bulk of their content. They were abusing this man. They were exploiting this man. And they were recording all of it for their content, and they were making money off it. It was their careers built off the back of their abuse of this man. It is fucking sickening stuff. So even though he may not have passed away as a result of all of the abuse he suffered from them, it certainly didn't help his underlying medical conditions in any way, shape, or form. We also have that text message that Raphael Gravin sent to his mother, talking about like how awful it is, the abuse that he suffered, that kind of thing. So they certainly weren't exactly angels here, and they didn't do anything to help him in any way. Even if they weren't directly responsible for his death, I definitely think it didn't help things at the very least. And these charges, I think, are probably pretty strong. I would imagine they stick because you can watch all of them yourself. Like, it's all just right there at your fingertips. It would be shocking if they don't end up behind bars. If this doesn't lead to them going to the slammer, I really would be stunned. This had been many months investigating. There is hours and hours and hours worth of content showcasing their abuse of this individual. I feel like it's an extremely strong case, but we'll see how it all shakes out. If you remember, they were actually taken in by authorities a while back, but they were released. This, I do think, is different, especially after months of investigating. So
I'm pretty confident that there will be at least some level of justice here for everything they did. What that looks like with time in jail, I don't know. I guess we'll see, but this should be a very severe punishment. What they did to that guy is beyond fucked up, and his passing is extremely sad. So yeah, I just wanted to kind of give you an update here to the story, and really, that's about it. So yeah, I've got to yap about 2 freaks today, and I want to start with the wackiest one. RFK Jr. and a dead raccoon's penis. That is a match made in heaven right there. That is peanut butter and jelly. Vultures don't get as excited about roadkill as RFK Jr. does. This guy loves it. And he brags about having like a freezer full of roadkill that he studies and like feeds to his hawk. I had no idea this guy was a cock scientist. I didn't know that. But in his new book, he just openly talks about the time that he pulled over with his family in the car, mind you, his kids in the car, pulled over in order to cut the penis off of a dead raccoon so he could bring it back and analyze it. As if he's some kind of like archaeologist. Like he's fucking Evie from The Mummy going through like the Book of the Dead trying to research it and learn about it as if he's some kind of scholar for dick. Animal dick. It's all documented in his new book, RFK Jr., The Fall and Rise. I don't know when the rise is happening. It hasn't happened yet. He's still in that fall. This dude looks like he's housing every single plague that the world has ever seen in his body right now. Every image and video I see of him, he looks like he's deteriorating further and further and just devolving into a fucking ghoul from Fallout. This is the experience here that he had pinned. I was standing in front of my parked car on I-684, cutting the penis out of a road-killed raccoon, thinking about how weird some of my family members have turned out to be. A surreal passage indeed. I like how he's cutting the penis off of a roadkill raccoon in front of his probably horrified children in the car, and he's like, God, my family is so peculiar. They're such odd goofballs. They're so weird. Over there with the fucking hacksaw on the raccoon's cock. If only they could be more like me, just normal and well-adjusted. There we go. And then he holds it up like a trophy. We're celebrating, family. Quick, get some ice out. I gotta put this on ice. I need to study it when we get home. My kids waited patiently in the car, he noted, as he collected the raccoon's genitals so he could study them later. Finally, a man brave enough to go where science fears. He was willing to do the dirty work of snipping a raccoon's dick so he could take it home and really find out what makes it tick. Like, I'm curious, what is there to study with a raccoon penis? Like, what is there to do with that? What was he doing, just over there, like, playing with it? Stretching it like a penny whistle? Write it down. Interesting. These are the notes that will, no doubt, propel our species into the next scientific age, the final frontier of science. Raccoon genitals. Excellent, excellent, yes. I just have to wonder what he was doing with it. Like, was he trying to like fashion some kind of necklace out of it, like Ringar out of League of Legends, but instead of bone tooth, it's just raccoon penis? Or like, was he trying to make a stew out of it? Maybe he was like, crafting Saradomin brews out of RuneScape, just dumping the raccoon penis in there with some colloidal silver, just like this disgusting concoction, this witch's brew, this potion. Like, what was he doing with it? Genuinely, like, what was he doing? Because he traveled all the way home with it. So this was like an important thing that he did. And this is apparently something that he made a habit out of doing with dead animals. Dude pillages roadkill like he's Indiana Jones looting a tomb full of treasure. Just imagine hunting with RFK Jr. Dude probably doesn't even bring a gun. He just sits there in the bush waiting for the animal to get hit by like a bus or a train. And then he leaps into action. Yes! Yanks the wiener off of it. According to his daughter, this obsession with dead animals also put a damper on vacations. Apparently there was an incident where a whale carcass washed ashore, and so RFK made a beeline for the beach and decapitated it with a chainsaw and strapped the whale's head to the roof of the family minivan with a bungee cord, intending once again to bring it home to study. Every time we accelerated on the highway, whale juice would pour into the windows of the car, and it was the rankest thing on the planet. Sounds like hell on earth. He's out here torturing his family on this vacation. We all had plastic bags over our heads with mouth holes cut out, and people on the highway were giving us the finger, but that was just normal day-to-day stuff for us. Sounds healthy. And then, of course, there's the infamous one where he dumped a dead bear cub in Central Park after a botched attempt to skin it.
That one's been talked about a lot. I'm pretty sure all of you have already heard of that before, but the whale and raccoon penis, I think, are new revelations here from the bizarre adventures of RFK Jr. and his fascination with dead animals. Bro thinks he's the villain from Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. Like, what is he doing? Is he trying to, like, breathe life back into it, like Frankenstein style? Like, what is he studying? Actually, what is he possibly studying there? Holy shit, the worm in his brain must be giving him some odd directives here, forcing him to get all of this roadkill like treasure so he can squat on it at his house like Smog. That's his gold. All of this roadkill, all this dead animal penis and heads all over the place in his secret villain lair. What a wacko. But don't worry, some highly intellectual people are out there defending this as just a lame media hit piece. The raccoon was already dead. Find a new slant. Typical lamestream media hit piece. Ah, yawn. Oh, raccoon was already dead. Penis was up for grabs. I pull over all the time when I see a dead animal. I make sure to take that cock and balls right off of there. Normal activity. Wasn't alive, so it's not weird. If it was alive and he chased it down in order to yank that puppy off, then I might raise an eyebrow, but this is just lamestream media. Who doesn't cut off a dead animal's cock on the side of the road while their family watches mortified?
Secretary, what did you do with the raccoon's dead penis? Where is it now?
That little giggle he does there, that laugh, that was some demonic sounding shit right there. That sounds like a man who can't wait to get back to that raccoon's penis that's rotting somewhere in his abode. I bet he's got that raccoon penis and like an IV drip or something that he's mainlining or some shit. This is actually the secret to keep me looking so young.
I just got one question. In all seriousness, what is your fascination with roadkill and dead animals? I know you've done a few things, notably with a whale, and with a bear, and with a raccoon more recently. I just want to know what the fascination is, sir. Anything? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
There goes a hero right there. Not many men are courageous enough to pull over to the side of the road and cut a raccoon's penis off after it's deceased. It wasn't using it anymore, and RFK Jr. had a need for it. And he's a man of action, so he went out there and he claimed that. Same with the whale head. And the bear cub, I suppose. We may never know exactly what he's learned through his research, but one day it may be the key to the future of our species. Or he's using it for some kind of satanic rituals or some shit that he's conducting. Could be either or. There's really no telling with this guy. But anyway, speaking of penis, we gotta talk about a penis that's alive, and one that's on a human being. And from the sound of things, he can't stop using it for evil. I'm talking about Eric Swalwell. This is a congressman who was also running for governor of California, and this week numerous women came forward accusing him of inappropriate things as well as genuinely evil, awful things, including allegations of sexual assault. Initially, Eric denied it, saying that it was all false and that he was going to do everything fighting it tooth and nail. He has since stepped down from the race for governor as well as his position in Congress. He has resigned. And the allegations are only having more and more evidence to support the victims and their claims against him. That includes a video of him with supposedly a prostitute that he was in a hotel room with. On the video, you can see him making out with her, and things start to progress. Now, if you don't know the lore, Eric is married. Eric has been married for a decade. Now, in the video he made denying the very serious allegations, he did make a mention of mistakes in his judgment, as well as mentioning that a lot of it's between him and his wife, and he has to accept the responsibility for mistakes he made, seemingly corroborating the extramarital affairs while denying the sexual assault allegations. All of this is still pretty new, and from what I've read, there is an investigation taking place because he might be facing criminal charges if these allegations are proven true, which he 1000% should. This is vile shit here, and from everything that I've read about it, from what's available, it's not looking like this is just some innocent guy here. There's quite a lot of meat behind these claims. Personally,
I think Eric's guilty as a motherfucker here. Based on all of the available evidence here, I don't see any world where he could weasel out, just squeak out some kind of excuse like, oh, it was all just a big misunderstanding. I was just cheating on my wife a lot. Come on, it's not that big of a deal. Just come on, the sexual assault stuff. No. We don't need to get into the weeds of that. Like, based on everything I think that's out there, there is so much evidence, and I think it should 1000% warrant a further investigation into Eric and hopefully some subsequent charges based on whatever they find there. So anyway, I found that to be extremely disgusting. I was reading about that earlier, so I wanted to yap about that as well. Anyway, that's really about it. So yeah, there's Useless, and then there's Pam Bondi. Cockroaches have more respect from people than Scam Bondi ever will. She's just been fired. Hallelujah, time to butt chug some brewskis in the bathtub tonight to celebrate this wonderful news. Pam Bondi famously shut down the conversation about Epstein, stating that we need to focus on the Dow because it's over 50K, stating that it's ridiculous to be talking about Epstein when the Dow's over 50K. That's what we need to focus on. And now look at us, Pam. Who could have seen this? Dow's under 50K and she lost her whole job. Ain't that some shit, huh? Man, when it rains, it pours. Pam Bondi's time as Attorney General will be looked back on with embarrassment and shame. They won't be hanging her jersey number in the rafters, celebrating her time in this position. She was fucking useless. More useless than my goofy areolas. There has never been anyone in the history of this country worse at their job than Pam Bondi. And I don't just mean from a government position, I mean across the entire spectrum of jobs that exists, there has never been a single soul that is more terrible at their job than Pam Bondi was as Attorney General. You could have given Attorney General to a fucking crackhead who's never lucid, and he probably would have accidentally stumbled into doing a couple of things. She did nothing. Literally nothing. She accomplished less than a gas station toilet, yet she probably swallowed more shit than a toilet. And she did so proudly, without an ounce of shame or regret. It's so pathetic. I don't know how she sleeps at night. And apparently she even had the gall to like grovel and beg to not be fired because this means everything to her. She doesn't do anything. All she does is just lie and idly collect a paycheck while delivering lip service that is constantly contradictory and debasing herself in front of the entire nation with a chin held high. It is the most pathetic shit imaginable.
Good day. We are coming on the air with breaking news. President Trump has apparently fired his Attorney General, Pam Bondi, according to a senior administration official and a source familiar with the matter. This comes after NBC News learned that the president has grown frustrated with his Attorney General in recent days, according to multiple sources.
This is a blow because she has been a very loyal sort of friend and ally of the president for a long time, going back to Florida.
I love how the reporter struggled to find the words to adequately describe her relationship with Trump, because friend and ally, loyal, that doesn't even really encapsulate it. She was a leech, an actual parasite, a fucking hemorrhoid, a pinworm, living deep inside the asshole of President Trump, more than willing to just suck the farts straight out of his butt. Like that, she was so deep in there, and I know she never thought that she would be thrown under the bus because of this level of NPC behavior from her. She was a full-blown drone. I don't think she has had an actual thought of her own in years, because she is just on cruise control, idly just going through the motions and delivering speeches and just constantly lying about the Epstein files being on her desk, by the way, which they're probably still there. She's just got to go in there and dust it off when she's collecting her things and leaving the office forever. And now that she has been thrown under the bus here, I have to imagine she's just sitting there fucking drooling blankly like the parents from Weapons after the spell gets broken on them. Pam's probably just stunned, catatonic in like a fucking fugue state, not sure what to do with herself. She threw everything away. Literally became a complete clown in front of the entire world, and now it didn't pay off. She wasn't able to just endlessly coast off being this bot.
assisting in the first Trump term. And this, in many ways, comes down to a representation of the frustration that President Trump has, that his vision for how he could exact retribution against political rivals and those who had, in his perception, done him wrong at some past point, to be brought to justice. That has not happened, even though this Department of Justice under Pam Bondi has attempted to do so in a number of areas where we've seen the failed attempts to prosecute James Comey or Letitia James.
Failure really is the only word that can appropriately describe Pam Bondi's entire career. Everything she has ever attempted to do here during her time as Attorney General has been a complete and utter failure. And now, the person that she was huffing farts like they were oxygen is throwing her to the side. Like, Woody, I no longer want to play with you. And now what, Pam? And now what?
Then there's the broader issue of the Epstein files. There was a moment where Pam Bondi, who in the journey of her time as Attorney General has been both loyal but has also committed some self-inflicted errors. She talked about having the so-called Epstein list on her desk, and that never materialized. She had led people to believe there would be more coming on Epstein, and then initially last summer, the Department of Justice said the files would be closed. There was no action to be taken.
And we're still currently in that circus whirlwind. Pam Bondi will always be mocked and looked at as the clown that she is. That being said, better late than never. I'm glad she is finally fired. That is wonderful news. Yes, it should have happened sooner, but it's still good that it's here now. Though I don't think her replacement is going to be a huge improvement. It's Todd Blanche. Todd Blanche is someone I've already shot spitballs at because this guy openly just talks about how there most likely will never be a further Epstein investigation into the clients. He also famously had that wonderful little segment where he said it's not a crime to party with Epstein.
Is there any chance that any of these individuals who partied with Epstein and engaged in relations with minors will be prosecuted? Any chance?
I'll never say no, and we will always investigate any evidence of misconduct. But as you know, it is not a crime to party with Mr. Epstein, and so as horrible as it's not a crime to email with Mr. Epstein. And some of these men may have done horrible things, and if we have evidence that allows us to prosecute them, you better believe we will. But it's also the kind of thing that the American people need to understand, that it isn't a crime to party with Mr. Epstein. It isn't a crime to have
Didn't look like that's all that was going on some of those photos. I mean, if the photos could speak, some of them look pretty bad.
That's right. And unfortunately, photos can't speak. And so we need witnesses and we need
Are there
evidence
videotapes that you all have? Or?
For the millionth time, yes, there are videos. Also, Todd Blanche mentions the witnesses and stuff, but they don't really seem to want to talk to the victims overly often. That seems to be an area they're not super gung-ho about gathering information from the potential victims that have come forward. Todd Blanche is not someone I put a lot of faith in doing a better job as Attorney General, but I will say it would be hard for him to do a worse job than Pam Bondi. And he is not shy about just letting you know that they don't really plan on doing a whole lot with the Epstein case. There's another clip that he has become infamous for where he pretended he didn't understand the question when asked about, like, the abusers in the Epstein files, that kind of thing. So Todd Blanche, not exactly looking like a superstar to really start pumping your fist about, but doesn't mean we can't celebrate Pam Bondi being fired. But anyway, just wanted to yap about this and say, bye Pam, enjoy retirement. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya.
What if I told you Santa Claus was on his way to your house, old Saint Nick wiggling down your chimney to deliver to you the thing you've always wanted? But en route, on his way to your residence, he was gunned down, murdered in cold blood, and your dream gift stolen. That's exactly what I'm telling you. It literally happened. A Bloodborne remake was taken from us. In early 2025, it's reported that Blue Point pitched a Bloodborne remake. They were pregnant with Bloodborne, and then they were punched in the stomach, killing it before it ever even had a chance. This news just broke in light of Blue Point's closure. It's been announced that Blue Point is shutting down, which is an absolute fucking shame because I thought they were making bangers. They most notably made the Demon's Souls remake, which I thought was incredible. I recently replayed it, and I think it's an amazing game. And they also made the Shadow of the Colossus remake. And now they have been put in the dirt. The reason for their shutdown is because Sony seemingly lost faith in them. They thought they couldn't make their own game, didn't have the gall for it, and they just couldn't find a partnership that made sense. Which I think is a fascinating take, considering this is the same company that was more than willing to queef out hundreds of millions of dollars shoveled into Concord, of all things. So you're telling me they believed more in Concord, the live service hero farter, than Bluepoint, with a proven track record of making good remakes, and having the facilities to make good games? Super confusing, especially when you consider Bluepoint was one of the few studios that was actually able to put out a high-quality game exclusive to the PlayStation 5 that made it enticing for people to even want to purchase the console in the first place. For me, Demon's Souls Remake was a system seller, and there are very few games that PlayStation 5 even really had throughout its run here. PlayStation 5 is going to finish this console generation with less games on it than the fucking Shrek 2 DVD had in its main menu. So one of the few studios that proved that it was able to actually make a good game now no longer exists. In all fairness, I will admit that the title Bluepoint was cooking for the last X amount of years sounded fucking abominable. It sounds like such a bad joke. It was a live service God of War spin-off adventure. Oh god. So that was a really bad project for Bluepoint to be undertaking. It was canceled by PlayStation in January of 2025, which is then right after when Bluepoint pitched the Bloodborne remake. And I will say that a live service God of War game sounds like a Sony decision that they tasked Bluepoint with. It sounds like something that they took and said, Bluepoint, you're doing this. I don't think that was Bluepoint's main goal. I don't think they were salivating to create a live service God of War experience. I can't imagine Bluepoint was crawling on hands and knees, groveling and kissing the feet of Sony, begging them to allow them to make a live service God of War spin-off game. That just seems like a Sony corporate zombie decision, and Sony publicly stated numerous times that one of their main focuses was live service experiences. So this really does seem like an idea, cooked up in the laboratory of Sony, and it's the exact same brain-dead approach that led to the foul, smelly Concord that only breathed for about 2 weeks. An embarrassing 2-week blunder. So this feels like it was a Sony decision, and then after the disaster of Concord, they probably wanted to pump the brakes a bit, so then they canceled the God of War live service game that they put with Bluepoint. And then when Bloodborne Remake pitched didn't make it across the finish line, then they didn't have a whole lot that they were working on, so they shut them down here a year later. And I also thought when reading this headline that it was Sony that poo-pooed on the idea, because Sony basically just says Bloodborne is our property to sit on and do nothing with, but it turns out that's not the case. So according to Bloomberg, Bluepoint was told that the numbers made sense to remake Bloodborne, but FromSoft didn't want it to happen. So it wasn't Sony that put the kibosh on it or anything. It was actually FromSoft. Former PlayStation executive Shuhei Yoshida theorized during a Kinda Funny interview last year that FromSoft president Miyazaki, who directed Bloodborne, was interested in remaking the 2015 action game himself, but was too busy to do so. Yoshida said he doesn't want anyone else to touch it. And if that's true, he believes PlayStation will respect Miyazaki's wishes, even though PlayStation owns the IP. Now, I understand, and I think most people have understood, that Bloodborne is a very special title for Miyazaki and FromSoft, but I think most people have also heard about how much they've wanted to do with Bloodborne, and multiple times in the past they've reiterated that that's not their decision to make. So the impression was, for the last decade, Sony was the one predominantly making the decision to keep Bloodborne in the toy box under lock and key, letting the dust gather. And that they were just squatting on it, either because they didn't believe that it was, a powerhouse of an IP that they actually want to do something with, or whatever. But it seems like there also is the case of FromSoft just not wanting anyone else to work on it, but they themselves are too busy to do so. Which is understandable, but they did allow Bluepoint to remake Demon's Souls. So then I got wondering, well, were they just disappointed with how they handled that remake? Like, maybe they thought that shit was poop and they didn't enjoy it, they weren't a fan, so they didn't want Bluepoint to touch Bloodborne, which is an extremely special title to them. So I went looking for like some old interviews, and the most I can find is this. It's an Edge magazine interview with Miyazaki talking about Demon's Souls remake, and one of the things that was a big topic was how impressive visually Demon's Souls remake looked, talking about the graphical fidelity, and Miyazaki even said like that actually added pressure to them with Elden Ring because Bluepoint's Demon's Souls remake looked so good. And when talking about the remake, it's mostly positive. Now, of course, obviously he's not going to come out and be like, oh man, that's the worst thing I've ever played in my life or anything. But what I read here sounds like someone that actually does appreciate the work that went into it. So he was asked about, what's it like to experience the re-release of a game you originally worked on over a decade ago but had no direct involvement in. And he said, point blank, I haven't played it, but it's because I don't enjoy playing games I've made in the past, brings up a lot of old emotions, memories, and gets a little bit overwhelming. So he hasn't played it, but then he says that he's very glad to see it get this fresh look, these brand new current gen graphics. He then goes on to praise some of the decisions they made, even outside of the visuals, in it, like with their mechanics. He goes on to give like a lot of flowers to how Bluepoint handled Demon's Souls remake. So it seems like he and FromSoft were pleased with how they approached that one, though there are also like rumors out there that behind the scenes they were really disappointed. Trust me, bro, they were fucking fuming at the FromSoft headquarters with Bluepoint's Demon's Souls remake. It was insulting. They were actually about to march over there with sledgehammers and beat him to death because of how much they hated it. But I can't find any like official sources that confirm that. That's all just rumors and speculation. What I can find, however, is them just openly saying like, yeah, it was actually like really impressive what they did. It doesn't seem like there's any animosity. It doesn't seem like they hated that or anything. But when Bluepoint pitched the idea for a Bloodborne remake, I guess they weren't interested there because Bloodborne means too much to them, and it's something I guess they directly want to be involved with, which they wouldn't be if Bluepoint took it over, because like with Demon's Souls remake, they weren't involved with that. And I guess Bloodborne just means way too much for them to want to do that. So even though they can't work on it themselves right now, that also means that they just don't want anyone to work on a video game for Bloodborne in general, if it's not them. Which, I can understand, it makes sense. However, that also means 11 years of no Bloodborne anything. This motherfucker is still 30 FPS. This bitch is still 30 FPS. There's no remake, no PC port, no nothing, no movement, no schmovement on Bloodborne for 11 years for something that is one of like the most beloved titles like in PlayStation's catalog these days. Like it's up there with some of the greats, and it's only one game right now. And I speculate it will be one game for many, many moons to come. I personally don't foresee any new Bloodborne games coming, right around the corner anytime soon. Maybe, deeper into the future, we might see like a Bloodborne 2 or Bloodborne port, but I don't think it's anytime soon. Anyway, just wanted to yap about this. I keep my finger on the pulse of anything Bloodborne related. Fingers crossed that one day we'll see more from this. It's one of the best games ever made. It's such a fucking shame that we still don't have more from it. Anyway, though, that's really about it. See ya.
Just water.
This is more expensive, but you get more out of that, is what I was saying.
Co-founder and CEO John Gluck.
That can't be real.
Wait, Kia.
This is $250.
This is $250. I will tell you, the box stinks. This water is dollars.
Oh my god.
Alright, we're gonna talk about all the problems with Stranger Things 5.
We are revisiting an old tier list. Probably close to like 5 to 6 years ago now, right? We did a water bottle tier list.
Yeah, we did that. Was that in the green screen room?
No, that was at my fucking dinner table.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Wow.
So,
I don't think I was
Yeah. Nope. This predates even Chelsea.
This
I think.
predates women.
Yeah, we did this before girls existed.
Crazy.
Before the Lord took one of our ribs and made a woman out of it.
You're welcome.
And yeah, you're welcome, ladies. So now, back then, we did only gas station water bottles that we could find in 15 minutes. This time, we prepped and found every water bottle ever made.
This is all of them.
Yeah, this is all of them out there.
This one also is focusing on a little bit on price because we got a really expensive one, which you got to watch till the end to see how many thousands of dollars it costs.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, we're going to see if price plays an impact, and we're just going to try a bunch of waters. It's not every water because we're missing our favorite Zephyr Hills.
What?
This is more of a price tier list than a water bottle tier list.
We are looking at the rarest water on Earth based on price and seeing which is the best.
Yeah. This one's super rare now because Ashton Hall. You can barely find Saratoga anymore.
We're going to start with Zin water. Save our oceans.
How expensive is that one?
Yep.
So we're looking at
Gotta figure out how it opens.
$1.50 to $2 a bottle. So $2 for a bottle of water. That's kind of expensive for water, right?
It is.
I don't know a normal price. Go ahead, take a sip.
All right, Zin water.
It's got a nipple top.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a sports.
That's fine. It's just normal water.
You know what I find with all the fancy waters is it all talks about the pH. So this one's alkaline. It's 9.5 pH.
Yep.
All of these, for the most part, say something about their pH levels, which I don't know what's. See, that's 10 pH.
This is 9.5. I think the lower pH, the happier your tummy.
This one's 8.4.
No, wait, no, I don't think so. I think the lower pH, the more acidic it is, right? Isn't that how that works?
Is lower acidic or basic?
I'm pretty sure lower is acidic because if that's a 10, that's basically acid, is it not?
No.
10 is the top of the scale. Is it not?
No, I think it goes to like 14 or something
does
like
it?
that. I think 7 is perfectly.
Yeah, 7 is
Seven
neutral.
is neutral. I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure low is acid.
I can't remember. It's been too long. But if you ask me to do electron orbitals for the periodic table, I'll nail that.
A higher pH number is less acidic.
Yeah, it's more basic. What number do you start hitting ouchie levels of acid? Like, I would say like 4?
What pH
hurts me?
Yeah.
Very acidic is below 4 to 5, and very alkaline is above 9 to 10.
So this is very alkaline.
I'm feeling it.
That's like drinking a Tums.
This says, generally speaking, it starts to get dangerous with strong acids, pH below 2, and some strong bases, pH above 12. So, seems like we're okay.
I think this is a...
How many of these are Nestle, do you think?
Yeah, like...
Probably all of them.
Maybe all of them, yeah.
Alright.
This was fine. Give it like a B.
Alright.
Just normal water. I got no strong
Yeah,
feelings.
I feel like if B is our 7, it's a B. It's just water.
Yeah, that's just normal water.
And the rest are probably not just going to be
I'm
normal.
seeing our future.
This is eternal, naturally alkaline spring water. That's a very cool bottle.
That is a cool bottle. How much is Eternal?
This looks fancy.
I know the lore on this one.
Do you?
Yeah.
I didn't know
What's the
lore.
This one's the Dollar Tree bottle.
Oh!
Right?
Whoa!
And look at all the other bottles.
Dude,
Yeah.
sitting down Friday night with the boys, bottle of Eternal and a Mama Celeste pizza. You kidding me? Oh man,
That's heaven right there.
That's boys' night if I've ever heard.
Taking a
one.
peek at the new Stranger Things season.
Speaking of our future, it's like how Vecna saw the future and did nothing with it.
Ain't that true?
Are you holding the water in your mouth to like really get a good taste?
It's like wine.
Oh, not really. I was just talking with the water in my mouth. This is good.
It's good. That's good water. Dollar Tree water is good. I think if we call it now, we can say lower price, better water.
Yeah. I like that more than Zen.
That's science.
I give that a B+.
I'm gonna go A.
Oh, going A, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Going A.
I guess
Very bold.
we should have had Zephyr Hills as our gold standard.
Well, but you know what that's like.
you
You
know.
can
I
picture it.
remember.
Yeah.
Fiji.
I only buy Fiji and Smart Water when I'm at the airport, and it's like $14.95 every time.
I only buy Smart Water when I'm at the movie theaters, and it's like $8.
You don't buy it at the airport?
Not at all. Not often.
I think I like Fiji. I think Fiji's good.
I think Fiji was one of our top 2 on the tier list.
It is good. That is good water. You get what you pay for.
Fiji
water.
is so just nothing. Like Fiji is water.
Yeah.
Well, you know, like you drink something and it's got a little bit of flavor in there.
Yeah.
There's nothing in Fiji. It's straight H2O.
I would imagine if we did the last 3 with blindfolds on, we would have no fucking clue which is which.
Give me a blindfold. No.
We do the rest of
You don't think there's a difference between that and Eternal?
I would put this at the exact same ranking I would give Eternal, which is good.
I was going to do
which
the
is a
same,
B plus,
an A, but I thought it tasted like nothing.
No, there's got to be like a really good water in here. It's probably 10.
I have to imagine when we start tasting 10 pH.
Yeah, this is when we get scary.
Yeah.
I got it at Whole Foods and it said it was local.
This is
But
local.
it's
That's
from
local water.
Boca Raton, so I don't know how local.
I don't want to drink Florida water.
This is local Florida swamp water.
Huh.
Yeah, that was
Interesting.
Well, Zephyr Hills is also local in that case.
I don't-
Zephyr Hills is in Florida.
I don't think the Zephyr Hills on the water bottle is the same as our Zephyr Hills.
It absolutely
It
is.
definitely is.
100% it is, yeah.
Yeah, so that was $2 as
Huh.
well.
Electrolytes may crystallize in the bottle. Just shake gently and enjoy. pH test strips do not accurately measure pH above 8. Use an electronic meter for true
So
results.
the website is also claiming that it is the only water that is actually at a perfect 10 pH.
Oh, perfect 10 water.
Perfect 10.
Whoa! The water comes from Crystal Springs. I've
Ew.
swam in that. I've drank my own swim.
In Zephyr Hills?
Mhm.
Yeah, I've swum in it too.
I have. Wait, where? Crystal Springs?
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, I was thinking Ginny Springs.
I've drank myself.
All right, perfect 10. You're not gonna believe it. That tastes identical to water that we've previously consumed.
It feels, I guess, different in my mouth. It doesn't taste any different.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could go for mouthfeel. Let me see.
I would say the mouth feels 5% different. I think, to your point, if I was blindfolded, I might not be able to tell you that.
I don't know where these electrolytes are hiding, but I'm not finding them. It was fine.
Yep, that's fine.
That was okay. I don't know if I care about it being a perfect 10 pH, to be honest with you. Didn't do much for me.
All right, here's an expensive one.
Yeah, that's
This
Voss water.
Voss. Oh, it's not glass Voss, though. That's
No.
not glass.
But even the glass ones weren't too expensive. The plastic ones, I think I ordered them, so that's why they came out.
That's fair.
But
All right.
that's still $2.50 for the bottle.
We're getting up there.
$2.50 for a bottle of Voss.
That's a big mouth.
That's like liquid gold right
This
there.
one, I'm not going to say anything.
What the fuck is that?
I had to cough when it.
F tier. Almost killed him.
Fuck. The second I took a drink, I had a cough.
That was such a visceral reaction to it.
Water's fine.
This one, I think, has more of a taste.
Let me taste. Oh, let me, without coughing, let me try.
I'm going to go B.
This. You said you think it has more of a taste?
When I'm saying more, I'm saying 5%. Like, there's something there.
I don't know, just tastes like a little flatter, I guess, maybe, you could argue. I don't know.
Do you think the others tasted carbonated?
Not really, I guess it just feels so flat that it's the only thing that
It's like in a
stands
vacuum.
out. Yeah. Give it like another B.
Oh, B.
Whoa.
This is gonna be bad.
Just
I feel
water.
it. I feel
You
it.
think? Because it's in a...
Yeah. Whenever you had these
wait.
like quirky things coming in, like it's just a fucking egg or something. It's like, well, I hope so.
Yeah, no, I saw this company that had this like soap.
Just soap.
Just soap.
Yeah, but you don't eat that.
You don't eat it, no, but you're getting what you get, you know? You're
You're
just
getting what
getting
you
soap.
get. This has an expiration date.
That's it?
Yeah. Best by May 12th, 2027.
Oh, fine.
Yeah, we got time, but,
Yeah, but
why,
that feels
why has it got an
short
expiration
for
date?
water.
Maybe because
Oh, the cardboard.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Box water or whatever. No.
I thought there was another.
Oh, yeah,
water.
that's actually pretty fucking terrible. That's not very good. I don't like that. I feel like I'm tasting the cardboard more than the water.
Yeah, it definitely takes on the taste of the cardboard. It's not bad. I guess you just called it terrible.
Well, when I say terrible, I mean relative to
the
like
others.
what water you would
I'm
want.
going to put it all the way down in C.
$2.50 a bottle.
$2.50? It's in
$2.50?
cardboard. I have to. This is the problem. It's the same thing with eating healthy. To do good things and have recyclable.
Well, the thing with that too
Well, you
is
can
it's
recycle
cardboard,
plastic.
but it's fucking plastic.
That's what I was going to say. There's plastic on
and
that.
there's still so much plastic on it, so you're not.
What's
really
the
doing
point?
shit.
It's not like a milk.
Also, it's not just water. It's in a container. They're lying.
True.
We got a lot of.
Yeah, this out of all of them, this is the one that I like the least. I feel like I
agree.
tasted a lot of cardboard residue.
I'm going C, and I think I'm already, based on naming, going to like the next one less. This is 9020 Beverly Hills.
90H2O.
90H20.
God, that's quirky.
Yep. This
From
reminds
Beverly
me.
Hills.
Yeah, and it's Drink the World's Finest. TM.
Oh, it's gonna be terrible. How expensive was that one?
This one is $4.50 a bottle.
That's the stupidest
This
thing.
is
That's
the shit
small...
they put on your nightstand in a hotel.
I was gonna say it.
It's horrible quality too, right? Like it's like really. I don't know. I just don't like.
California Mountain Spring Water. Yeah,
That is the most
shitty
California shit I've ever
It
seen
is.
and heard.
Smooth, crisp, light. Shut up.
Dummies.
Co-founder and CEO, John Gluck.
That can't be
That's a
real.
fake name.
John Gluck.
That's a fake name. Hey, okay, hold on, guys. We were a little hasty.
Sorry.
It won the World's Best Water Award, as well as the Best of Beverly Hills Golden Palm Award. So who
votes for
Best
that?
of the Bay type of thing.
Yeah, who is on the council of the World's Best Water Award Committee? I wonder.
guarantee it's John Gluck.
I know it. Like, how are we not there? We've done I've done 3 water bottle tier lists. One with you, one with the boys, and now one more with you. Who else is more qualified?
Nobody. There's some numbers and water drops on the back. What do they mean?
The mineral content of the water you drink matters. The finest waters in the world are flowing with natural minerals that your mouth can taste and your body can feel. And then it just gives you the numbers of like potassium, magnesium. Yeah.
Good?
Nope.
I mean,
it's just water.
Was it worth the Golden Palm Award?
No, it's just normal water. It does gluck when it's coming out,
does.
though. to his credit. Can you hear that gluck on camera?
Yeah, really. Can you gluck me a couple times?
Here. I'll gluck you a little bit.
Oh yeah, that's some good gluckage.
I would put that in the Fiji where there's no taste.
Yeah, it's just very normal water.
I'm getting something of an aftertaste.
Are you? I'm not. I don't get any sense of minerals that my mouth and body can feel.
I've probably just engorged myself on water. Yeah, I'll go B.
I'll give it a C just because I hate their branding and their price.
You're
paying more for what is fundamentally the same quality water as all the
now
other
I'm
ones.
understanding what this video is, and I'm going to change my ranking to a C.
Yeah,
Price.
and I'm going to change it to a
quality
D
ratio.
now. Now it's a D.
It's a race to the bottom. All right, this one has to be expensive.
That one is about $3.50 a bottle.
Okay, this is pH 8.4 Icelandic Glacial, and it says.
We tried this one last
the
time.
label. Let me see the label. Whoa.
And it says this one is bottled at the source, Ulfus Spring, Iceland.
I think we liked it, if I remember right.
I don't remember. I hope so. There's going to be nothing nasty in this one.
One of the better waters. I don't know if it's worth $3.50. I mean, it's kind of what it boils down to.
Matt just had the realization that it was just water again. That he was trying to think of anything new to say.
It's all water. the thing to be mindful of.
Did have Molly in it. You should.
The thing to be mindful of is why would you pay the extra amount of money for this water when it tastes the same as the cheaper waters like Eternal?
Because the marketing makes you think that it's not just the normal water.
I will say one thing I especially disliked about this before we turned the cameras on is this here. This is how the bottle's supposed to be. It's like a glacier, but this side specifically keeps making me think it's dented, and I keep trying to pop the dent out.
It's one of the better waters based on just being up there with like a Fiji and shit, but I wouldn't pay the extra money.
Eternal's bottle is really cool looking, but it doesn't
It
make you
is.
think it's dented,
It's
right?
like boobs.
And it's huge.
It is a massive
You
bottle.
get a lot
How much
more.
was it? $1?
It
For that, pull Eternal back out now.
Yeah, get him off the bench.
Eternal's coming back out.
Ikea.
This is $2.50.
This is $2.50. This was $1.25. $2.50. This one doubles as a wrist rest for your computer.
It's true.
All right, let's try IKEA.
Waikika from the Hawaiian volcanic from the Hawaiian volcanic waters.
All right, $2.50 for a shot of water.
Yeah, those are tiny.
This is another thing they'd put on your fucking nightstand in a hotel room.
This is like a flight water, like a little travel
It's
water.
never enough.
$9 there.
Yeah, true. Again, that's just, that's normal water. But why would you pay $2.50 for so little of it? What are you feeling over there?
It's water.
Yeah, it's just water, huh?
It's filtered through porous volcanic rock. Just don't do whatever they do in Dollar
We should
Tree.
try and make our own filtered water.
From a volcano.
No, filter it through like the
Yeah,
rocks.
we should find like a really interesting looking place that has water and just hype it up as like the coolest shit in Tampa. Like naturally harvested from fucking
local Tampa spring.
I'm trying to think of a park. Looks like a park. From Gaslight Park's fountain.
Yeah, from Hyde Park.
Yeah.
The Mountain Valley Spring. I, hot take, have always hated these aluminum cans.
I'm not a fan. So like,
don't like
do you
it.
not like Liquid Death?
I do not.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan
I don't
either.
hate their product. I just don't like these cans. I don't want.
I'm fine with them if they have the screw tops. I don't like how Liquid Death had the actual like tabs.
Yep. Yeah. I want to drink out of plastic. I'm working on some G.I. Joe balls here. I need to keep filling.
All right, this is the original since 1871.
The original can too.
Yeah, you're not gonna believe what's in there.
I think the title of this video is your water killing you?
Is water a scam? Yeah. Oh yeah.
So I feel like I almost always only get these at events, like the metal cans at a concert or something.
Yeah, it's social.
And
it's supposed to be social.
It makes you talk more. They heat up so quickly. I feel like your water gets warm so fast. That's always my problem with it.
I agree with that. It definitely feels that way.
I don't like the, how much was that?
$2.50.
C.
You get better than that at least, but even still.
Oh, I didn't even rank that one. I said it's water.
Oh yeah, this is an F. fuck that guy.
That
one's the F.
$2.50.
Yeah, C.
Less for
C
more
is
on the
fine.
Ikea one. Sucks.
All right, give me that next one.
Dude, I'm getting full.
I have to ask you guys, check and see if they're bottled in the same spot.
Oh, they are very similar. But let me see that one.
This one.
One is Whole Foods brand and one is that one.
No.
Okay.
This one's Arkansas. This one also says can liner not made with bisphenol A, BPA.
That's good. Well, is this one made with bisphenol BPA?
I don't know.
Imagine.
If it doesn't say it's not.
I think we can safely assume this has toxic chemicals in there.
I
since
think
it
so.
doesn't tell
That
me
is
it
not
doesn't.
BPA free.
Nope.
This one is.
BPA abundant, I would imagine. That's the conclusion I'll draw
Extra
from
BPA.
that.
Whoa.
Oh wait, do we have a difference?
This one is so nothing that the others feel like something. But in a good way.
That's because you're missing the BPA.
Yeah.
Yeah, the others were BPA.
I was
laden.
tasting BPA. So it's just, there's nothing there. It's like your mouth reverses.
It's like your mouth reverses is crazy.
You see what I mean?
That is a lot of nothing.
It's
in
like the abyss from Stranger.
Yeah, that is a lot. That is really a lot of nothing, huh?
That one shocked me.
Oh, we didn't even tier list that last one, I don't think. Because of all the BPAs that are no doubt in there, probably a D, maybe a C.
I think this video is going to need a stinger showing the last bottle.
You already said C for it.
C?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't remember giving it something, so I give it a C.
I'm going to go A. They found a way to just make it empty.
How expensive was this one?
That one was $1.80.
Oh, that's much
and
better
it's
value.
cheap.
I'll give it
That's
an
an A?
I'll give it an A too.
Danny, try that and tell me it doesn't rock your world.
Oh yeah.
Oh, man. He's shocked. It's so much
That's
nothing.
pretty like nothing.
It's like if they liquefied air.
Yeah,
that's just
no. There's like no aftertaste. Your mouth forgets it was there.
Yeah. All right, this is open water. It's open source water.
Yeah, this one has a lot going on.
Wait, did that say salt water? Nope, still water.
This is like a real steel can.
Yeah, real humdinger.
Is it a real steel can?
Real steel.
Not really.
No.
This also feels like plain water, where it's a brand that doesn't actually exist except for on Delta Airlines.
Bye-bye plastic. All right. Goodbye. Oh,
that would
hear that. Oh wait, that's like actually like a really shit one. I don't like that one at all. It has a taste,
and not a good one. This is weird. This kind of has it. You know the rubber on the inside of caps? It's a lot of times like a white rubber little coating. It kind of tastes like that.
It tastes like,
which I have licked a lot of those.
It tastes skunky, is what it tastes like.
Have another sip. It's like
No,
I'm not
like
going
like a beer skunk.
I'm not going straight to F. I think what's happening is we just drank liquefied nothing,
That's true.
and
Yeah.
now there's something.
Maybe that's, I forgot what that's like. Legitimately, to me, that tastes like when you finish like a Miller Lite and you get like the piss at the very bottom.
I was going to equate it to...
Actually taste that one, Danny, since you just...
I mean the champagne of beer.
It's the Anheuser-Busch runoff water.
I was going to compare it to like an Aquafina.
Yeah.
Where there's something there.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Yeah. You guys are overreacting, but there's
No, I
like
think
something
it's
there.
a C or D.
You would too if you had all this great water and then you
Yeah,
get this.
I would say out of this lineup, by far the worst.
I think this is by far the worst.
I don't have the immediate yuck reaction.
It's not as bad as like Aquafina or Dasani.
No, I
like,
would.
It's not that strong.
Yeah, but out of our lineup of expensive ones, this is like the Aquafina.
Yeah.
This woman of refined
That's an F.
taste.
Yeah, I don't like that. How expensive was that one?
$250.
Yeah, overpriced as well.
How much is this glass Evian?
$650.
And you can't take it with you because it'll shatter.
True. And it's shaped like a bowling pin.
Evian is my go-to airplane water, if they have it. But not in the glass bottle. Not in the glass bottle.
Yeah, it's weird they always
They have like the
let you
little
on
ones.
there with
Yeah,
those.
it is cheaper in a plastic bottle.
I like glass bottles. Things taste good.
Because you like the nicer things in life.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the glass things in life.
I've had a lot of Evian. Evian's good. It is a little more expensive than like Zephyr Hills, right? By a few cents, I would bet.
Probably.
Yeah. Evian's good. A.
Zephyr Hills is my hurricane water.
Oh yeah, most of my water bottles in my garage are when a hurricane's coming through. I'm like, I'll pick up one more pack. And I'm like, I have 4,200 water bottles. Fugi. Fugi. That looks like a fight brand.
Yeah, Fugi.
Is our Saratoga is not as expensive. That one is our second most expensive one at
Let's go to Saratoga first.
Was $350 actually, so it was kind of in the middle. But these last two are.
That's a lot for
This is $350.
Yeah.
That feels like a good deal.
You get more for half the price of the glass Evian.
No wonder Ashton washes his face with it.
Because of that video, because of that Ashton guy, Saratoga's water prices dropped a little bit, so they did.
I'll tell you what, it's worse.
Is it?
Sorry, I
Is
don't
it
mean to
actually
spoil
worse?
it for you. Evian is better than Saratoga in terms of taste. Am I on the crack pipe?
I feel like they taste pretty similar. I mean, I just like Evian, so I'm a little partial to it, but
This one's really hard because it's a blank canvas, so when somebody paints an opinion on it, you're like, I can feel that.
Yeah, I don't know. This feels like very close. And for half the price, I feel like it's probably more value.
I do like the blue bottle.
No,
It's got to be more empty. It's got to be more empty. Mr. Gluck is back.
I'd probably give that like an A as well. It's good.
It really, I didn't expect. Let me see the Evian real quick. This is 28 fluid ounces. How many is in the Evian? It's at $3 more. It's not worth $3 more.
Am I missing it? Am I stupid? I don't see it.
It's at the front.
Oh, I thought it'd be on the back.
78 millimeters. 75 CLs, which would be 750 mLs, which this is 828 mLs. Wait, so this is more for less.
We established that.
Wait, did we? I thought this was more.
No,
Oh.
this is more expensive, but you get more out of that. Is what I was saying.
Oh, I wasn't listening. We're gonna move on to Fugi.
How much water's in that one, Matt?
1,000 milliliters.
Oh.
It's more.
Yep.
For
$9 a bottle.
$9.
There's got to be a reason why people would buy this. Oh.
The price jump to the next one is just insane. Turns out, even the expensive water is not that expensive.
That tastes like pool water. Actually tastes like
But
pool water.
it tastes like Italian pool water.
I gotta clear my mind of your thoughts before I dig into Fugi.
That is literally what it would taste like when I'd go to little swimming parties and I'd accidentally drink the fucking water. That tastes actually like pool water.
To me, it tastes like hose water.
Oh, interesting.
I have very distinct memories as a kid of do you remember those black plastic skate ramps? I would flip them over, I'd sit in it, fill it with some water from a hose, and I'd sit there with the hose and just fucking chill and drink out of it.
I used to drink out of
That
it.
explains so much.
They were like, please stop doing that. I'm like, nah.
That's very interesting. Yeah, I used to drink out of the hose a lot when I was a kid too.
Not in
I
a
don't
skate
know.
ramp though?
No, not in a skate ramp.
Shit. Been looking for my soulmate. But yeah, I really get hose water from that.
I don't know. I think I'm just still too stuck on pool water. But this is like
maybe the pool you swam in was filled with a hose.
I mean, it was, but like, yeah. Try that, Danny. That like actually does taste like actual something, and I don't hate it.
Movie magic was crazy there.
I do get it immediately. It's got like the untreated, like I probably shouldn't really be drinking this kind of taste to it.
Yeah.
I don't want it to get misconstrued, Fugi. Like, I'm not trying to say you guys are like chlorinating it or anything. Like, it doesn't taste chemically. It just reminds me of that sensation of drinking pool water because it has like a stronger taste to it. Hose is probably more like accurate, I would say. Yeah, this one, like, I don't even know. It does feel like dirty.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go F because it's expensive and tastes like it's out of a hose.
Yeah. That's very nice, Fugi, to be giving us hose water, though.
Alright, I just saw the price of this water. That shit's crazy.
Yeah.
This water is $2,700.
Oh my god.
The next closest was $950.
Okay, but I want to like, this is supposed to be a custom water bottle. Their customer service is fucking god awful, and I requested a little thing like certain colors. They ignored my phone calls, left me weird ass voicemails, ignored my emails, and then like 2 days before they shipped it, they're like, "We didn't hear from you. We just went with whatever color, like blue color."
That's great for $2,700.
I'm like, okay, what's actually in this box? It could be a separate head. I don't know. It could have gotten scammed.
I will tell you, the box stinks.
Imagine.
The box is stinky.
The 10,000, is that the name of this water?
It's the name of the bottle.
Okay.
And I don't know the story of the water or where the water comes from.
Probably comes from one of these
Oh,
water bottles.
also, by the way, in this receipt, it even says special instructions. I'd like the colors to be blue and black. Do you all do logos too?
Yeah,
They ignored it.
In another email, I gave them the specific text codes, everything.
I think we could get our money back for this because they ignored you and sent us proof that they ignored you. How fucking stupid can you be?
2,700 clams.
Nuts.
That's. I can't even imagine how you could get away with that.
Also, this is oddly how you would wrap a dinosaur egg.
Yeah. I was thinking the same thing, like a body part.
Thank you. Oh my god!
Holy shit!
They really didn't want this to break. Alright, they did give you your request.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, I see it.
This is a wine
Oh,
bottle.
this was the one I had with the boys. They.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you just rhinestone it. They said it was only like $1,000. The prices must have gone up.
10,000. This is
No, you got the better version.
Oh, okay.
This is 10,000 Swarovski.
Oh, it's
crystal.
bling?
I can't say that.
There's no way this is Swarovski crystal.
It's not. It can't be.
That's fucking infomercial bedazzled.
Is that a Saratoga water bottle?
Oh, yeah, slightly different.
Little
slightly
different.
So it says bling. You can see it's basically like a wine bottle. Here, do you want to get that plastic?
Do you
off?
think if we pulled off the stones, what do you think? Do you think they just reused a bottle from somewhere? Could we figure out what it
They
was?
must, right? Oh, they did the top in black. They listened to you.
Good. Thanks, guys.
I'm gonna say it. This is pretty sloppy. There's just glue coming through all the stones.
Yeah, well, that's so. What when I did this with the boys, I didn't know this was going to be the water here. I guess this really is like just the most expensive fucking water on the planet for no reason. When I did it with the boys, they broke the bottle. It is
from New Jersey. Is where they get the water.
Oh, that's cool. That's probably really good. So like, it is actually just a layer of glue, and they just stick the shit on it, and that's it.
Which like. I don't know how I want them to do it. I just want it to be something else.
Well, I just don't want them to do it. Like, it just
I'd
shouldn't
actually
exist.
like them to stop.
Is there a single practical consumer base for this product that isn't exactly what you're doing right now?
Do you think
to put it on the internet?
Have they sold more than the 2 that you've consumed?
I just can't imagine.
Charlie's 100% of their customer base.
That would actually be nuts. So they're sitting there being like, somebody else fucking bought one. This is great. And they're like, it's the same fucking guy. I can't even imagine like a Hollywood celebrity being like, I'm going to get 10 of these for my party. Because why? Why would you? Buy fancy wine.
You said there's different levels?
No, it's like, so that's the 10,000, and then they have their... Right now, their website changed a little bit. So
And I'm assuming the 10,000 is because they're claiming there's 10,000 of these.
Is what they're claiming. So they have that, or they have their limited edition.
The 5. You can get 5 crystals.
And it's a mixed flavor 6-pack for $17.98.
$17.98. They have a $17 item and a $2,700.
For 6 of them.
All right, do we dig
All right,
in?
yeah, you gotta see if it changes your life.
Oh, it's a cork. Okay, you get that. I'm gonna hurt myself.
Oh, here, smell your selection, sir.
Ah, yum. That's so silly. Oh man, and it actually is, like, I know I already hate it just off rip, but it actually just doesn't taste good. That was the conclusion last time.
Hands
too.
down, the worst water we've had today by like it's not even a competition. And Dana,
You guys
to
just
make
don't
sure
have
we're not
refined water
to make sure
palates.
we're not making that up, that is shit quality water compared to the rest.
I don't know if I hate it as much as the stinky one, but it is just, it's on that level.
It definitely has like flavor to it that some of the other ones don't have.
Well, I forgot we had hose water, but as you remember, I love hose water.
It's so silly. It's so silly.
This is insane. Yeah, that's just a clear glass bottle
that they glue stones on.
And it's just a layer of glue.
You think that they just roll it?
Probably.
Oh yeah.
Like, are they all
Well, they're in really good lines, so I do believe them that it's hand.
You think so?
I just can't imagine you get those lines on there by just rolling.
Maybe. You're probably right.
Like, they're pretty tucked in.
That's
well,
good.
you get what you pay for.
Yep, $2,700.
Somebody just spent
well
a day
spent.
bedazzling for $2,700.
That's a good return.
Well, and they had to buy the glass bottle and fill it up with the water that they found out of their hose in New Jersey.
Yeah, I mean, that is just not good tasting water. Do you guys want to come take a swig before it evaporates? I don't know.
Yeah, we'll save this. I'm sure we can get another video out of a $2,700
Yeah, it seems it's really cool and important.
That tastes like water. It's kind of sticky on my mouth a little bit.
Yeah, that's
the glue.
Extra minerals.
Remnants getting on me.
Wow. So,
all right, rank. You got to put it on the tier list.
F.
It's stupid. It's so stupid.
If you were contemplating buying a bling 10,000 water bottle for $2,700, don't do it.
You can get a lifetime supply of Eternal for that price.
True.
There's so many things you could do with that amount of money. Like really a lot of things.
Yeah, there's quite a lot.
Like you could go see the world.
It's true.
Or you could buy that water bottle.
You could go see the world. You could go see where they make this in New Jersey.
I'm gonna look up reviews on that. I mean, I am curious what customer buys this that's not just there to shit on it. These are some cool reviews. So Chomp B, verified reviewer in 2018, says exquisite, 5 stars. I have loved water that in bottle. Drink yum, come back, buy more. XO.
Yeah.
That made sense. Yeah.
On their website, it's verified. Like they're like, yep, this guy's good.
This guy's real.
Yeah, none of this
Well, there's also Joseph F. in 2018, 5 stars. Quintessential. This bottle of water was perfect for my private yacht excursion in the Mediterranean. The price is almost too minimal for water that tastes this
That's gotta be a
magnificent.
joke.
It's gotta be, right?
Yeah, that's gotta be a
It's
joke.
gotta have to be jokes.
It grinds your fingers.
It does. It doesn't feel good. It's not pragmatic.
It tastes like faucet water.
Yeah, it does just taste like tap water.
This
You
is
can still like
this.
the glue is all.
It's
over
all
this.
of it. It's not good.
This is an Etsy shop that took off.
It is very Etsy.
An Etsy shop that hit the big time.
Damn.
Yeah.
It tastes like pool water if they took the chlorine out. They were like, oh, now it's safe to drink.
Oh,
Hose water.
if you want, wait, if you want that sensation, Aaron, you've got to try this water. Actually,
Yeah, that's
Oh,
the
is it
actual
glass?
hose water.
Yeah.
Well, it's got to be good.
It's from Italy.
That-
It's Italian hose water.
That's the second most expensive bottle.
yeah, those eyes shot open.
Whoa, that's crazy.
Yeah, isn't it nuts?
It is just hose water.
It's like they emptied out an onsen and just put the water in a bottle. That's crazy.
Yeah, that was the wackiest one for sure.
He keeps naming more places you fill things up with hoses.
Yeah, no, yeah.
These reviews just can't be real, yet for some reason they're verified reviewers on the fucking website. I don't know who goes through and does that.
Well, typically, like, we would be a verified one because we're locked into the shop as purchasers. But I think there's a difference between a verified reviewer and a verified purchaser. If we can pick verified reviewers, Jigi's about to change.
What an interesting company.
Yeah. Calling it a company is a stretch. I'll be
Yeah,
honest
what an
with you.
interesting...
I'll have you know they just made $2,700.
That is true.
That's true. Their books are flying for this year. What a start to their... Well, no, I guess we got it last year.
Oh, whoa. There's an article from 2013 on this. What the fuck? It says, don't guzzle that water. It costs $2,600.
You should make that the name of your video.
Don't guzzle this water.
So yeah, definitely F.
Super
Huge,
F for
huge
sure,
super F. Cool.
That was cool. Thanks, Chelsea, for finding that.
Yeah, appreciate it. And next time we're gonna eat a bunch of Oreos.
The most expensive Oreos in the world.
Oh, I bet you they'd bedazzle an Oreo.
They'd
for
bedazzle
us.
an Oreo. Swarovski edible crystals.
Delicious. All right, thanks guys. Stay hydrated.
I found a clown that I'd like to share with you all today. It's a fascinating little rabbit hole that I've stumbled upon here, and there's quite a few years of lore built up here, and it's pretty deep. I'm talking like Warhammer 40k levels here. And it's all revolving around one goober named AJ Thakor. However, he doesn't really like to go by that name. He wipes his ass with that nomenclature. He'd rather be referred to by his preferred Xbox gamer tag, Ace Rogers. I shit you not, I am not making this up. He prefers to be addressed as Ace Rogers. And the incident that put this on my radar is actually kind of old. I just saw it today, but it happened in 2024, which in internet years is basically ancient, prehistoric really. But it has led to a discovery of one of the more fascinating losers I've seen.
I'll kill you. I will kill you. You know I'll kill you. I will kill you. I will kill you. Yeah, I doubt it. Ace Rogers, come. Find it, please. I'll kill you. To your face.
There he is in all his glory. So he cruised up here on his Lamborghini yacht, this is more important to them than his own life. This boat means more to him than oxygen, really. And he was denied access to this private dock. A worker had turned him away, letting him know that he didn't have permission to dock there. And he just immediately had a fucking freak out. He blew a gasket right away. So he starts seeing red, and he starts threatening to kill this guy. And the worker doesn't even really seem to take him seriously. He just hits him with one of these and just lets it sit and linger there. And it just makes him even more upset. So as he is driving away, he gets so upset, the rage bubbles over so much that he takes his pants off and starts wiggling his wiener at him. He starts shaking his cock. He goes whole hog and just starts like
helicopter dicking his flaccid cock around. Whoa, you're witnessing a true alpha maneuver right here. Damn, that was hardcore. Holy shit. According to the worker, by the way, there were like women and children around here. They are just in public. You can see people walking around behind him. Like, it is just out in public. Then he has now just exposed his genitals in front of everyone there. I'm always so shocked to see that being like a common tactic used in like a heated argument where you just get naked. Like, checkmate! Look at this! This is my dick! I win! Like, I don't really understand, but, you know, maybe I'm just not, grandmaster level here like he is of being a top-tier yacht owner. But what I will tell you is, I went through and censored that myself, which is why I can see my handiwork there with the black bar. I had to go through and, like, frame by frame, try and censor his penis. And I truly think that I was wrong and was way too charitable saying he was helicopter dicking, because I don't think his penis even makes it into his hands. It was a very unimpressive size there. There were times where it didn't even look phallic. I thought for a second there I was watching him play with his clitoris like he was DJing himself. So, very interesting maneuver here, and it did land him in some hot water. He was charged with a few different things, which of course he pled not guilty to. I do think ultimately he was slapped with a misdemeanor charge of indecent exposure. I haven't found like the verdict on what that was or not, but what I did find is that he was interviewed 8 months ago shortly after this by CBS, and he is just genuinely one of the most unlikable guys you'll ever hear. He is so desperate to appear cool, and his whole personality is him being rich. But from what I can tell, he made his money a long time ago and has since just kind of been belly up in every endeavor that he's tried to dip his toes into. Everything he's tried to fit his cock into, the condom's just been too big, biting off more than he can chew, so he hasn't really found success like he did over a decade ago. So he still rides that high and does clearly still have money, and he's made that his entire soul, is just having money and just trying to make himself appear cool for it.
What, let me get your name so I get it right later.
Ace Rogers.
Ace Rogers, is that what you prefer to go by as opposed to AJ?
Only the cops call me AJ Thagore, and we don't need anyone calling the cops.
Okay.
This guy actually looks like a Halloween costume for just the most insufferable douchebag imaginable. He is a cartoon character. And his whole personality is like it was written by like a really lazy writer to just make someone that everyone would hate. But this is actually him. So he does not like to be called AJ Thagore. He just wants to be known as Ace Rogers. It's like a name I'd see on Summoner's Rift or something. What the fuck? He is not a very young guy, by the way. And he is actually going around with this mentality. By the way, that briefcase of money that he puts there, that's his own prop that he brought. He wanted to make sure he could flex some money in this interview because he can't be seen without it. It's like makeup for this guy. It is all that he has. Without it, he is nothing. He is just a shell. A husk. So he brought this briefcase of money. I don't even know if the money's real, by the way. It could very well just be like fake prop bills, but he claims it was from Super Bowl betting. So he won $500K. He said it's $500K in the briefcase and called it poor people amount of money, but that he wanted to spend it anyway. It's so unbelievably embarrassing. It is so comical. And I'm honestly surprised he didn't put like a cigar in his mouth and light it when he said, "Only cops call me AJ Thagore. And we don't need cops being called here now, do we?" I bet he thought that line went so hard.
All right. Well, what's going on with the yacht?
Well, I'm selling my Lamborghini 63 yacht. It's definitely a prized possession of mine that I love more than anything, but circumstances have evolved where I want to sell my yacht. So
I mean, do you need the money, or why are you selling it?
I obviously don't need the money. I'm fucking rich. I'm not like all the common folk.
This is something the extremely wealthy like to do. Sell their most prized possession they love more than anything in the world in an urgent sale. Yeah, no, that's just something normal. It doesn't mean he's struggling for cash. It's just something everybody seems to like to do, right? Like, how dare you accuse him of needing the money? He's selling this purely because according to him, he has something much better coming. I don't know if it ever arrived, because on his Twitter account, all the pathetic videos he posts that get actually zero engagement, except for occasionally one like this receiving a single like, which I imagine is probably from him on an alt account, a burner, still have him on this Lamborghini yacht. It is still what he has wet dreams about and what he thinks about every second of every day.
And it's tough to pull someone away from me, and I have a really good chance of pulling them away from you because I'm a great recruiter, I'm a great boss, I'm a great CEO, and people want to work for me. You know, the demand to work for this company is beyond belief. It's through the roof.
Yeah, I bet everyone's banging down the door to submit their job resume to work for the guy that pulls his fucking wiener out when things get a little too tense. Yeah, I bet he's an amazing boss to work for. But anyway, point is, this is a brand new video from him. This is only like 3 days old. It has a single like on it. And he is here in this AI cartoon filter on his Lamborghini yacht. It is literally the most important thing in his entire life. But he's been trying to sell it. Why, if you don't need the money? Why not keep it and then also just get the new thing that's coming that's so much better? If you got so much wealth, just so much money flowing out your ass, why not have both? You know, it's crazy. What a weird concept. I don't know, man. I gotta be honest with you. I'm just getting a sneaking suspicion that you needed the money, which is why you're really trying so hard to sell this yacht. It's just a hunch, though. I don't know.
Bigger, better. I'm not downgrading. And, you know, people like me, you know, rich people, we always are looking for the next bigger and better thing. I don't move into smaller houses. I move into bigger mansions. So my next vessel will float and be the baddest fucking thing my next vessel will be the baddest thing this town's ever seen.
Chills. Literal chills. Whoa. I can't wait to see it, AJ. Excuse me, Ace. I truly cannot wait to see it.
Pick him up, and this guy's like, no, you can't do that. That's the equivalent of just pulling up to a red spot, your car, and letting someone get in. But unfortunately, this poor 17-year-old poor person took it upon himself to be like, no, you can't do that. Like, bro.
His retelling of the events here are truly insightful. When you hear it from his eyes, when you get his side of the story, he almost seems like a victim here. Oh, what do you mean the worker wasn't going to let him pull up to this dock here to pick up one of his salespeople? Why isn't he allowed to do that? Does he not understand that he's rich? This is Ace Rogers we're talking about here. Of the fucking Ace Rogers Pirates or whatever. Like, come on, of course he can do whatever he wants. He has money. What do you mean you're going to stop him from doing what he wants? I'm starting to really see where Ace is coming from here.
I got pissed. I did a dick twister off my Lamborghini yacht, and nothing says you don't give an F like doing a dick twister off your Lamborghini yacht.
Amen to that, Ace. Preach. Yeah, you definitely don't give an F. Nothing says not giving an F quite like pulling out your cock when you're really mad after threatening to kill somebody. And also being completely unable to be seen without money in your person. He won't even do an interview without having money be visible. This is a guy who gives more fucks than anyone I've ever seen in my life. He cares so deeply and is so insecure. He is desperate for people to perceive him as cool because of his money. So his whole persona, his whole being has just become poor people that, plebeian this, poor that, I'm rich, money that there is just nothing left. There is no humanity left in this guy's body. He is just this embarrassing shell.
What happened with the case ultimately?
It's still going on. It's pending. Now, it's 2 misdemeanors, man. I get 2 misdemeanors are like frickin' Tuesday around here.
Damn! Mic drop. Yeah, those misdemeanors don't mean anything to a cool guy like Ace Roger. Like he said, that's just a Tuesday for him. He accumulates those indecent exposure charges like they're Pokemon cards, I guess. When looking up his name, there was a couple other things that came up as well. It seems like he's just been a public nuisance for quite a while now, and no one has a single positive thing to say about him or their experience with him. And it is embarrassing how someone can get like this. Because he did make a lot of money. Like, he is, by all accounts, set. And yet he does everything in his power to showcase just how unhappy and miserable he is and tries to put on this strong face, this facade that he's like happy. But meanwhile, he's melting down at 17-year-old workers when they tell him no to parking his yacht. It's just so crazy. What a pathetic loser. So yeah, I had to show you a little bit from AJ Thakor here. Very interesting little rabbit hole. And there is still some other stuff that I didn't really dive into here when I was looking him up. There's no point. This is by far his crowning achievement here. This is his legacy. This is what people will remember AJ Thakor for. This yacht meltdown that he had that led to him just going fucking wild and free with his cock out there in order to, I guess, win the dispute somehow. It's craziness. Anyway, that's about it. See ya. Oh, what's the matter? You can't sleep either? Yeah, I know the feeling. Look at us. 2 peas in a pod. Unfortunately, I can't deploy a tactical breast with some warm milk for you to suckle upon. These puppies aren't spec'd into that build. Best I could do is maybe lactate a bit of gamer subs out. So, we're gonna have to settle for the next best thing, which is a little lullaby, which hopefully will serve as a nice AoE and hit us both, making us sleepy.
I'll see you a little bit, all right?
Yeah, see you soon. Hello. You want to clip this on?
Sure. Oh, you're a streamer?
Yes, I am a streamer. Well,
Oh.
best of luck. This is our last game. I believe it closes at 7 today. So.
6, actually.
6? There's only half an hour left.
This is a clip that blew up a few days ago, but it has a brand spanking new development here where the gentle sir, Fedora Tip, in the video has decided to double down on his cringe embarrassing behavior. So we're gonna give you the whole kit and caboodle here. So this is the genesis. This is where it started. The woman in this video is a streamer. Her name is aka Nimsco on Twitch, but she is a grandmaster in chess. Her name is Nemo, and she's doing this at a convention where people sit down, they play chess, and she's streaming all of it. This is the last contestant of the day. She believes that there's still quite a bit of time left, thinking that it closes at 7. He hits her with the classic, actually, it's 6. So there's even less time than she thought, but she's more than willing to accommodate and play through this game with him because he waited for it.
Take your queen.
Oh, shit, I forgot I can do that.
Yeah. Take queen.
Just gets hard.
Yeah. You're running out of time, Bill.
What happens if I run out of time?
You lose the game. But it's okay, you can use some of mine. I do have to run, though, because I didn't realize the con is closing at 6.
Oof, that's a big-time blunder right there from this prodigy that stepped up to the plate. He hung his queen out to dry, and she capitalized, taking the free piece. He then hits her with the, forgot you could do that. Now, when I first watched this, I assumed he was just like a fan of her and wanted to at least like interact and play a game for fun, despite not being like an active chess player. Him being unaware of how the knight can move, to me, was evidence of that game theory, but turns out that's not the case at all. He actually takes this extremely serious. He's treating this like it's his fucking Super Bowl here. So, as you can see, he's starting to run out of time. She mentions that, saying like, hey, you're running out of time, but, you know, don't worry, you can use some of mine.
That's time. Yeah. Okay. I'll pack up while you make your move.
You know what? I surrender.
Are you sure? Okay. GG's.
Zoinks! Jinkies! The declined handshake in anger. That's fundamentally a rage quit moment there over the board. Very unsportsmanlike. That's a 5-yard penalty, no doubt. And again, she was willing to let it go on even though he did lose on time. He was taking oodles of time here coming up with his moves and then still ended up just giving away a free queen. So it's not someone who I think actively plays chess, so I don't know why he's getting so heated about it. It's pretty fucking embarrassing because this isn't high stakes here. This isn't a game of life or death. It's not a goddamn shadow game from Yu-Gi-Oh! Or anything. It's just supposed to be entertaining and enjoyable, and you get to hang out, you play a little chess. She's a grandmaster. You were never going to win. So I don't know why he's getting his ham so steamed about it.
Alright.
It took forever.
Okay. Oh shit, you took the mic. Oh. Oh, hello. You took the microphone. It's alright, he forgot about that. So, he wanted it, yeah?
I feel like you really wasted my time.
Oh, I'm so sorry about that.
Waiting. You told me after this person, and then another person comes in.
I'm so sorry about that.
That guy, you're like, oh, I'm gonna see you at dinner later.
Yeah.
God, I was waiting here for like half an hour.
Can
And
I...
you just rush through it?
Well, you're welcome to play out the rest of that game if you want to. I gave you that option.
And then here comes the wambulance. So he starts really whining about how she wasted his time. Brother, you're not entitled to her time in the first place, by the way. This is just a little fun setup at the convention. It's not that deep, but anyway. He then accuses her of rushing through the game, even though he lost on time, and she made a very generous offer to still play it out just using her time in order to finish that game because he waited a while, I guess. Which again, if you were unsatisfied with the wait, fucking leave. You're not held hostage there. He doesn't have the fucking cuffs on him, forced to play. Like, what? Just go. Just leave. Why? What? It really feels like he wasn't there for chess in the first place. It seems like he was there to try and, like, have this be some kind of pseudo date or something. So when someone else was in front of him, or someone else that she knew, like, stepped in to play a quick game, it, like, deeply offended him in that capacity. And again, I don't think he was actually there for the chess itself, because he's like, oh, I didn't know you could do that. What, move the knight backwards? Like, what the fuck what? So, the whole thing just smells very fucking fishy, and it's really weird. And his behavior just continues to deteriorate about it.
Okay, I'm so sorry about it. Is there anything I can make up for that? I can give you chess.com diamond memberships or anything like that.
Membership for chess.com?
Yeah, if you want one. Okay, take a picture. I'm gonna give you a second one as well. And heck, since you're the last person for tonight, take a picture of the third one. So then if you redeem these, you'll just have like 3 months free membership. There you go. Take a picture of that one too. Sorry about that. I'm really sorry if you feel like you wasted your time.
You did waste my time.
Okay.
So, fuck you, but I hope you have fun with convention.
Okay. The guy there was so, like, fuck you, gave me the middle finger off.
She is going above and beyond to accommodate this loser, being extremely nice, offering him 3 months of premium membership, again, for a complete non-issue. This guy feels like his time was wasted. Why? Because he chose to wait in that line and then sat down fucking drooling and blue screening in his brain, blundering his queen, and then just sitting there idly with the Orb of Confusion in his pocket and then losing on time before surrendering? How is that her fault? If you wanted a longer time with her at the chessboard, or you wanted to, like, prove yourself, fucking play chess. Learn how the knight moves, I guess, bro. Like, what? Why is any of this her fault? Like, she didn't do anything wrong here. All of it's streamed, by the way, so you can see it all. There was nothing strange or underhanded. She didn't go up there and put her hand on this guy's head like, no, stay back, you swine. Everyone else is coming first. You will be the last one today. Learn your place, plebeian. Like, nothing like that happened. She didn't disrespect him or anything. So, but he still feels so slighted that he wraps back around, gives her the middle finger, and says, fuck you, while getting to reap the benefits of 3 months worth of premium membership that she's given him because she's just, I guess, very nice. If anyone's time was wasted, it was hers for having to interact with you for this long. And now, like I said, this blew up a couple days ago. He got clowned on, and then he wanted to give his side of the story. So I read an article that apparently he is now doing his tell-all here about what actually happened.
Against this person, I have no idea who she is, but there it is. First off, I was just laughing at how ridiculous the video is because it doesn't offer any context. So there was no line there. I have no idea who this person is. It just says, like, hey, let's play some chess, you can win a prize. Cool.
If you want to let people know that everything that's happened bothers you greatly, try and pretend that it doesn't. Well, I actually couldn't stop laughing about the whole thing. People just don't understand the full scope of the situation. And I can't help but giggle. I shouldn't, in fact I shan't, but I can't help but giggle a little bit about this because it doesn't even show the whole context of what happened. So please, let me enlighten you. Let me give you the real scoop here.
It's just, like, I always hate that approach from people when they try and, like, oh, I'll just brush this off. Yeah, you guys are all wrong. I'm right. That kind of attitude. It's so fucking, like, cringe and it's awful. It elicits the yuckies out of me. There's such a bad vibe about that approach. But anyway, he goes on to say that he just hopped in this line because he saw that you could play chess and maybe win a prize. He didn't know who she was, but was more than willing to play chess and go for that. Big question arises there. Why? When you suck this much ass at chess, you hung your queen, like, immediately.
I go up, she's with someone, and I have to wait. That's fine. She says you'll come up after this person. That, there's a timer going on, and I see that, so I'm hoping that these matches are going to be short so I can go, but they're not. The timer runs out. It's made completely irrelevant, and she's just having conversation, talking to this person. It's going on for a while.
Pal, you asked for that same thing, by the way. When you lost on time, she also extended the same courtesy to you, like, hey, look, we can keep going. We can play out the rest of this game. It's not that big a deal. So it seems like she was just more than willing to let people play chess with her and try and, like, enjoy the experience of playing against a grandmaster. Because that's not something a lot of people ever will get the opportunity to do. It's supposed to be something fun, which is a concept that completely eludes this guy, apparently. He took this as, like, a call to arms or something. Like, I must compete for this prize in this chess match. Chess, which something I don't really understand how the knight moves, but I can do this. I must do this, in fact. So he's complaining about other people getting to play through time, like after it runs out, when he himself wanted that same privilege.
Whatever. Match ends. And then, without even acknowledging me at all, some other guy comes up in front of me and starts playing with her. I do feel a little disrespected at this point, because if I'm going to wait for you, I'm just, I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm just waiting. But you're going to just kind of push me aside. That doesn't feel right. But I've already waited long enough. I'm waiting for another friend of mine, so might as well.
But why, though? Why might as well if you're going to be salty about it? What's the point there? You're just letting yourself stew and marinate. So, from his story here, his telling of the encounter, someone cut him in line and took his place, his rightful throne there at the board. So now he has to wait even longer. Well, just leave then, man. Like, again, it's not like you lose anything by waiting except your time. And if your time is something that you don't want to allocate to this, then just leave. No harm, no foul, no big deal. Maybe it's a little upsetting that you got skipped in line when you were really eager to play. Okay, that sucks, I guess. But that's also not her fault. She didn't just, like, wave someone through like, hey, fuck this guy. I want this guy to come up and play instead. Doesn't sound like that happens. It sounds like just some other guy went in front of the line in front of this guy. And if that is what happens, why didn't you say something to the dude? Why didn't you take it up with the guy? Why do you take it out on her? It's not her fault. So why are you going up berating her and then saying fuck you, giving her the finger, storming off, that kind of thing? Why take out all your frustrations on her when she had nothing to do with your place in line and your wasted time that you chose to still continue to sit there and not say anything to the guy who skipped you? Were you afraid to confront him?
Their match goes, I want to say, even longer. Not entirely sure, but again, timer is completely disregarded entirely. She's like coaching the guy, talking to him, saying that they're going to meet up after this. So I'm thinking, I'm waiting for you and you're just kind of hanging out with your friend. That doesn't feel right. It feels like my time's not being appreciated.
What do you mean your time wasn't being appreciated? Brother, the only one not appreciating your time was yourself. If it's that important, the time that you were losing in there, you should have left. It is not her responsibility to be conscientious of your time, of you choosing on your own volition to just sit there and just fucking bake in your own anger. She had a little event. You sit down and play chess. She had people coming in. She was playing chess. You were one of those people. How was she supposed to know that there was some turmoil going on over there with your place in line? And when she did have the unfortunate encounter with you, she was extremely polite and sensitive to your sensitivities around your time. She
let you play out the game past time, offering to keep it going, letting the game continue because you did wait and you were the last person there at the convention, so she was more than willing to be accommodating. And when you wrapped back around fuming, taking out your frustrations on her and getting upset, she was extremely apologetic that you felt the way you did, and then even went way out of her way offering you 3 months of premium membership, which you should not have gotten under any circumstances, by the way. That was very undeserved. All just because you fucking ordered some french fries here about your wasted time that you wasted yourself. Like, she did nothing wrong, and he is still doubling down on this as though people just didn't understand the full story. Brother, the thing was live streamed. Everyone knows everything that happened because it was all on stream. You can't even fall back on that, like, missing context excuse.
So, match finally ends. I come up. I'm a bit frustrated, but I'm trying to keep it together. You know, we're playing, and time runs out. And I can tell, you know, she had a mistake with when the convention is ending, so she wants to go. Timer ends. You know what? I can tell, and I feel like she really just wants me to go. I feel like she's already kind of been disrespectful to me before. She clearly just wants me to leave now. So I get up and I go. And I am very frustrated, right? I'm very upset with the lack of time management, the fact that there was no line, there was no people there, and yet I'm still having to wait for so long.
Then don't. No one is forcing you to do that. You even said you don't know who she is. Why are you waiting that long for this then? I don't get it, man. Make it make sense. I don't understand. And again, if you wanted more time there playing chess with her, get better at chess so you could play out a full game without just getting steamrolled. Like, you were never going to win in the first place against a grandmaster, but maybe you wouldn't have blundered so quickly and had everything go tits up right away. Like, it's very peculiar what this dweeb is even so upset about. And he's still upset about it. He's still frustrated. He is defending his behavior, where, again, I don't think there's any justifications for it. He's just a jerk. Like, he's just mean. He was just very upset at her for nothing.
And, yeah, I was very upset, and I left. I wanted to come back because it just didn't feel right. It really just didn't feel like I was treated properly. So I wanted to make my case. I was like, hey, you wasted my time. I wanted to be upfront about that and say, like, I don't appreciate it. No, you wasted my time. And I was angry. And she tried to respond in a very nice manner, and I acknowledged that. But that doesn't change the fact that I was wronged and I was disrespected.
No, you were not. You were not wronged. You were not disrespected. She did so much more than any other human being on the planet would have in this situation, with treating you with respect and being very apologetic over a complete non-issue, just an issue you've made up in your own noodle. This is absurd, man. What a crazy response to have to this. Like, it's shocking to me that there's no self-awareness. There's no realization that he was in the wrong. There was nothing disrespectful that happened here on her end. If he was cut in line, yeah, it's disrespectful. Why didn't you take it out on the guy who actually disrespected you then? If that actually happened, why are you targeting her for that? She had no control over that mishap. She didn't order that guy to cut you in line. It's not like it was a sleeper agent. She didn't have, you know, fucking security come in and just, like, push you to the side so they could play with her and take away your precious time to ruin and disrespect your time at the convention. So why are you taking all that frustration out on her when she did nothing wrong and did everything she could to be respectful and polite and even apologetic, even though there was nothing to apologize for in the first place? Wild, man. Truly wild stuff. Anyway, that's really about it. So, yeah. Are you happy? If the answer to that question is yes, then stay far away from Pokemon tournaments. You turn the cheek, run the other direction as quickly as you can, Buster, because that is an environment where joy and whimsy goes to die. It has now been confirmed beyond a shadow of a doubt that the biggest dweebs on this planet are Pokemon judges, and they are like Dementors. They will suck the happiness out and will punish you for even the slightest signs of happiness. If you celebrate, I hope you're ready to go to jail, because Pokemon competition is more joyless than an active war zone. It is cutthroat. 2 weeks ago, I made a video covering a situation where a Pokemon Go player won a tournament, but because he celebrated, they punished him by taking the win away, thus his opponent ended up winning the tournament because of it. It was an automatic loss, which gave his opponent the win. Because of excessive celebration, deeming it unsportsmanlike. Just as a reminder, this is the celebration they punished.
Now on his 11th one, he is the first-time champion for himself and your 2026 Orlando champion!
Incredible series from Firestar, pulling out all the stops, all the Pokemon, taking us to a decisive Game 5. Could not have asked for anything else.
Pokemon judges are literally the fun police. That is the entirety of his celebration after winning this tournament. He sets his headset down and gives one pump, then shakes his opponent's hand. I get more animated when my Uber Eats gets here. Like, that is about as tame a celebration as you can possibly fucking find. That is the epitome of sportsmanship. He's happy, he's emotionally won, but he doesn't become, over the top with it. He doesn't stand on the chair and slam 2 beers together like Stone Cold Steve Austin or start butt-chugging brewskis or something, saying fuck you to his opponent and say, get out of here, pussy, lean over, give him a wet willy and an atomic wedgie on the way out. Nothing. It is pathetic that these dorks, these greasy, stinky losers, punished him for that. But what's even more pathetic is that they're standing by it, and that's why I'm talking about it again today. They released an official statement where they've all come together in their fucking stink cloud, their fucking fart fumes, and decided that the Council of Judges was correct in this punishment here. And then they also reinforced another ruling where they punished another Pokemon player, this time in the TCG, who celebrated early, maintaining that they did deserve to lose that as well. These fucking Pokemon judges suck major ass. I think it is irrefutable. This evidence confirms that there are no bigger twerps on this planet than Pokemon judges. If you want to avoid a fate like that, you right now need to fix the stink, so go to usecheeky.com and get the best soap in the universe. The queso bar just launched as well, by the way. It's coconut. Like, we've got the best soap out there, and you need to take your hygiene seriously, or else you might just end up like a Pokemon judge. Here's the Pokemon Play Team's official toilet paper. At the recent Pokemon Orlando Regionals, 2 instances of penalties being issued during streamed matches have created questions within the community about celebrations. They're illegal. You're going to jail if you show any emotion at an official Play Pokemon event. I'll sum it up for you. Spoiler alert. Play Pokemon has reviewed each instance and would like to provide more information. In the first, during the Pokemon TCG Swiss Round 13 match, the tournament headphones were removed and were thrown onto the table on top of cards and damage counters, putting the TCG game state in disarray before additional game action could be taken to complete the game. A match loss was issued for the disruption to the game state and not playing out the final sequence to the game. I didn't cover that one, but I'll briefly show you what they're referring to there.
Wow! Rips it off the 6 cards. Are you kidding me here? Makani.
Basically what happened is he drew the win condition. It was checkmate at that moment, but he celebrated before finishing the game, so he put his headphones down and it moves the cards around. So they viewed that as throwing the game into disarray. It fucking annihilated the game state. It was all ruined. It's completely kaput. So they issued a game loss for it. This one was a bit more divisive. Some people think that this is an outrageous ruling. Others think it makes sense because he didn't actually finish the game before doing that. I personally think this one has the most wiggle room to be justified because he didn't finish it out. It would be like in chess, if you have the checkmate, but then you fucking slap the chessboard before you actually finish the checkmate. That would be improper. So I do understand that to a certain degree, but I think a match loss is a bit overkill. I feel like this could have been the first warning because it didn't ruin the game. The game literally is over from that moment. There is nothing that can be done, as I understand it, in the current meta there. So it was over. He just needed to finish out the sequence. So to me, I think a game loss is a little extreme. That could have been the first warning there. And according to the player, 2 separate head judges told him that he was given a match loss for throwing his headset down and being dangerous. Not a single judge told him that he was given the game loss for disrupting the board state, and then wasn't given the chance to appeal the ruling either. So to me, it does feel far more cutthroat than it should. And then the most egregious is obviously what happened with the Pokemon Go celebration, where the game was completely over, and then a very mild celebration, which I wouldn't even use the word celebration. To me, a celebration is like what you see in the end zone in the NFL or in the college football, where you get a touchdown, you spike the ball, you hit some of these maneuvers right here, like the "Where's My Hug At" or something like that, bust out the fucking Gangnam Style maybe. That's a celebration. What he did was the most, like, normal, like, oh, I'm happy moment doing this. Like, even Pokemon characters do that. They do more than that, mind you, but that's like literally the bare minimum of being like, oh, whoopee, I won. And they're calling it excessive and unsportsmanlike. And they're standing by that decision. So going back to their official statement, in the second instance, during Pokemon Go Grand Finals, we would like to share some information which may not be known to the broader community. Prior to the final game incident, during Game 1 of the Bracket Reset series, a player was issued a warning for the action of hitting and shaking the table during gameplay. Actions such as these can have a negative impact on the experience of participants and disturb the match in progress. Then, during Game 5, this same player's behavior continued to be disruptive, including shaking the table to the point that there was a disruption to the broadcast experience. These repeated infractions resulted in a penalty that was escalated to game loss. If that isn't the biggest load of hooey I've ever heard, you can watch the footage yourself. There was nothing disruptive happening, not from what I went through and re-watched. And plus, the game loss came after the celebration. Like, unsportsmanlike, I believe, is what was being tossed around. But now they're saying it was actually because he was shaking the table. It was a fucking earthquake he was having go on over there. We couldn't even get the broadcast going. It was so all over the place. It was a natural disaster, a fucking calamity. We will uphold the decisions made by the judges at this event. Pokemon judges are committed to bringing the best possible experience to our players by preserving the competitive integrity of our events. Yeah, it's in the shitter. It has completely been flushed down the tubes with this, by the way, because you could win grand finals, but you best be completely fucking stoic and silent. Even the slightest iota of a smirk will have that title stripped from your fucking cold, dead paws. They will rip that W from your hands if they see you happy. What do you mean preserving the competitive integrity? You took away the winner's win and gave it to someone who lost. All over them celebrating slightly. Without them and their commitment to play Pokemon, we would not be able to hold events, and it is our expectation that they are treated with the same respect as all people in the community. In the moment of a win, emotions are high, and we recognize that these emotions can lead to energetic reactions celebrating a win, which, by the way, didn't really happen here. It wasn't that energetic. My fucking grandfather, I saw him get more animated when the mailman would show up than I saw from this guy winning the fucking grand finals of this tournament. It wasn't that energetic, mind you. We want to support this authentic positive reaction and not discourage this excitement. Celebrations are not an issue, but actions that disrupt or negatively impact competitive integrity can be. We will continue to listen to the community of players and our judges on how best to evolve our tournament system rules and how penalties are enforced. The Play Pokemon team, they sign it off. Now, Firestar73, the player who had his title ripped from him for his celebration, did make a statement after this official Play Pokemon piece and said, "The incident you are now for the first time claiming was the basis of the decision did not affect the gameplay at all, yet decided the whole tournament. That is 100% correct. It had no impact on the game at all, even if he was shaking the table, which I don't see any strong evidence of him being over there like, you know, the waves of the ocean moving the table back and forth all wobbly. I don't see anything like that. But none of it affected the gameplay no matter how you spin it. Section 2.1 requires a clear explanation of any infraction and its penalty, and I was never given this as the basis at all." That is also true. Apparently that was never relayed. There's even a community note that talks about this. Firestar wasn't given an initial warning for shaking the table. This is a major infraction under Section 5.1 of the penalty guidelines, and then it also has something about Makani, who received a game loss for a headset throw and wasn't able to appeal, and Section 433 of the Tournament Rule Handbook allows for an appeal. So they're not following their own guidelines, basically. Which doesn't come as a surprise to me because it feels like these are complete losers that are power tripping and looking for any excuse to exert their authority here. Did I just catch you showing emotion? You lost now, Buster. Ha! Give that back. Don't you ever show me a smile again. And I mean it. I'm a Pokemon professor, by the way. So cringe, man. Actually so cringe. So they're standing by the decision. Firestar 73 does not get the win that he earned. Also in the TCG space, Makani does not get that win either. They're standing by both decisions there. I think the most egregious is the case with Firestar 73. I think there are no grounds for that. I think that is a complete sham. And I think the community should be very alarmed that this is who controls the events. You best be on your most emotionless behavior in the future of this competitive scene here. The competitive environment of play Pokemon events from this point forward better be quieter than a fucking library. It's going to be like a funeral in there, not an ounce of joy. So, I guess that's what they're looking for. That's what they're trying to cultivate. This shit's so stupid, man. It's so embarrassing. It's so shameful. Had to yap about it. I had to give you the follow-up. That's really about it. See ya.
No long-winded intro. I'm hugging my knees to my chest in the cannonball position, diving in. New Avatar movie just came out, and it is the lowest rated one so far, which was pretty surprising to see. Now, I just got back from it. It's 3:30 a.m. The long movie. I saw it at 10:45 p.m., and I'm going to go on a little tangent real quick. I already said no long-winded intro, but I'm immediately sinning because I have to just complain about how long previews are. I've made a habit out of timing each experience with previews before a film. On average, it's about 21 minutes worth of previews before the movie starts. In rare cases, I've had it go up to like 26, 28, and even one time 30. This time around, though, this rodeo lasted quite a while because they had like an extended preview. I felt like I was watching a whole nother movie for The Odyssey. They played what felt like a 10-minute full sequence there before this movie. Now, luckily, it slapped. But Jiminy Christmas, the movie didn't start until significantly later than even I expected, knowing full well the average of preview duration. So it was a late evening here watching this film. Anyway, in order to talk about some of the things I want to, I'm going to need to get into spoilers. So this is your spoiler warning here. Spoilers going to be flying out the wazoo. Alright, I've warned you now. Overall, I liked the movie. I think it was entertaining. It was solid. There's nothing bad about it. By no means is there anything in here that I think isn't good. But honestly, I think it does deserve to be the lowest rated in the franchise right now, and I'll tell you why. My biggest complaint. This movie is extremely safe. Not only is it extremely safe, but it is extremely derivative of the previous two films. It doesn't introduce any new thematic elements or anything, and it borrows heavily from the first and especially the second. In the final act of this film, it is almost beat for beat, bar for bar, where the water concludes itself, minus one very important emotional high that the second film had. And that was an important character death. An emotional moment that I didn't see coming, that was a surprising death that felt very impactful and intense and carried a lot of weight. This film doesn't have that. There was no part in this film where I really thought any of the core cast was in danger, even knowing in the second movie they made that bold decision that caught me with my pants down when they killed one of the brothers. Here, the whole film felt just very much like James Cameron being comfortable. It's clear he knows what works, and in this film it also still works. But we've seen it before twice now, and he doesn't go out of his cozy comfort zone. He's perfectly content to just cuddle up with all of the same things that we've gotten from the first two without introducing anything else. And for me, that's just a little deflating because for this film, I thought there were quite a few moments with a lot of potential to really wow you. And I thought that's what this would be going into it, given where Way of Water stops. I thought there was going to be like really, high stakes, big bold chances taken with this movie, and it's just not. I expected this film to focus on fire, the same way that the second film focused on water, and I thought that was going to be like super hype, and we'd see a lot of like new creatures, a lot of like new imaginative things about this world. Like Where the Water introduced, where so many things just felt new and fresh, and like we were going on a brand new adventure in this brand new part of a world we hadn't seen in so long, and it felt so fresh and exciting, filled with creativity and imaginative things and creatures that inhabit it. It just felt so alive and so different. But this movie, it's recycling all of the same, not only like locations as Where the Water, but also a lot of the same things that happen in Where the Water. So you're seeing the same creatures, the same things that you already saw in Where the Water, which isn't the worst thing in the world, but I just really thought this was going to be like exploring another new side of this beautiful world James Cameron crafted. I thought this was going to be about like the fire and like this group of Ash Navi. Because like it seemed like they started to do that when she was telling her story. They show like a really beautiful, quick thing about where they are and the fire, the catastrophe they survived. But then it goes right back to the water. And the entire final fight and pretty much all of the fighting and everything happens in the same exact water, the same exact area that it did in the second film. So it just feels like we've been there, done that. But like I said, there's nothing bad about it. And in fact, I would actually argue this is the most visually breathtaking in the Avatar franchise. The visual spectacle in here, zoinks. It is incredible. And I really love the introduction of the new Na'vi that we see here, the Ash Na'vi, where they've completely forsaken Awa. They're no longer like very spiritual or anything like that. They're very much like, I'm gonna fuck you up, carve your scalp, let it all burn type thing. Which I think is a great contrast to all the other Na'vi we've seen till this point. And they team up with the Colonel, and there's a really great dynamic with the Colonel where, he does just have the memories of a dead man. He's not actually that guy anymore. He's just not that guy, pal. And Jake is constantly trying to get that through to him, and you do see it start to weigh on him. I thought that was a really cool idea they were exploring there, and I'm excited to see where else that maybe goes. Spider is also a character that I thought was great in the second film and has an even bigger role in this one. But I will say, they make a decision with Spider, and the only family he's never ever known is the Na'vi, the Sully family. That is his family, but he is an alien to them. He has to have a mask on at all times because he can't breathe their air. It's poison. So even though they accept him as a member of the family, he feels like he's a member of the family, there is just this very obvious distinction that he isn't. And I thought that was a really interesting idea. In this film, it overwrites that, where pretty early on, something happens where he does get the ability to breathe their air, so he no longer needs their mask, and that also comes with the thing on the back of his head that I'm blanking on the name of. I was going to call it the Kundalini, but I know that's not it. The Kundalini is from that rabbit hole that we went down on stream a long time ago about that serpent in your spine that can make you come by thinking really hard or whatever. I can't remember what it's called in the film, but he gets that, so he can breathe their air, huff it all in, no problem. He can jack into all life on the planet, connect to the animals, the spirits, everything. So for all intents and purposes, Spider is now a Na'vi in everything except skin color. Which in and of itself is a cool idea, and I think it is a natural progression of the character, but I really liked what I thought Way of Water was setting up for him, where the idea is, you don't have to look like your family, or you don't have to be able to do all the things that your family can do to still be a member of the family. I thought that was going to be an interesting thing that they play around with, but here they do kind of abandon that, and he is just a full Na'vi, basically. Which in and of itself has a lot of cool things about it, so I don't have like a huge issue with the direction or anything like that, but I don't know, I think it would have just hit harder if it didn't end up going kind of similarly to how Jake Sully did, where he does just become a Na'vi. Well, the same thing is happening now to Spider. He did just become a Na'vi. The only difference is
he didn't grow fucking 5 feet and get blue skin, but he still has everything else there. Again, not the biggest deal in the world, because I think there is a lot of cool things they did with it in this movie, and I imagine more they'll explore in the future. I just feel like it would have been really interesting if they didn't. Instead of him just becoming a Na'vi, he could still just be that family member that happens to be a human. And that is a really interesting dynamic to play with that I thought they did really well with in Way of Water. Anyway, though, I want to get back to the things I like there. I already pointed out the Colonel is one of the highlights for me, but right behind the Colonel for standouts is Varong. She is the leader of the Ash Na'vi here, and also becomes the main love interest to the Colonel. And I think that's a really interesting thing that they explore there, because he, has been established as someone looking to really fuck up the Na'vi. He is still on Team Human and will do anything that they order him to. They say jump, he asks how high, yet he has legitimate feelings for Varong and actually fights with her and for her, defends her when the general tries to force them out, calling them savages and stuff. So it's a really interesting thing to see, he's forming connections now with the Na'vi through Varong and the Ash Na'vi. I think her character is great. She is to the Ash Na'vi what Jake Sully is to the rest of the Na'vi. She is a fierce warrior. She is brutal. She loves guns and fire, loves to burn things to the ground, and tells the story of how she got there to the Colonel, where after a catastrophe, her and her people were starving, so they cried out for assistance, praying for help from Awa. Nothing ever came. They felt Awa abandoned them, so they abandoned Awa. And she leads them, she saves them, and now she is the one that is keeping them all alive and doing everything she can to ensure their survival. And I really appreciate they didn't make her just an unhinged lunatic. Yeah, she does a lot of fucked up things, but she is still very much grounded in that she doesn't just randomly start slaughtering people for no reason, just a loose cannon. She does do smart strategy and tactics. She's not just crazy. She is ruthless, but she's not insane and stupid or anything like that. They do a great job of walking the line between her brutality and still her being a legitimate thinking being that's not just one-dimensional. Also, I want to make a special mention for the action. I think all of the Avatar movies have really great action. This one is no exception. I think the action here is spectacular. I think James Cameron always does a great job with it, and Fire and Ash has wonderful action. Probably the best in the franchise so far, I would say. I just think the Na'vi fighting the Ash Na'vi, every scene where they clash was really, really good. So, crushed it in that department. I will say, though, the catalyst for a lot of the action that happens seems to always be a member of the Sully family getting captured. I think that happened fucking 5 times in this movie. Basically, anytime they turn around, someone's getting captured from their family and used as bait to spawn a fight. I feel like in the next couple of Avatar movies, maybe we should explore different means of getting a fight to occur that's not just getting captured. Because my god, it has happened a lot in these movies now. A fucking ton. But yeah, another thing, the music is great. I think most people are probably expecting good music in here, and you're going to get it. Like I said, it's a good movie, but I definitely think this is the weakest in the franchise so far, and that's solely because it's basically everything we've already gotten served to us again. But maybe for some people that's exactly what they want. It's entirely possible. Again, I was entertained. I also feel like the pacing of this film was really good. It never felt like it dragged, and I was never bored. It's a very, very long movie, but it truly didn't really feel like that. I thought James Cameron did a good job of keeping things, moving along, which was great. So yeah, overall, it's good, but I definitely think it does deserve to be the lowest rated in the franchise so far. But anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. Alright, you might catch me blushing a little bit, getting a bit red in the cheeks and squirming in my chair, because I'm a little embarrassed. I got to do something I've wanted to do for a while, and I got to
do it with something that I really, really like. But I kind of blew it. Yep, didn't do the best job there. I got the privilege of doing a voice acting cameo in Baki, which is an anime I've talked about a lot over the years. I think it is just beautiful fucking insanity. And I got to be like a little side character in there. But my shit was poop. I did not do a very good job, I don't think, at least. I'll show you a brief clip from when my character gets introduced in the season. I don't think I can show you much footage of it because obviously it's a big anime. But it's a character that fans have been really excited for a long time, salivating, waiting to see them finally make an appearance in the anime, and, well, their prayers have been answered. That's right, I play generic police officer.
Yes, sir. Even from behind, I could tell you were happy. I mean, I can hardly believe it. Musashi Miyamoto's alive. And he's agreed to fight me as a condition to get released. Do you really believe it? That it's him?
In total, I have like 20 lines there as that police officer. A police officer who no doubt will make a return in Avengers Doomsday, I imagine. And I'm very excited to see the community power scaling unnamed police officer number fucking 4 here or whatever. Because I think, personally, he's probably pickle level, but we'll see what the experts have to say. And speaking of experts, let me drop you a little sage wisdom here, a little expert advice. Check out the Starforge Spring Sale we have going on right now. Huge savings on PCs and keyboards. Click the link in the description below. When I got approached with the opportunity, in my head I was like, oh fuck yeah, I know exactly how I'm going to do this. I'm going to ham it up and go for like a classic over-the-top Baki style performance. Like fucking channel my inner Jim Ross like it's the WWE. Get him with that "Bah God!" But what I didn't realize, because I haven't done much voice acting in general, and not at all really with anime dubs outside of like 2 lines and like a really old one, is that you have to match the lip sync of the characters that are already established, and you have to match the tone of the voice actor that you are dubbing for. So with those instructions in mind, it became a little bit more difficult for me because that's not something I've done before, and I don't think I really did a great job nailing it. I think I was too focused on making sure that the words fit the lips and that the tone was similar to what was established in the original dub. And it led to this sounding like robotic. It almost sounds like I'm talking at you through like a fucking walkie-talkie giving you quest directions or something in an old PlayStation 2 game. Whereas with Dispatch, where I play Sonar, it was a very different process because I actually auditioned for that role. When I read for Dispatch, it wasn't for Sonar, it was for Golem. And then they offhanded mentioned if I'd want to try to see what Sonar sounded like, and I ended up getting that part instead. And Sonar as a character was one that hadn't already been like dubbed by someone else and was a character that was still being developed and fleshed out. So it was me setting the tone for the character with the dialogue and the performance and all of that, as opposed to trying to match an already established one. So doing that for the dub, like, it was very unusual for me, and I think I floundered the opportunity. Like, I'm still very grateful they had me on board. I think it's still super fun, and I love the show, so it's hyped to be a part of it in even this small way. But man, I just wish I had done a better job. Like, I really went in there thinking about to go ballistic in the booth, about to burn that bitch down. Barbecue chicken alert, barbecue chicken alert. Like, I was like, oh yeah, I've got this. I know Baki, I know Ball. I thought I'd be over there giving you like a huge explanation and lore drop around like a character using their finger as a scalpel to remove their own gallbladder in the middle of a fight because it got damaged. And then I'd recount the history of who invented that maneuver. The fucking London commoner named Geronimo Edwards who discovered it while on the road selling swill or something. I really thought I was about to dial in and nail it, and I unfortunately did not. I just couldn't fucking get in the flow state that I really needed to channel. For me personally, I found it significantly more difficult to try and match an already established performance, like to try and emulate that in English, than just performing something yourself as a character. So my appreciation for English dub voice actors, it shot up quite a bit because that shit was pretty tough, actually. Anyway, though, just wanted to yap about it a little bit. I really love Baki, so it was cool to have the opportunity. I just wish I had done a better job is all. Anyway, that's really about it. So, yeah. Wow. I just learned about the Switzerland ski resort fire last night, and what a devastating tragedy. At a ski resort bar, a fire broke out that claimed the lives of 40 people, and over 100 have been injured. As of me making this video right now, those are the numbers that are reported, and it is just heartbreaking. And what made me want to talk about it is there's a lot of videos floating around of people that were filming the fire instead of prioritizing escaping it. So there's videos of people that were still actively partying while filming this fire. Like, there's still music playing and everything, and people just not taking it seriously. They're busy filming it for social media. And I can't believe it. Social media has reached the point where it overrides people's basic survival instincts. To see people actively still partying as the entire building is being engulfed in a blazing inferno is unbelievable to me. There's multiple videos like this. So you can see tons of people's phones are out here. So you get like a whole 360-degree video of this fire building until it is completely out of control, which doesn't take long. That's how fire works. And then people panicking, scrambling to escape, but for some it was just way too late. 40 people died in this. It's fucking tragic. And I still just can't believe that people would be like filming and partying while something like this is happening instead of escaping or helping others to escape as well. Like, maybe there were people that didn't know this was going on, and someone filming could have instead, let them know, like, hey, we got to get the fuck out of here or something. It's so weird to me that we've reached a point where people would prioritize social media updates as opposed to their own life. You know what's a lot cooler than a few handful of likes on TikTok? Being alive. I urge anyone watching this to remember that at the end of the day, social media is not the most important thing in your life. Your life is the most important thing in your life. So anytime there's something like a fire going on, don't think of it as like a potential unique content opportunity. I feel like so much of the world has become incredibly geared towards like content brain 100% of the time, when it just shouldn't be that way. You should always be trying to prioritize your actual life as opposed to like your digital footprint and whatever you do online and all that kind of thing. It's just very, very sad to see this.
Celebration in the Swiss Alps shows the chaos as the deadly flames spread at a bar popular with young people and tourists. You can hear the screaming, people scrambling for the exit as the flames rip through the confined spaces of the bar Le Constellation. Swiss authorities say about 40 people were killed and more than 100 injured in the fire that began at 1:30 a.m. The cause of the blaze now under investigation.
It's extremely hard to watch that footage. It's gut-wrenching. Now, in the news segment, they mentioned that the cause of the fire was still under investigation. As of me making this now, it appears they have a lead on it. They believe that sparklers were what caused it. The sparklers appeared to have led to what is referred to as a flashover incident where the fire spread very rapidly. Investigators would assess soundproofing foam used in the ceiling and whether anyone needs to be held criminally liable for the fire. The sparklers they're referring to are champagne bottle sparklers. Now, I've seen this picture floating around, which seems legitimate, but in the age of AI, I can never really be sure anymore. But I've seen this in quite a few different places, including actual publications. But even still, I always take everything with a whiff of uncertainty because, again, it could be, phony baloney AI. But in that picture, the soundproofing, the foam on the ceiling, that does match what appears to be catching on fire in the videos that were filmed. So, regardless, it seems like it was the champagne bottle sparklers that started this incident, and it spread the fire very rapidly. It immediately reminded me of the 2003 Station nightclub fire, which killed 100 people, and the fire started in a very similar fashion where the acoustic foam paneling caught on fire during pyrotechnics. Here, the sparklers caught that foam on fire. Now, I believe the venue should be held liable. I do. Now, of course, I'm not a Switzerland authority, nor am I a fucking fire marshal or anything like that. I am a 5'6" homunculus layman. But I feel like if you are going to be selling champagne with sparklers on top, you probably also shouldn't have exposed, highly flammable foam paneling, where if a sparkler is raised a little too high, it can just cause all of it to ignite. That's clearly a huge problem and a big oversight to be combining these two things. It is a recipe for disaster. Now, I don't know if this was like the first year this bar did the sparklers and champagne thing or not, because if they were doing it previously, I'm surprised it wouldn't have happened sooner if the layout and the materials have stayed exactly the same. Like, that does seem to just be a glaring issue to have that there while also selling sparklers. But anyway, I saw in an article that one of the bar owners said that it's been inspected 3 times in 10 years and it passed the regulations. Again, I am a fucking idiot when it comes to this kind of thing, but that feels like a very little amount of inspection to be conducted over the course of a decade. I feel like, and keep in mind, I'm not the owner of an event space or anything, but I feel like in order to ensure the safety of patrons, you would want that to be inspected a little more often than 3 times in 10 years. A lot can change over the course of that period of time. So I just feel like in order to ensure due diligence and ensure materials are still up to code and everything's still, as it should be, I would have expected that to be a little bit higher. And I've seen people questioning, well, what are the regulations when it comes to this kind of thing there? Like, I haven't seen any reports on if there were, like, sufficient escapes, Like, maybe there weren't enough escape routes for people to exit in case of emergency. I haven't seen anything about that as of me making this video right now, so there's just a lot of question marks in the air. But based on the videos I've seen, it really feels like this venue will likely be held liable, at least in some sense, for the fire, because it doesn't make sense why they would even be doing these sparkling champagne bottles while having known flammable material on the ceiling. And it's not like the ceiling is like 50 feet high where it would never touch it or anything. You can reach it by holding the champagne bottle up a little higher than you normally would. Again, at least based on some of the videos I've seen. So, like there's a video of the guy hitting the roof or the ceiling that has fire breaking out on it, where you can see the paneling. He's hitting it while standing with his shirt. So you can easily reach that. So if you're selling sparklers, which can start fires, and you're surrounded by this not super high ceiling that is full of these flammable materials, that's a problem. So personally, I just can't imagine authorities coming back and being like, oh yeah, the venue's not at fault at all. This is actually, totally normal. Because it just doesn't feel like it should be. In that case, maybe we need to update the fire inspection protocol over there, because I don't think you should be mixing flammable foam paneling with fucking champagne sparklers. It's an absolute fucking disaster. And it's so tragic, man. It's just so fucking sad. 40 lives lost, over 100 people injured on what is supposed to be an extremely happy celebratory day. It's so fucking awful, man. Anyway, wishing the best for everyone affected, all families, everyone that survived it as well. Just terrible stuff. Truly awful stuff. That's really about it. So yeah. Big drama with Alan Richson over the last couple of days, and it's one that I've actually been paying attention to. I've had my finger on the pulse of it. Most people know him as Reacher. I will always know him as Thad Castle from Blue Mountain State, baby. I still remember being in college watching that in the dorms. It's nostalgic. Unfortunately, though, he's been embroiled in controversy because Some security camera footage was released that showed him beating up his neighbor. Maybe he finally located the guy who shoved his finger up his butt, Thad Castle, out for revenge. And everyone was quick to dogpile on top of him, insulting him, talking about him like he was goddamn Cobra Commander, about how he's unhinged and unsafe to be around. He's a fucking villain of the highest order, a violent, roid-raging maniac. Lock him up. He clearly started everything here on this innocent man. And then that innocent man did a little Wambulance world tour with the French cries, going on about how, like, he did nothing wrong and he's just out of control. I just asked him to slow down, and then he fed me knuckle sandwiches and then wedgied me, and then he beat the snot out of me, and I fucking drained the piss from my balls. How could Alan do this to me? I did nothing wrong besides instigate everything. Spoiler alert, Alan Richson's body cam dropped today, and now most people are singing a different tune after actually seeing the whole thing. So, shocker, the security camera footage that only picked up right when Alan started beating his neighbor leaves off what led to it. And now that the full thing's out there, it's painting a very different picture on what unfolded during the situation. Before showing you the body cam, let me show you Ronnie Taylor's interview here, where he immediately tried to capitalize off everything that happened.
It started on Saturday morning and I'm an experienced motorcycle rider. I've been riding bikes all my life. So, you know, from dirt bikes to street bikes and etc. But I'd heard this incestuous revving and speeding through our neighborhood of the motorcycle. I eventually saw the guy on Saturday. I didn't know who it was. And I sort of like flippantly sort of said, "Guy, like he was quite a way." And I said, "Can you just slow it down, please?"
Everything that he's vomiting out here, all this spaghetti, turned out to be a load of hooey, which you're going to see in the body cam. The reality of the situation is far different from the fantasy that he's describing here. He then briefly drops his resume on his experience riding as well. But I have to call into question that. I have to get you with the Phoenix Wright objection there. Like, he does have a bike, and you can see it in the body cam. But I have to wonder if he ever even rides it around or if he just licks the fucking tires clean as part of a fetish or something. Like, that's his experience with motorcycles. Because, like, he talks about them as if he's the preeminent expert on them. Like, oh, based on the sound and all this incessant revving, I knew that he was going extremely fast. I had seen him going extremely fast, this and that. But then in the body cam, you can see how fast he's going. It's in plain view. Alan Richson never goes over 21 miles per hour. That's under residential speed limits in most places. Like, around me, it's 25. He's not zipping around at crazy speeds. So, does Ronnie know motorcycles at all? Or was this guy just looking for trouble and now he's out here lying?
And then there are numerous people in my neighborhood who caught all of this on Ring doorbells of him speeding through the neighborhood. And on Sunday, when I was cleaning my bike outside my house, he rode past once, twice, and on the second time, I walked out in front of him and I said, "You've got to stop. Someone's going to get hurt." And it escalated quite quickly from there. I did push him because he was coming towards me on his bike. He did it again for a second time. I pushed him a second time. And I think the second time he got off his bike and kicked the crap out of me. And you can see he hit me in the back of my head. I went to the ground and covered myself. I've had such a shitty day today, and I don't wish the guy any malice or ill will, but we just don't need people riding through neighborhoods like this. And I just decided, take a stand because someone else has to, because it's going to end up way worse than it could.
What a patriot. He really did take a stand. And by stand, I mean fetal position on the grass after pushing Alan Richardson multiple times after standing in front of his motorcycle while he was driving in order to cause Alan Richardson to flip over the handlebars, causing an accident. Really, what a hero, Ronnie. So now let's look at the body cam. So you can see Alan, top speed in this was 22 miles per hour. Now, I guess it's possible he was going faster before the body cam footage starts, but I find that hard to believe because even after the whole altercation, there is like an extra minute of body cam showing him and his kids driving away on their motorcycles, and the top speed he gets to there was, I think, 30, which even then is still not like lunatic speed that Ronnie keeps claiming. But in the body cam, you can see he's going 22 at top and then starts slowing down, going near Ronnie. He gets down to, I think it was 19 miles per hour. Then you can watch Rat Ronnie decide to get in front of his motorcycle by taking multiple side steps over there like he was playing defense on a basketball court. So then he gets in front of Alan, who then slams the brakes. He squeezes very hard, and it sends him over the top of his motorcycle because he wanted to avoid hitting him. You know, he wasn't going fast enough to splatter him like it was Halo 3 or anything, but he still didn't want to cause some kind of injury to this guy who's now just fucking stood right in front of him. So I think that's very clear that Ronnie is the one that instigated this. It was not calm and collected like Ronnie seemed to indicate it was in his interview. He went in front of Alan, which could have very easily injured Alan, sending him over the handlebars there. Then that's when it gets a bit handsy. Alan and ridiculous Ronnie here kept shoving each other. It seemed like Ronnie did it first, so Alan shoved him, causing him to like ragdoll onto the driveway there. Ronnie, I think, now this is just my little game theory here, my tinfoil hat conspiracy. I think the plan was Ronnie was looking for money. I think he was trying to look for like an easy lawsuit. So he tried to position himself in a way that would have Alan Richson be the bad guy and like attacking him and shit. So he then stood in front of the motorcycle hoping that that little element of this whole thing would never see the light of day. That's just what I think, because this is just so inexplicably stupid from him. Alan doesn't appear to have been driving at lunatic speeds or driving recklessly. He's with his two kids and they seem to be practicing safe driving here on their motorcycles. And B, Alan immediately starts like instigating like physically with Alan afterwards too. When Alan is a big boy, that's a pretty big mammoth of a man right there. That is a mountain of meat. And Ronnie instantly is getting ragdolled, but keeps coming back like just some kind of malfunctioning Oblivion NPC that can't get enough. So the question begs to be asked, why did Ronnie do this? It wasn't to protect the neighborhood or save the world or anything, because it doesn't seem like they were in any danger. It doesn't seem like there was any dangerous driving or fucking lunatic speeds and driving like recklessly. Nothing like that. So to me, it feels like he was looking for some kind of payday out of this through like a lawsuit or something. That's my guess. Side note, I hate whoever put this music here. This is so cringe. I hate how in the modern day and age, a video can't just have like real audio anymore if it's a vertical video. For some reason, people just feel the need to put in this kind of trash Facebook music that they find. Why? Now all it does is make it hard to hear what's going on, and I can't find it with original audio. It is so annoying. Like yesterday, the story with the dogs, I couldn't find the original audio on that dog video because everyone that was posting it had to just keep putting music in it. It's so stupid, man. Just let the original audio ride. How rotted are people's brains? How poisoned are people's psyches that they can't just hear the real audio? They need music in the background too to stay stimulated. It's so cringe. I hate it. Ronnie keeps following him around saying that he's driving like a fucking lunatic. That is his only dialogue option here. This guy must have like a string on his back that you pull it and all he says is, driving around like a fucking lunatic. That's his catchphrase. That is literally all he keeps doing is saying that. And then when Alan gets his bike up and is about to try and leave,
Ronnie then prevents his exit. Ronnie stands in front of him again, restricting his ability to leave. Alan is trying to leave this situation. Ronnie is preventing it. And then Ronnie shoves him. It also seems like Ronnie pushed the bike over as well, but you can see Ronnie also shoved him after the bike got dumped. And that's when Alan pushes Ronnie to the ground and then beats him a bit. And that's where the security camera video starts. So you missed everything that Ronnie did to cause this altercation, and the security camera footage that was surfaced a couple days ago only showed this piece to make it seem like Alan Ritchson did everything wrong. It was all his fault. When really, the whole story, the real reality here is Ronnie. Ronnie smelt it and dealt it. He was the one that really caused all of this. And I think he was really hoping that this footage didn't exist.
Get out of your goddamn mind. Stay down. Are you fucking stupid? Jesus Christ.
That's where the physicality stops. Ronnie does still fling some more words towards Alan, but it ends with Alan and the kids driving off. And like I said, it's not like they start speeding off either. They stay under 30 for the most part. It's only towards like the very end of the footage that they get up to like 31 and then like reach a stop sign or something like that. But even then, there was nothing in this entire body cam that indicated to me reckless driving at dangerous speeds in this area. So I really feel like Ronnie was just fishing for confrontation as a means of trying to get some kind of payday out of it. That's what I believe. And he instantly tried to turn around and like put his name and face out there with these interviews to garner sympathy. And I think that it's been largely unsuccessful now that this body cam footage is out there. So yeah, I wanted to yap about it a little bit. That's really it. So yep. It's that time again. About every 6 months like clockwork, there's a new horror movie that comes out that gets the buzz that it's the scariest movie ever made. Hope you brought your diaper, cause you're gonna be pissing those britches after how scary this one is. Like with long legs and all of that. And time again, it's usually just like it was an alright movie. Just marketing buzz out the wazoo. And that brings us to the most recent culprit here. Undertone. It has been hyped up by a lot of people as being real scary, no doubt going to be the scariest film of the year, maybe one of the scariest things human beings have ever cooked up. It is an unholy concoction of fear, filth, evil. Too scary even, potentially. And from the trailer, I actually thought it looked good. Undertone utilizes sound as like its gimmick. It's a horror film that does have a gimmick, which isn't unusual. A lot of horror films rely on it, but it executes it very well, and it doesn't live or die by its gimmick. It actually does make you care about the characters in the movie. I just saw it. I'm going to go ahead and rip the Band-Aid off now. No, it is not the scariest movie I've ever seen. I also don't know if it'll be the scariest movie of the year, but I do think it's good. I did enjoy it. I wasn't bored. I wasn't let down. And I will say, as far as like scariest movie ever made buzz goes, this one's probably one of the better ones that gets slapped with that title. I like it more than Longlegs. I can safely say that. So let's dive into it a bit. Immediately, I want to talk about the gimmick because that is going to be the bulk of what you experience here. It is about a podcast host, and they go through the creepy stories for their podcast and figure out if the paranormal is real. One of them's a skeptic, the main character that we follow, and her co-host is more willing to believe in it. Not that that overly matters. Also, we are going to get into some spoilers here because some of my complaints, they do get spoilery, so I'm going to give you fair warning now. But anyway, we follow Evie. Justin is the co-host who is just kind of there to like reinforce that, oh man, this might be real, where Evie's like, well, actually, this might just be psychosis. That kind of thing, which I think is a fine dichotomy. I think that they bounce off each other well on the podcast, but that sets the stage. It is all about audio for the most part, and it is a slow burn of a movie. In fact, like the first 40 minutes, nothing's happening outside of setting the stage for the main story that we dive into, which is a mysterious email that Justin receives as the subject for their podcast episode. It comes from a mumbo-jumbo email sounding like a 10-minute mail address, and it was attached with, it had 10 audio files attached,
and some gobbledygook in the base of it. So they decide to go through it, which I think is also a little weird the way they set it up. It didn't narratively make sense. This is apparently a very popular podcast, and yet he just randomly clicked on an email that just said lol. He even said, like, I got a weird email that said lol. So I clicked on it, and there was 10 audio files there with no actual information or anything. So we're going to listen to him for the episode. It feels like a bit of a leap there. But anyway, it then dives into these audio files, and we learn about two characters in these audio files, Mike and Jessa. And some really peculiar stuff is happening in their relationship, potentially possession. I don't want to spoil everything, so I'm not going to get into like full-blown spoilers or anything. I just want to make that clear right now. But you are now listening to basically a potential possession. And Evie is, of course, not really believing it, thinking it could be a hoax or rational explanations. Justin, on the other hand, starts like researching, and we get like a lot of lore. Like, we learn a lot about what's going on in these audio files, and I think the movie does a really good job of making you care and making you feel tense. Even though it's not actually showing you anything, you're just hearing these audio files. It's also shot in a really creative way. It's not just static shots on Evie. The camera's always slowly moving, and you see like maybe some things in the shadows, or maybe like some of the things you're hearing in the audio maybe aren't in the audio file, but it's actually in the house Evie's in. It does a really good job of playing with audio, as well as using some good camera shots that make things interesting and eerie. Like, I do think it's shot well, and I think they utilize sound very well, and I really wouldn't be surprised if they actually hid things in the audio that only certain people will pick up on, or if you like run it backwards, which was like a core component of this movie, where they run certain audio things backwards and it tells them more of the story and more of like the haunted shit. Now, the big thing is Evie's mother is in rough shape and on the verge of passing away, and Evie is taking care of her. She is basically in a coma, and Evie cares for her. And as we are learning about this story through these audio files, weird things are happening with the mom, the house, and Evie. And here's where things start to show a few cracks. When they're outside of like the audio, when you're actually following Evie around her day-to-day, it is a little boring. There is moments where it just feels like kind of a slog, but I don't think it's like to the detriment of the film, because it does set itself up as a slow burn, and I think it does fine there. But when it starts trying to show you some scary stuff instead of like have you hear creepy things, I think it falls into horror movie cliches big time. Like, it uses some of the most standard shit that you've seen in horror movies, just tropes out the wazoo, like the classic teapot, or Evie likes to draw with crayons, so then she drew something weird. She drew something scary out of the crayons. What? Or like a weird statue that keeps mysteriously getting moved, or the light comes on and then the light goes off. Like, it just shows, like, when it's trying to show you something scary or creepy, I think it just kind of falls into the old tried and true methods of the same scares that you've seen a million times, especially towards the end. At the end, they throw the kitchen sink at the scares that you're used to seeing. So as shit's popping off and they're receiving phone calls on the podcast from people like laughing because it's the bad demon going, ha 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 ha, ho 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 ho. You shouldn't have listened to all the files. Are you dumb, you doofus? You listened to all 10 files? Uh-oh, guess we're gonna fuck ya. Like, it's literally taking like a victory lap, and they use like the standard cliche demon filter where it's like, gooba booba, gooba booba gooba, you listen to the 10 files, hooba gooba gooba, it's, I don't know, it gets so silly with that. The movie is by far at its best when it's utilizing sound, because I think it actually does a good job at that. And I really appreciate that it wasn't afraid early on to be slow and have these really slow camera shots where you're questioning yourself if you're seeing something there or hearing something there or not. And I do think there was a couple of times where they got creative with like building up tension. So like there's like some really quick, there's a scene where she closes something real quick and there's like a brief flicker on the reflection where I think you could very easily miss something scary that happened in that reflection. I think that's when the movie's doing its best work. When it's utilizing sound, which the whole thing tries to build around, and when it's being unapologetically slow with creative shots that actually do build tension. And I do think the movie does a good job of making you care about Evie and her situation, so you want to get some kind of resolution, you want to see what's going on. And I also do like the lore they set up, but it really feels like someone got cold feet and felt the need to have like a couple of cheap jump scares that I don't think were very effective. The jump scares in this kind of fall flat. And the need to throw in like the standard spooky horror movie visuals. So like at the end, there's a creepy face on the TV and it's making some loud noises. There's the demon voiceover going, ah, ha, 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 ha. That kind of thing. Like it just, like it ruins its own momentum of being like methodical with its tension. And it just kind of blows its load into this giant bukkake of like generic horror visuals. But that's not to say I think everything about the ending sucks. I actually love what they did at the very, very end of the movie. They have like this 10-ish minutes, maybe 15 minutes of doing like the standard horror movie shit. And then like the very end, the last like 2 or 3 minutes is actually only audio. It's only audio to deliver the rest of the movie. And I thought that was great. I thought that was a really good choice. And if it didn't have that wet fart for 10 to 15 minutes before it, I think it would have stuck the landing much better. But even still, I do like the decision they made at the end there. Though I think a lot of people will be disappointed that there's not actual closure. It's very open-ended. But for me, I actually like that more because then you actually think about it. You don't get spoon-fed what happens. You hear things that happen, or you hear things you think happen, and you play it all out in your head. So you are imagining things. And this is something I've said for a while. The scariest thing isn't what something shows you. It's what you convince yourself of. No one's going to scare you more than you will. Which is why things like the very last couple minutes of the movie, I think, work really well. Because it's not showing you anything. You're hearing things, and now you yourself imagine them, and maybe you scare yourself with what you think is going on there. I just thought that was smart. And I really like that, and I really wish it didn't have the 10 to 15 minutes worth of like haunted house shit that they decided to throw in there. But overall, I do like the movie. I think there are a little too many horror movie cliches, but I do still like the movie. I thought the performances were solid too to really sell you on the characters and what was going on. So I did enjoy the movie. Is it the scariest movie I've ever seen? No. Is it a good horror movie? Yes. Now, it very well could be the best horror movie of the year. Who's to say? I do think it is strong. I just wouldn't go as hog wild as everyone else seems to be going about, like, it's too scary, it's the scariest movie, no doubt, holy shit. I always think that is to the detriment of the film because then it puts unrealistic expectations on the movie, and it's very unlikely for them to actually reach that level. But if you go in with normal expectations, I think you're going to be very pleasantly surprised with the film. I think you're going to enjoy it. I thought it was good. So yeah, overall undertone I thought was solid. That's really about it. See ya.